I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't let the soul rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life is staying.
I pack my suitcase.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cobra,
Your Honor?
what brings you to my courtroom today?
Well, you know me. I'm a man of many talents. I'm just picking up the odd job here and there. I gotta say, you look a little changed.
I'm going for something a little retro. Does it?
I mean, listen, I think the color looks nice on you, but more importantly, we've got an interesting group coming today, Your Honor, so please take your seats. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, we have 6 representing the jury and themselves here today, so if you don't mind, we'll just do some quick introduction.
どうもこんにちは。Jデビジョンの X キューです。
こんにちは。DHMのボルトです。
Hello, Alex and PaperX.
안녕하세요. DRX 터미 감독입니다.
안녕하세요, T1 KDG입니다.
Hello, I'm Cruz from Full Sense.
And there you have it, Your Honor. Now it is your court.
Court is now in session. We are here to determine what the meta is going to look like for stage one. Look, we're the best region in the world, so I think we can get this figured out today. Mr. Chobra.
All right, Your Honor, the first case I'd like to present to you is actually going to come from none other than DRX Termi.
편하게 해도 되는 거죠, 답변.
Mr. Termi, you have the stand. You are well known for running a lot of double initiator, even in kickoff. So we have a new agent, Mix. The court would like to hear your opinion.
이번에 믹스는 사실 보여지기에는 좋아 보이지만 팀적으로는 활용하기가 굉장히 어려운 요원이라고 저는 생각을 하고요. 그래서 많은 팀들이 사용하지 않을 거라고 저는 생각을 하고 요루가 너프되면서 이번 스테이지 1은 어떤 메타가 될지 모르겠지만 많은 팀들한테 굉장히 큰 변화가 있을 것 같습니다. 네.
Okay. Do any of the other jurors have an opinion on this?
Nope. I would like to point your attention to Mr. Alex. Your team is notorious for playing things that other people don't. You also have a player who's trying to fill out the encyclopedia. Do you see a chance of, one of your players picking up Mix?
He's going to play it. It's just I don't know whether it's going to work.
If someone like Forsaken were to bring it out, what would that look like from an opponent's point of view?
믹스보단 포세이큰이 더 무서울 것 같고요. 그리고 포세이큰 선수가 스턴을 굉장히 잘 써먹을 것 같습니다.
XQQ, you do seem to have an opinion on some of these players using Mix.
僕たちのチームのそのシュガーゼロがすごいミックスをやりたそうなんですけど、今は僕は必死で止めるようにはしています。
I'd like to veer this direction a little bit differently. What kind of player would be good at utilizing an agent like Mix?
I'll probably say someone more a bit passive, more of like an IGL who is a controller, because he'll probably know where to place his stuff and to utilize his ult for the team.
Just want to note, passive controller, IGL, there might be someone in the room that has some experience with that, but we'll just leave it at that. We'll leave it there.
All right, it seems like it's the opinion of this court that Mix maybe won't see a ton of play except for one suspect in Forsaken. Otherwise, maybe he hasn't quite found a place in the meta yet. Okay, next up, the court calls Mr. Vors of DFM to the stand.
You can take your seat.
Okay, so we have Lotus and Fracture coming back. We'd like to hear what Mr. Vors thinks of that.
自分たちには、合ってる2マップだなとは思っています。ただ2デュエルだったり2イニシだったりいろんなメタが出るかなとは思っているので、これからは1週間に1度試合があるリーグ戦なので、やっぱそのたんびに相手のことを対策とか自分たちの練習でそういう部分を考えていかなきゃいけないなとは思っています。
If I may, and I'd like to kind of open up the floor, Your Honor, to see if we have any other opinions on will some teams benefit or maybe struggle with the new map pool.
약해질 것 같은 팀은 솔직히 아직 잘 모르겠고요. 새로운 패치가 좀 있다 보니까. 근데 코로드랑 어비스 맵을 싫어하던 팀이 제 생각에는 퍼시픽에 두 팀이 있거든요. 저희 팀 T1이랑 PRX가 싫어했다고 알고 있는데 그럼 이 두 팀은 아마 좋아하겠죠?
I'd like to turn our attention to Alex then. Do you think this map pool will change the meta overall for the entire scene?
I mean, I don't think it's the map pool that changes the meta much. I think it's the agents. I don't think it's cool that like Sky has a flashback because I think it makes her more like a duelist again. So now you can go away from double duelist and have Sky inside and you can still play like a duelist, Just playing Yoru with more flashes basically.
Seems like the opinion here of our jurors doesn't really change too much with the new maps coming in terms of the meta. Might still see a lot of the double duelist coming through again, so the court looks forward to that. Next up on the docket, we have Mr. Cruz from Full Sense. Mr. Cruz, if you could take the stand, please.
Well, before you get started on that, Your Honor, we do actually have a piece of evidence I'd like to present. If we could all take a look at evidence A.
I think I just have a different task from like most of the coaches because I was the IGL of the team and I think the team listens to my call more than I think any other team would to a coach in terms of in-game. I would actually pause and make calls for them.
All right, so Mr. Cruz, look, your team is accused of being all aim, no brain.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a little rude, don't you think?
No, never. What do you think of Jitboy's IGLing during the stage and, the progression of your team?
I think he was handed a big task and he really did his best, but with the amount of time, that's all we could resort to.
Well, I think I would like to also perhaps give a chance for Mr. Cruz to explain what exactly or why you might need an IGL, or perhaps you can get to a point where you might not need one.
The IGL on the team is probably very important because I think it kind of leads everybody in one direction. And then even though it might not be the best call, but at least we have the same ideas, I think it's much better for the team.
IGL에 대해서는 제가 한 번은 없어도 괜찮겠다라고 생각한 적이 있었거든요. 근데 그런 거보다는 뛰어난 IGL 한 명이 팀원들을 잘 이끌어주는 게 제일 베스트라고 생각을 하고, 그리고 짙보이 선수도 태국 선수를 잘은 모르지만 보여지기로는 굉장히 좋은 인품을 저는 가지고 있다고 생각을 해요. 시간을 주고 기다려주면 잘해질 거라고 저는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
I think I know exactly who might have caused Termi at one point to think that IGLs weren't necessary, and it's none other than Mr. Alex here from Paper Rex. Do you care to explain how that works on your team?
I think it would be better if you had a single IGL. What happens is we split the role into many people, right? Some people are more active early round and some people are better at moving the team around in the middle of the round. It's just because that the team has been around for so long together, it's easier to just trust and let the leadership role change in between the round. The problem with this system is that if one guy cracks, everyone dies straight away. I think you can see that against Nongshim. Just made mistake after mistake and it just compounded with the pressure. I
would also actually like to know, now that we've heard these opinions, just overall how these coaches feel about the IGLing in Pacific, if there is anyone that they think stands out.
僕たちのチームを除くとしたらやっぱり接戦ですかね。
No.
アルビー選手の IGL がすごい、シュガーゼロもすごくリスペクトしてますし、攻撃的な IGL としてすごく勉強になるところはあるなとは見てて感じますね。
1人を選ぶのは難しいんですけど、マンチキン選手かクレイジーガイ選手かオセイ君選手あたりが自分としては。
It should be this guy, but but I think Munchkin is the one that I have most problems understanding how he thinks.
I'd still say Crazy Guy or Munchkin. They gave me the hardest times.
퍼시픽에서 지금 가장 뛰어난 IGL은 먼치킨 선수라고 생각을 하고요. 게임을 읽는 속도가 굉장히 빠르다고 생각을 하고 그 라운드를 이기는 방향으로 잘 이끌어 나가는 것 같고 엄청난 승부욕이 있기 때문에 가능하다고 생각을 하고요.
각각의 메타마다 IGL들의 성향이라던가 혹은 본인들이 갖고 있는 생각, 팀의 스타일이 들어간다고 생각을 하는데 이번 메타에 한해서든 PRX 팀과 그 다음에 농심 팀이 가장 잘했고 그 다음에 이번 메타에 가장 적합했다라고 생각하고 있습니다.
All right, very good. Next up on the docket, the court would like to see Mr. Alex on the stand.
Hello?
First, the court would like to remind you that these are the court's desks and any inappropriate banging on them may find you in contempt of court.
Got it.
So, your team has a performance coach, is that correct?
Yep, we do.
And is this your performance coach?
Hey, come on, Dave. Come on, 3, 2.
So, explain yourself.
I got caught.
Yeah. Excuse our judge, he's getting old in age.
Part of being a head coach, you know, you're responsible for everything, right? And I find that it's very difficult to split yourself into every single role. And nowadays, I look at it as him taking over a part of my job that I don't have to think about as much anymore. He develops a lot of routines. He's their safety net. He's also someone outside the system, right? So if people have problems with how I address them and stuff, they can go to him, right? Basically a feedback loop that's necessary for the team.
So I'd like to actually get a little bit of a consensus because performance coaching still isn't universal across all teams and try to get some thoughts. And I'd like to start with XQQ from Zeta Division, Your Honor.
ゼータにパフォーマンスコーチはいたことはないんですが、海外のチームだったりパンダコーチの活躍を見てると年齢層が若いゲームなので、なんかそのメンタルケアだったりとか試合のルーティーンとか、本当その経験じゃなく科学的根拠を持っていろんなコーチングをできる存在っていうのは、すごく重要なんじゃないかなとは思っています。今後日本でそういうことをやってみたいとかできる人がいたら、ぜひ一緒に働いてみたいですね。
저도 퍼포먼스 코치에 대해서 오늘 알렉스 감독이 처음 이제 얘기를 해서 알게 됐는데 굉장히 팀에 필요한 코치라고 저는 생각을 하고 발로란트의 인기가 많은 만큼 그만큼 많은 압박을 느낄 수밖에 없기 때문에 각 팀의 멘탈을 케어해줄 수 있는 코치가 있으면 좋겠다는 생각이 듭니다.
Seems to be the opinion here of everyone that, at least in some respect, a performance coach is involved, even if maybe the methodologies might differ on how you view that particular role. So, very good. Next up, the court would like to call XQQ to the stand, please. So, in particular here, since Laz and Deb have left Zeta Division, we haven't seen quite those same heights. How do you plead?
そうですね。彼ら2人は本当に僕らにとってすごくいいパフォーマンスを出してくれたんですが、ラズが脱退した時はいないんですが、彼は本当にそのチームを背中で語るじゃないですけど、パフォーマンスを常に高く、それこそルーティンだったりメンタルトレーニングもしっかり受けた上でみんなのお手本になるようなプレイヤーだったので、今でもそれを見てきたシュガーゼロが引き継いでるので、それはいいところかなと思ってるのとですが、今年のロスターは彼らに匹敵するかは分かんないですけど、それに及ぶぐらいのポテンシャルは秘めてると思うので、彼らが残した実績と同じぐらいの結果を見せられたらいいなとは思ってます。
That's fair. All right, look, the court is pretty biased towards Laz and Depp, so it'd be like that.
Okay, so hopefully, to come in his defense, I'd like to hear from Coach Cruz on his thoughts on how necessary veteran is on the team.
For me, I think I'll talk from my own past experience because I've been in a team with a lot of veterans at the beginning of my career, and losing them one by one, I think it makes it harder for me to play. I think the synergy that was built is very important. We don't even need to talk as much sometimes, like we know instantly what the other person will want to do. But as time goes by, I think we tend to build those kind of synergy, but it does take away how at ease you feel at the beginning.
좀 다른 의견이긴 한데 발로란트라는 게임이 나온 지 아직 6년 정도밖에 되지 않았기 때문에 지금 베테랑이라고 불려지는 선수들에 대해서는 아직까지 베테랑이라고는 생각이 들지 않고, 사실 신인 선수와 경험 차이가 4, 5년 정도밖에 차이 나지 않기 때문에 그 격차가 크다고 생각하지 않습니다.
そうですね、ゲームだけで考えたらあまり影響はしないのかなと思うんですけど、やっぱり昔からプロをやってる人たちはそれなりに経験も積んできてますし、それこそメンタリティの部分だったりとかマインドセットとか、そういうところをやっぱ若い世代の子たちに教えていける、引き継いでいけるのはやっぱそういう部分では影響してるかなとは思います。
All right, well, I just want to confirm. Let's get everyone's verdict. Can a team win a trophy without a veteran? Whoa, whoa, whoa. We've got some objections here.
We've got some splits.
For me, I think I will have a problem when Davai retires. Because I think he brings a lot outside the game, so people look at him like an older brother. I also remember specifically there was a moment in Toronto, before he played the finals, I think Pat, full rookie, right, went to Davai and he asked him, first time here, I need advice, tell me what to do, and he was able to give that, I think it's a good peace of mind to have, and I think that while you can grow into it, it's easier to just have one.
So while we might have a split, Your Honor, but give the man a chance, give him some time, and they'll grow into their own. They just need a little, couple more matches, couple more scrims, and they'll slowly build their own synergy, and perhaps they'll be to your liking by the end of the season.
All right. We did see some improvements there, so for now, XQQ is off the hook. I think we can agree on that.
All right, thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more coach to get through here today, Coach KDG.
And yes, Your Honor, what curiosities might you have about Coach KDG and T1?
We're looking to see what he thinks about people calling his team a super team.
저희가 슈퍼팀이라고 불리는 데는 분명히 그 팬분들의 기대치가 밑바탕이 돼 있다라고 생각을 하고요. 저희가 아직 증명을 못 해냈기 때문에 좀 과대평가돼 있다고 생각을 하지만 기대를 많이 받고 있고 저희가 잘할 수 있다는 건 알고 있습니다.
Let's move away from the term a little bit. However, this is a team full of superstars. How does someone like KDG handle that group and make sure that they're going all towards the same direction?
이번 마스터즈를 통해서 조금 아쉬웠다라고 생각을 하는 게, 저희가 이성적인 플레이와 감정적인 플레이, 예를 들면 감정적인 플레이라고 하면 이고 피킹이라던가 아니면 너무 패시브하다던가 이런 플레이들이 있고, 이성적인 플레이라고 하면 조금 더 약간 매크로적인, 저희가 약간 이런 플레이들이 한 밸런스를 잘 잡았다고 생각을 하는데, 이번 마스터즈에서는 저희가 이 밸런스가 안 좋았다고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 사실 거기에 대해서 제가 좀 그걸 많이 컨트롤하는 역할을 했었는데, 제가 컨트롤을 못했고 그 다음에 선수들도 제 생각에는 너무 저희가 감정적으로 플레이를 많이 하지 않았나. 그래서 저희가 플레이가 이성적인 플레이와 감정적인 플레이에 대한 밸런스를 잘 맞춰야 될 것 같다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Perhaps a slightly different example, want to ask Coach Vors, having to now coach a player that was known as a superstar within the Japanese region for so long.
一応メイは自分のチームでプロを始めてるので、そこは特に久しぶりだねみたいな感じで、期待するところはやっぱりプレイでも声掛けとかの他の選手を巻き込むマインドっていうんですか、 というところでもやっぱチームを引っ張っていけるように昔よりはなってるなっていう部分に、感心しつつそれをなんかもっと続けてチームを引っ張っていってもらいたいですね。
So, Your Honor, I mean, overall, terms like super team, superstar obviously puts on a lot of pressure, but there is some value and that oftentimes that these terms come from the community and the fans because there is an expectation that the teams and players have already proven.
Absolutely. Well, superstar, super team, it doesn't matter. It's all about what you do out in the game.
So, Your Honor, I know you had a lot of questions coming in today about how do we maintain Pacific as the best region, but hopefully you were a little bit satisfied?
Very satisfied. I think overall we've got some pretty good answers.
But before we wrap up, I'd also just like to get a peace of mind of what it was like to defend their cases in front of Your Honor today.
去年に引き続き2回目で、なんかいろんな意見が聞けてすごい楽しかったので、ステージ1に向けてまた練習して、同じグループではない人もいますが、またそのステージ上で会うことを楽しみにしています。じゃあクルーズ選手にミックスの使い方を教えて。
今日はとても楽しかったです。いろんなコーチとちょっと仲良くなれたのかなとは思っています。
Yeah, I thought the judge was kind of toxic.
Guards, this man over here.
Objection, Your Honor. I agree.
I mean, I think it's nice to hear like every time the coaches speak. It's a perspective that I can learn a little bit from every time.
1년 만에 이렇게 감독들이 모여서 재밌는 시간을 보낸 것 같은데 너무 즐거웠던 것 같고요. KDG 감독님이 말씀하신 피킹과 절제에 대한 밸런스에 대해서 좀 말씀을 해주셨는데 저희 또한 지금 밸런스를 잡아가고 있는 과정 중이라서 굉장히 공감이 많이 되는 내용이었던 것 같습니다.
저는 이런 자리가 처음인데요. 되게 재밌었고요. 신기했습니다. 각각 다 가지고 계신 생각들이 저에겐 다 처음이라서 다 신선하고 좋았던 것 같습니다.
I think it was fun and I got a lot of great insights from a lot of great minds and it's for me to learn and improve on myself as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, Your Honor, I think we can rest our case and stage 1 will be starting very soon, so hopefully everyone tunes in to see exactly how this all comes to fruition.
Absolutely, and it's going to be so exciting because our finals will be in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, something very much to look forward to. But without further ado, court is adjourned.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. Let's go. Keep them back. This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
We're taking it We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
Vibe with it, it's a good time. We don't worry about the hate. We just pass it to the side, grab a drink, pull it up, say what's good, feeling right. All your friends, they invited, bring a bottle through the night. Tell them we gon' get it lit, we gon' get it lit. Get a little throw, get a little bent, have a good time. Ay, and you don't need a vent. On tilt, we gon' really get it in, right? Right. Ain't no time to be lazy, oh no. I got a dozen girls coming, they crazy for show. And not a single girl rating an 8 or below. I swear to God, they gon' love it the way that I flow. Hey, yeah, and we gon' take it slow. Spending time while you turn up at a vacant show. You can take your time, shawty, you don't need to go. We at a house party chillin' if you need to know.
We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
I've been vibing with you from the jump. See the crib, I ain't even got a stunt. Making hits, I don't ever try to blunt. When I pull up, everybody wanna front now. They acting brand new every time I touch down. And to my haters, all I gotta say is what now? They say hello to the new whip, flirt with your new chick. All on TMZ, so the rights all exclusive. I'm playing with you, I know you playing too. We laying back in the cut, got the eagle view. I do this all the time, really ain't nothing new. I ain't frontin' on you, shorty, what I say is true. And now we chillin', we ain't worried about the biz though. Ay, stress-free, living like kids though. And if the vibe stay right like it is, when it's all said and done, we gon' end up more than friends.
We're taking it We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
Hello and welcome back to Stage 1. This is VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2026. It's the very, very first day of Stage 1. I'm your host, Victoria, Chubby Ninja, and on the desk with me, we have someone a little new, but really also not new.
Where am I? How did I get here?
Welcome back. It's been a while since you've been on the desk with us. Achilleos.
It's been a hot minute.
And big time fresh off the airplane all the way from the UK.
Yeah.
How was your break?
It was oh my goodness. It was wonderful. I'm eating the microphone. You can tell I've not done this in a while.
You've been really enjoying the break then.
Yeah,
I
far
think
too much, clearly.
Yeah, and I know you came back from Santiago, had a little bit of a break before Stage 1 as well. How have you been, Achilleos?
Been good. Just been waiting for all of this to resume because I missed it. Any amount of downtime is too much downtime.
I know.
I want games every damn day.
It's true.
If I was in charge.
He whines a lot when we are not on show. He's like, when is it going to start again? But it's starting now. So let's break it down how the rest of the year is going to be going here in Pacific. Now, for Stage 1, we got 3 teams who can qualify to Masters London. You know, just quick recap in Santiago, at least 2 of our 3 teams made it to the grand finals. Pretty cool. And Stage 2, we're going to have 4 teams qualifying in Shanghai. But what is a little bit different this time around? We got challengers teams coming in.
Yeah, that's going to be so fun. I mean, we've already seen, you see these players come up from Tier 2, have amazing impact. There's incredible talent there across all of our regional leagues. So seeing a chance for them to play live in Korea against the best teams that we have, I can't wait for that.
I mean, if anyone could make a run and then actually be able to qualify, this is going to
be
so insane. I mean, we're already kind of seeing just these new storylines and these new achievements come to fruition throughout the years. And this year, with Master Santiago, is a big one. You know, our first team starting in Premier, making it all the way to a Masters event, and then being able to win it and lift the trophy. So who knows? Maybe one of these Tier 2 teams could make the run.
And, I mean, we have a couple of really interesting challengers teams that have been really exciting. Hope you guys have been watching that. That's something you could have been watching during your break from VCT Pacific. But we're here, like I said, and this Stage 1, if you guys don't already know, we have a very special location for our finals. Check this out.
Pacific is coming home.
Home for him.
Ho Chi Minh City. Have you guys been to Ho Chi Minh before?
I've never been to Vietnam.
Same. Never been to Vietnam.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Vietnam is awesome. The food, I think everywhere in Southeast Asia, the food is brilliant. But Vietnam, I mean, for me, it's gonna be all about the food. But I know the crowd is gonna be wild for Valorant there. We got some. I know we only have Crazy Guys, our sole Vietnamese player in Pacific, but they have a pretty sick scene over there. So I think it'll be good to see them.
Yeah, I think the fans are going to be ravenous to have something on their doorstep. So I think that's going to be super sick. I'm just going to go. I'm going to eat as many just rice and like noodle dishes as I possibly can. Just going to just fun me up, you know. It's going to be a really good time.
The pho is good. And so is the banh mi. The banh mi is like so good. I can't wait to show you guys around.
I heard the coffee's great there as well.
Yes.
That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, the Vietnamese coffee is also legit, and I could talk about the food forever, honestly. But I want to talk about challenges. We touched upon this a little bit earlier, but we had a chit chat with the Japanese, casters and what they thought about the challengers teams, and they do have a lot of really good talent there. I think we've seen a little glimpse of that with Riddle Order joining ex-players joining DFM and how well they've been performing.
I mean, they've done such a fantastic job. Obviously, both Kaide and Yatsuka have morphed them into one person. I mean, we've seen how effective they've been at Ascension. Now coming up to Pacific, they've been able to do it again. So the Japanese League is one you want to keep your eye on. Absolutely.
I mean, it's always just been such a spectacle as well in Japan, just how well alive and populated this scene is. But yeah, I'm really hoping to see, another deep run from a squad. Riddle falling kind of shy of the mark, not really hitting our expectations at Ascension, but it does feel like within the region itself, there is this constant churn of firepower coming through with these young players.
Absolutely. And it's so funny. Fennel, it was a team that we always had our eye on, but there was always one team kind of stopping them, and that was Riddle. Yeah. And what do you call him? Yaide? With Yaide here in Korea, they might have a much better shot now of joining us over in stage 2.
I mean, I think it feels like the region is a lot more open now that kind of Riddle Order core has moved away from that challenger scene. Now they're up here in Pacific. It really does feel like it's anybody's game. So Fennel, of course, big team to watch out for. Massive organization over there in Japan as well. So lots of backing, lots of support, so many fans as well.
Yeah, that's right. And Crest Gaming, you can see, is another team that the Japanese casters have their eye on. And there's one particular player that, we're all familiar with that the Japanese casters are also very excited about, and that's Flicker.
Yeah, I mean, didn't get the greatest shout, I suppose, on DRX. Got to see him a little bit, but widely wasn't really playing on the team. But I think he showed a good amount of potential, despite the fact that I think in some of his initial games he was off-rolling. So it's good to see him going over to Crest Gaming and getting a real shot where he can put out his a solid performance and show his real potential.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's always really cool to see players swap between Tier 1, Tier 2, and I think it's really important because Tier 2 teams could easily join. They can easily win a Masters Trophy. You never freaking know. Another player, of course, was Kip Bay, who's been with the team since 2024, a star controller for QTD. And I think despite the language barriers, because both of these teams have mixed Korean-Japanese squads, they are finding ways to overcome that. And that is a hurdle we have here in Pacific with a lot of the teams coming from different countries, speaking different languages. I mean, Morgan, you're really experienced this with global esports.
I work with players speaking all kinds of languages, so, my Korean had to improve dramatically. I had to drop my accent, try and get my words across well.
What?
This is neutral.
Is it? Okay, well, I'll take the neutral accent. And here are our groups for VCT Pacific. Stage 1, we have Group Alpha and Group Omega. I was there during the blue ball draw here. And Group Alpha, of course, is the group we have our eyes on.
I mean, one of these things is not like the other. When we take a look at these groups, I know which one I would rather be in. Look at Group Alpha here. Nongshim, PaperX, KRX, Global Esports, Gen.G, and Team Secret. It doesn't get more stacked than that.
Yeah, this is a brutal group. And trying to get out of this, because 2 of them are going to fall shy of the mark and make it playoffs. So that is going to be so rough. And I think it's going to be a rat race when it comes down to that final slot. But then Group of Omega as well. I mean, there's still a ton of potential as well as strength there because with Full Sense, obviously some changes there. They already were showing. I mean, we know what Primi can do. We know what everybody else on that team can do. But they're looking to be even scarier than before. Zeta still looking at them to improve as well as Varel, but the rest of that group is also stacked.
Oh, definitely. I think this is going to be really interesting to see how things shake up as we move along through stage 1. And of course, map pool has changed. Fracture and Lotus is back in.
Thank God.
I'm so glad to see Fracture back in.
I love Fracture. I think it's so fun. It's such an amazing map to watch. It doesn't play like anything else in the game. Fracture is so unique in how it's structured, so you really have to play it differently. I love it when it's in the map pool. It gives you that curveball in the veto. If you can play Fracture, you're always going to have a nice little edge.
I think if you don't like Fracture, you're stupid.
I concur.
Open and shut case. Bang.
As a Fracture fan, I definitely concur. But something is going to be changing even further, and this is going to affect a lot of our teams here in Pacific, and it's the latest agent patch update with the Yoru nerf. We saw so much Yoru over in Santiago and all year.
I mean, this changes everything about how you have to structure, how the meta is going to look. And I think with Sky getting buffed alongside Yoru being nerfed, I think a lot of teams might try just that one-to-one swap, seeing if you can replace that Yoru with the Sky. I think a lot of teams will naturally look in that direction. I do think there's a world where you can still play Yoru. I don't think he's entirely down and out, but I think it's going to take a lot more trickery, a lot more work to be as effective now that TP is just not available for the same amount of time. And of course, the flashes going from 2 to 1, it is a pretty significant change.
15 seconds less for a gate crash is insane. But
Yeah.
I feel like there's going to be a lot less Yoru.
Yeah, I think so as well. That one feels a little more heavy-handed. I think if you're going to go for the gate crash, then maybe leave him with 2 flashes. But either way, it's on the teams to adapt and try to survive. And it seems like already they've been able to do so.
Yeah, definitely. And Sky coming back in, I have my eyes on a couple players here who are definitely great Sky players, and I think we'll see the return of Sky in this stage 1 for sure, especially with like endless blinds going to be happening there with the Hawks. Now we do have a new agent. We saw a glimpse of it during Santiago. We got Megan from Cat's Eye getting to do that show match there. What are you guys thinking of Mix and the abilities he has?
So, go to the coach first.
Yeah, I think Mix is a niche pick for some teams. I don't think this is not like the Chamber release. This is not like the Teo release. It's not going to shape the meta going forwards, at least, unless everybody entirely misses something. But I do think it can find those niche places. I mean, the heal itself is absolutely insane, the amount of output you have in that healing. I think Mix comes into a difficult landscape when all the other controllers really have their place. Brimstone has it. Brimstone maps, we're seeing more and more Astra. So I do think it's going to be hard to slot in, but for the teams that can make it work, for those niche picks, I do think it can have a nice little edge to it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a flood of it, but I also think that that's fine. Not every agent that comes out has to be just absolutely busted and a must pick and a must play in every single game and map. But I mean, similar to like Waylay, it took a long time for people to start integrating Waylay, and then suddenly she just became so predominant in the meta. That is something that could absolutely happen with Mix in the right hands.
Oh, absolutely. And have you guys accidentally healed any enemies while playing Mix yet?
I haven't.
No,
I haven't even tried to go for Mix because I know that I'm just going to get flamed if I screw everything up. So.
Well, well, I've done it, and that's why I'm not going to play Mix. And I feel like a lot of APAC players are going to be doing that too. Now, we have a little bit of a hot take, for the start this stage 1 here, and I decided to start real hot.
Okay.
Okay, like India level spice hot.
A nice little vindaloo, perhaps.
Yeah, I think with like a lot of chili in there. My hot take is Danby will not be the highest fragging Neon in APAC.
Come off it. That's ridiculous. I mean, okay, I'm all for a hot take. That seems insane. Did you not watch Santiago?
I watched Santiago. It was I'm so glad I could go to sleep like a lot sooner than I thought in that 3-0 grand finals. But we have so many Neons in APAC. This is the Neon region.
Danby is the Neon.
He is the Neon, but there are many Neons.
I actually don't even know if I find that hot.
What?
Really?
What do you mean?
Well, because okay, look, so Danby is very good. And he is the best Neon in the world, but that doesn't necessarily mean because he's fragging. He's great at creating space, being the tank, as he has said himself. That doesn't necessarily correlate to fragging. I mean, we saw at Master Santiago, Ivy, Francis, etc., the whole team having fantastic performances. It didn't have to be the Danby Neon show the entire time.
Yeah.
So I could see somebody like texture, frag harder than Dambi,
Especially
but
with
not create the same environments that Dambi does for his team.
Yeah, that's true. You're talking about frags, not impact.
When
So
it comes down to like an actual numbers game, I could see that easily happening.
Okay, it's less hot than I originally thought. I can see it. I can see it.
A little upfront spice, but not that, doesn't have that lingering burn.
I still think it's rage bait, but you got me. So.
All right. If mine wasn't so hot, or it was too hot for you, I guess you are from the UK. Can't handle a little bit of the spice.
Fish food only.
What's your hot take?
My hot take is, of course, Global Esports making it to Masters London, baby.
God.
We're going all the way.
Okay.
It's time. There's no bias in this take.
Are you sure?
I want to be
He's going to
clear.
put the jersey back on to
wanna be clear.
qualify.
So the reason I'm going for this is when we take a look at GE in kickoff, I think they showed so much potential. I mean, two of their losses were to Paper X, who finished second in the whole tournament. I think there's a higher ceiling there. I think with Yoru being nerfed, it's one of the better teams that didn't really rely on Yoru the entire time, in the same way we saw from some of these other teams. I think they were ready for this patch, and I think if they managed to use this break successfully to grow, I think they had less growing to do than these other teams in order to be ready for Stage 1. I think now they hit the ground running. I think they make it out the group. I think they run the bracket.
I don't think that's a super hot take. I think it's a valid, I think
we all
this
saw the
could
potential.
be it. Yeah, it's got potential, and I think they did look fantastic during kickoff, and the pieces were there.
I think the only reason it is hot is because Pacific is so good. It's so stacked across the board. We know we can only send 3 teams, and there's so many that would do a great job internationally. And of course, GE not had the most successful record. I know that far too well. So I think now is the time. I think they're ready to go. I love the roster. Obviously, the coaching staff, fantastic. And I think they just need to find the meta, hit the ground running with it, and then I think they'll be in a great spot.
That'll be very interesting, speaking of them finding the meta. That's like the thing they don't do. They don't really like to follow the meta. But interesting take. Chat, you can tell us what you think about that take. And Achilleos, what's your hot take?
He's played me in very well because I agree. Everything is completely and utterly stacked. So my hot take is that Global Esports will still not make it to playoffs. Because the way that I see it, Group Alpha, there is one slot up for grabs when it comes down to, I should say, for elimination. Or rather, that last slot for playoffs is going to be, it's going to come down to 2 teams. I think it's going to be Gen.G and Global Esports, the teams that are squaring off here today. So I think that whoever wins this, and I think that Gen.G win this, will be able to have that final slot from the group forward.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. The thing is, I think we're both almost right. I think if they make playoffs, they can run the whole thing.
Sure.
Or they could very narrowly miss playoffs.
But they're not going to.
I mean,
miss it.
Yeah, I mean...
Stage 2.
The thing that scares me is there's a world where I can see it, and then there's a world where I can see my possibility. So who knows what's going to happen at this point? But I mean, I do think maybe Global Esports is just cursed. Maybe they will never make playoffs despite despite the changes, despite whatever they do. It could just be the case.
Well, for sure, one of you will be correct. So
no.
it's possible.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
They could make playoffs, but then not make Masters London.
Yeah. So only I'll be right. So, nice. Okay, speaking of my hot take and about fragging power, that leads me into my favorite game, Build Diff. And Build Diff is brought to you by Acer and Intel. That means prizes. Whoever wins this stage's Build Diff is going to be getting a prize. They'll be winning the Predator Helios Neo 16's the latest laptop. It's been... Have you been enjoying yours?
Yeah, no, I use it as like my main home PC now. I had to replace my home PC because the laptop was too good. Like, genuinely it overtook my main setup. So I want another.
Yeah,
there you go.
I would also like another. I don't know if you're going to be getting one.
I don't have one, so I would like to just have one. That would be good.
Yeah, Pilsky also doesn't have one, but I would like to. Morgan would like to. And for those of you who are not familiar with the Predator Helios, it is here to unleash explosive performance and productivity with the Predator Helios Neo 16, a gaming powerhouse crafted for passionate gamers, just like you were saying, Morgan, over there, replacing your home PC with that. All right, now let's see the Build Diff rosters. Morgan, you're pretty notorious for having weird rosters.
I think I played it safe. Yudatan, Zuna, Meteor, Foxy 9. He's back, baby. He's back.
Okay, a little bit of a spoiler alert.
It is a spoiler. We'll get there. We'll get there. but Foxy9's back in, so I had to put him back in on my Sentinel immediately. 2 players from Global Esports because they win in a clean 2-0 today. This is the roster of dreams.
That's a pretty solid pick, I think.
Yeah, I think that's honestly pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think Foxy9 has performed really well. I'm curious to see how he will perform today.
Yeah.
Patman also fantastic showing over in kickoff. That's a valid flex pick as well.
Might lose points if he plays Waylay.
Potentially, but it's a risk I'll run. I'll take it.
Yes, that's right. You lose points depending if they are not playing the role that you picked.
Yep.
So, Kilios, what roster did you go for?
It's this.
Texture is your duelist.
I went Texture,
Valid.
and then I also went with Zuna. I went with Munchkin as my controller, and I put Crystal as my
Crystal is the shit.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
It's just a feeling. I woke up and I was just like, I really feel like Crystal's gonna play Sentinel. I don't know why. I don't know what was giving me that inkling, but that's just what I went for. And then I went for Karin as well because it's with Foxy9 coming back in. I think that we might be seeing Karin maybe back on his proper role, and I wanted to have 2 Gen.G players today.
I mean, I would love to see Karin back on the smokes. I mean, I think everybody wants to see that. That's where he really made a name for himself, but he didn't have a great kickoff performance-wise. His stats were not quite there, so I think this is a quite spicy
all
team
got
from
Zuna.
you.
Yes. So for that same reason, I put Karin on my Build Diff roster. I think with this shift, with Foxy9 coming back in, Karin can get shine again. He doesn't have to play that Sentinel role. Izu, I think, as well with the agent nerf, I can't imagine he would be playing, his star agent as many times for this stage 1. And like you said, Zuna across the board from Varel, I think he had a great stage 1 show.
I mean
kickoff showing.
Who's the mystery silhouette? Oh my god.
Oh,
who could it be?
It's Ewok.
No, it's not.
Or 10.
Yeah, we're getting 10s, everybody.
It's 10s. It's 10s.
Flying Tyson over. He's going to join the analyst desk.
He's been with us before. He's drawn, he's autographed his face.
That's true. He did sign your face.
Yeah.
We're best friends. We're like that.
Yeah. Okay, he's so excited. He's such a fanboy. But today's matches are going to be very exciting. We got Gen.G facing off Global Esports. Like we said, a little bit of shuffle there with Foxy9 coming back in. Be very exciting and see how Global will be stepping up. And the second matchup today will be T1 versus Varel. Now, Varel is a team that we had high expectations for coming from Ascension.
Yeah.
But it was a little lackluster coming into kickoff.
I mean, I think lackluster is kind compared to the work they did at Ascension. They looked unbelievable, and then they could not make that happen over there in kickoff. So I think big questions in that match too.
I mean, we can get to them later, but I am excited to see that one. Hopefully they have some growth. But these 2 teams as well. I mean, they squared off against each other, that lower bracket back in kickoff, and Global very narrowly was able to get the elimination over Gen.G, but it was very tough fought. I think first map went to overtime. The next 2 after that were 13-11s.
Yeah.
So it was so very close between these 2 squads.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely neck and neck the whole way through. I think this matchup, it's so important for both of these teams, given how stacked that group is. You said it yourself, Achilles. It could be these 2 teams fighting it out for that last spot in playoffs, and they have to start with this. So you can leave nothing in the tank, no hiding for later on, no saving strategies. I need to see both these teams coming in swinging, and I think it's about who's put the work in the most in this break. I think that's going to be the team that comes out on top today, because we know it's so close between them.
Yeah, I know Frost has been pretty excited about facing off Gen.G because of this record, this 2-1 record here over Gen.G. But I think now with Gen.G deciding to bring Foxy9 back in, they have a pretty good record against Frost in the past, against Talon as well. So I'm really excited to see this back and forth with Foxy9 being off the roster, on the roster, off the roster. But I think this is a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think with Foxy9 coming back in, it's a huge talking point. Because I just want to say, look what happened last time they benched him. They benched him, brought him back, and then he was phenomenal.
Yeah.
He really took it personally that he got benched, came back, played the best Valorant he's ever played, and now they've done it again. Maybe this is a strategy. Maybe they're doing this on purpose to wind him up.
It's like resetting a router.
Yeah.
Turn it off, wait a couple months, and then you turn it back on again.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it feels like. I really want to see him coming out swinging today. But, I mean, kickoff was a disappointing performance from this squad. 9th to 10th. I mean, that should never happen on such a storied organization like Gen.G. So they're looking to come in with full power and really reset the script.
I think it's really interesting. Just now we could see them doing that coordination exercise with the tennis ball that's been known to help with performance. And I'm also kind of curious about how these teams are adding in, the mental coaching behind the scenes. And I'm sure this is something Gen.G is factoring in. And the fact that, yes, Foxy9 has been on and off, and this router reset, it might be a mental thing as well.
Yeah.
So here are some of the stats of the past. Laki is another player who's been on and off this squad.
I mean, they brought Lakia back. I think they're trying to recapture the magic of Masters Shanghai, but they haven't been able to do it. You see the changes coming in, of course. Texture now, he's having to play these different roles. He's had to pick up Neon, he's had to pick up Yoru. Karen, of course, a full change of his role across to that Sentinel, and they've just not quite found that magic. They don't have that same spark that we saw back when they were on top. That's what they have to try and recreate.
Yeah, I think Karen not playing a Sentinel, possibly not playing a Sentinel, could be interesting.
So help me God. If we get through the walkouts and we get to the agent select and Karan is still playing Sentinel with Foxy9 rejoining and Foxy's coming out playing Astra for the third time or whatever in his career because he's only played it twice.
Or mix.
I am going to lose my damn mind. I will destroy this set. I will tear everything apart.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Really, I think with Foxy9 coming back, I want to see Karan go back onto that Omen, go recapture the performances that we've seen in the past, because he was Rookie of the Year for a reason. He was absolutely phenomenal on that controller role, so I think we'd all love to see it back.
Oh, definitely. It's such a delight to watch Karen really in full form there, and along with the rest of the team. But they will be facing off against Global Esports, and just as we pointed out over in kickoff, Global Esports did dominate over Gen.G. With this new squad, we had a lot of high expectations for this team, and I would say it was mostly met.
Yeah, I mean, not quite being able to make that final push of the run to be able to get themselves to their first global event, but this is the best iteration, obviously, of Global Esports that we've ever seen. It has just kind of gotten, I'd say, better and better as time has gone on. But this is the roster. This is the one that needs to do it, that can make that push. Whether or not it happens, obviously, is up to them.
I mean, that's the question. I mean, I think when you look at how close they played Paper Rex in kickoff, that match is going to overtimes. I think there's a world where 1 round difference, Paper Rex don't even make it to Masters to get that second place. That's how close this was. That's how stacked Pacific is. And I think this Global Esports team, I think if they're able to just kind of keep improving, I think they're very much on that right track. And I think this first game for them against Gen.G is absolutely the one that they need.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of that match against Paper Rex, you can't say Patman was doing them any favors, because this guy ended up getting the highest ACS record here.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
517?
Yeah, 517. That's an insane number. That number should never exist. That's like a hacker number.
That was Patman doing crazy work. Speaking of crazy work, Hector Rosario's favorite phrase is him pointing out, just revealing a little bit of what the teams are running.
Yeah, but the thing is, I know that he's got eyes on this, and I know Frost, and I know that he is not going to fall in line.
Yeah.
He is going to, Hector the Defector. He will not follow the plot. He will not stick with what everybody else is doing. He's going to come in and he's going to, assess and come up with some kind of counter comp to whatever the comp is that all these APAC teams are running. We know that the Neon is going to be a piece of that. What the rest of it is, we up for debate. We have to kind of just wait and see.
I mean, the G stick with that veto that we saw so much from them in kickoff. Frost was convinced that was one of the strongest agents in the game, choosing veto over chamber consistently. So I really am curious if that's the way they go.
Yeah, I think we're really excited to see what they'll end up doing. And of course, we got Skirmish back instead of our coin toss here. What 2 players would you have picked for Skirmish?
I think this is the right answer. I think it's nice to see 2 duelists finally duke it out. And so, I don't want to see Francis, playing with the stinger and the shotgun. Have some heart, have some spirit. Nice to see teams approaching this properly.
Yeah, I mean, if not Autumn, then maybe you could say...
Yudotan.
Yeah, Yudotan, I think would be a decent one. But I think Texture, putting him in there, in theory at least, is a good idea. At the moment, he's kind of getting bodied.
Yeah, 2-0 to Autumn. Very much starting strong here.
Actually, 3-0 as well. Nope, okay.
Okay, now, cheeky little sidestep there. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to play the game. He's done this before. Bringing the Operator out. Now, I hate the Operator in Skirmish. I think we got to get this removed.
Really?
That's not fun for anyone.
I mean,
Unless you win it.
Sometimes you just got to, have a conversation with one another, kind of set the rules if you want, and say, hey, no ops, that's cool, whatever.
I can't blame them for using it. I think it is probably the strongest way to approach.
I forget who it was, but somebody in Santiago went up to RB and he said, yeah, so rifles only, because they knew that he was going to be willing to pull out the stinger and the judge, because he's just running people down and catching them off guard. And RB said, yeah, sure, whatever. And then I think it was the only skirmish he lost. So
I mean, that makes sense.
They're like, gotcha.
Yeah, he was being very, very cheeky. I mean, this one is much more straight up. You got to see it. But I mean, Autumn, I think he's just trying to start strong, stay hot, gets the win. 5-2 over Texture. That's a very good positive sign for Global Esports.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Texture he's a beast, as we know. So starting off this way in the map veto, this is going to be really important. Like you guys were saying, this is the very first match of Stage 1, and Global Esports wants to increase whatever chance they can to make sure that your prediction comes true.
Yeah.
Not yours. But here's the map veto here. We're going to start with Bind.
Okay, Bind, Split, and then Haven. So Gen.G getting rid of Lotus, Fracture first rounded by Global Esports in the second round. So, I mean, I don't think that, this is just maps that have been played.
Yeah.
So nothing too new. Obviously, there's still the patch changes to take into consideration, but you don't have to be wondering, okay, what has Gen.G or what has Global been cooking on Fracture, which we haven't seen in so very long.
I mean, I think it makes sense. This is an important game, and unless you feel mad confident on your Fracture or your Lotus, just get rid of it. I think we'll see a lot of vetoes like this, especially for the first couple of weeks. People don't want to take too many risks. I think Bind for GE is one I'm really curious about. This was one of the only maps where they did run double duelist back in kickoff. So will they stick with that theme? I mean, in other regions we've been seeing lots of kind of neon waylay with that sky to support it. So I'm very curious if that's the way both of these teams are going to lean, or if we see something entirely different.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what agent comps they're going to end up with. And here are our predictions. I ended up changing to Gen.G with the re-addition of Foxy9 back onto the roster. But you did too. You kind of changed yours last minute. Was that why?
I actually changed mine on Monday.
Yeah.
So days ago,
did you find out
I had
early?
no idea about Foxy9 until yesterday.
Yeah,
sure.
And the reason that I decided to do this was that there's a cycle reset here for Global Esports. So next opponent is going to be Team Secret. So in order for the red light, green light to continue, that's going to be the green light. This has to be the red light. So therefore, they lose today versus Gen.G, and then the cycle begins anew.
This pure analysis here. I love it. It's got a very scientific,
really bring
numerical
a play-by-play
backing
onto
to
the
it. But I mean, it's all true. It's all true.
Yeah.
I think there might be something to it. Of course, big time, I want to talk to you about why you picked Global Esports there. But I think either prediction, it's really a 50-50 shot here as we start the very first match of Stage 1. We're going to send it to the stage to welcome Gen.G versus Global Esports.
It's your time. Time to begin
뭐 많이 아쉬웠죠.
He's clearing out the early stages of it, but May. Oh, volley from up top.
안 좋은 모습들이 대회 때 하필 터졌던 것 같습니다.
로스터가 바뀌었다 쳐도 분위기를 끌어올리지 못한 것도 맞고 조금은 주춤했던 킥오프였던 것 같아요.
가지고 있던 단점이나 그런 실수들은 일단 확실히 좀 많이 보완이 된 상태고요. 지금처럼 좀 분위기를 가지고 갈 수만 있다면은 충분히 스테이지 1 우승은 가능하다라고 생각하고 있습니다.
자그마한 변동이라면 로스터를 확정짓기 위한 테스트 과정도 있었고 좋은 모습으로 돌아오고 있는 것 같아가지고 이번 스테이지 1 기대해 주셔도 될 것 같아요.
키움이라는 팀이 로스터가 바뀌면서도 항상 성적이 준수해요. 물론 뭐 다른 팀들에 비해 트로피라든가 이런 거는 조금 야 명관아 농심도 우승했는데 너네는 어떡하냐?
이길 수가 없는데 DRX를 나간 선수들 트로피를 올렸다라는 말을 제가 봐가지고 이제 새로 바뀌는 키움 DRX이기 때문에 그에 맞는 결과를 또 가져다 드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
여기만 보셔도 일단 저희가 팬이 제일 많습니다. 저는 뭐 기죽고 그런 거 없어요. 저희도 킥오프를 강타를 하면서 아주 이악 물고 칼을 갈았기 때문에 저희 팬분들이 기대하는 성적을 만들어낼 수 있을 것 같으니까 믿음에 보답을 드리도록 항상 열심히 하겠습니다.
When our performance in kickoff is very underwhelming, we have lack of time of practice and we have communication problem. In short time, it's very hard to fix that kind of problem.
So first, like during kickoff, we didn't expect that we can have the same performance teams like PaperX and Gen.G since they were really, really good teams. We realized that we have the same like talent and skill, I would say, but we're not that good as them yet.
We held some trial in off-season and Rimuru and Zeus, they are very explosive player and I think we can show a different color this time in stage 1.
Hopefully, they find the right players for them and how they give up pride from Filipinos also.
I know G will do better this year because they have a successful roster rebuild like Patman and Savietke and they retain Yudotan and Crystal. I know they're very good also.
In stage 1 is going to be like a better performance for us. We qualify playoffs and then we go to international. I think that's the best goal right now.
No matter which team we face, we will never respect their name value and we will try to beat everyone.
Es el final del VCT Master Santiago. First fight, something to fall next. Draws the double up. Dead. He gets 4. Hunted down and killed. They are your Masters Santiago champions.
발로란트는 뭐 프로 하면서도 국제대회 우승이라는 걸 한번 해보고 싶었는데 후회 없는 노력이 좀 담겨왔던 것 같고 그래서 좀 기분이 매우 좋은 것 같아요.
We didn't really expect to be in the final, I would say, since we just changed a player. But obviously, when you're in the grand final, you want to lift the trophy. If it doesn't go into your way, then I guess you just gotta like be proud of yourself that maybe the next one will be yours.
작년까지만 해도 네온을 계속 칭찬만 받았지 그거를 통해서 성적은 딱히 못 이뤄냈었거든요 그때. 이번에 국제 무대 가서 증명도 하고 이제 그러니까 이제 좀 많이 좋은 것 같습니다.
아마 일단은 서로 이제 한국에 복귀하는 날도 그렇게 다 비슷비슷해가지고 서로 준비할 거 없이 첫 경기 때 맞붙을 것 같은데 그냥 진짜 피지컬 싸움이 되지 않을까라는 생각이 들기도 해요.
I guess the time has come. We never played them before in Pacific, so try our best. Hopefully, we get to take them down this time, I guess.
저희가 아마추어 때부터 경기를 했을 때 한국의 PRX다라는 소리를 많이 들었었는데 이제는 좀 바뀌어야 될 것 같아요. PRX가 에이펙의 농심 아닐까요?
No, yeah. They trash us in Santiago, so I mean, yeah, you can say that for now, I guess. We'll let you have that title until we get our revenge.
저희가 킥오프 시작하기 전까지는 언더독 마인드가 많이 강했었잖아요. 저는 마스터스를 우승해도 아마 마인드 자체는 저희가 우승자기보단 도전자 입장으로 갈 것 같습니다.
We are done warming up in kickoff. Now for stage 1, we're going full speed.
저희가 마스터즈 산티아고 우승 트로피를 들었잖아요. 이제 그 기세를 타서 저희가 스테이지 1, 스테이지 2, 챔피언스 트로피까지 계속 기세를 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
matchup. Gen.G.
It's VCT Pacific Stage 1, Day 1, and we've got Group Alpha to start the show, and we have Gen.G here. They were on the rise in 2024, becoming our first Masters Trophy winning team in Pacific, setting the bar pretty high. Since then, Achilleos, they've been really struggling to find their stride again.
Yeah, it has been a rough go of it for Gen.G. Once again, making a change. Foxy9 rejoining the squad after so much time away. But is this the solution, or is it going to cause further issues? So imagine that if they're going to make a change like this, they had to have jumped on this immediately after getting eliminated from kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. You want maximum time. But the good thing is Foxy9's a veteran. He knows this roster. He knows these players. I'm hoping it's an easy switch back for him. And we saw just how great he was after getting benched last time. So can he do it again?
Yes, that's right. Gen.G's roster now is closer to a team where they found the most success here on this stage, but they're going to be facing against Global Esports, who dominated them back in kickoff just a couple months ago. Now, Global Esports said they didn't have enough time, before they got into kickoff, but they still performed really well. So my question is now the day we see their final form?
Yeah, time is not an excuse for Global Esports anymore. They didn't qualify to Santiago, so they've had a long time to figure out solutions. No roster changes, but it's all about, can these players hit their ceiling? Can they find that form? Because they showed amazing maps. We saw them just how close they were able to play Paper X, but ultimately they have to win here. They have to get out of that group if they want a chance at London.
It really feels like it all comes down to this, perhaps. Like this first match, this first day back at Stage 1 could determine so much about both of these teams' futures and potential playoff runs.
Where's Frost? Oh, maybe he's. I think he's a little bit unwell today, so he wants to make sure he doesn't spread any germs.
But he was wearing a mask in one of the videos earlier. So
responsible.
I think that makes sense.
Yes, that's right. Now, we did have the map veto. We did see these maps, between these two teams over in kickoff, but we do have some agent changes, and it's going to be very interesting contrasting these two teams here. Now, Global Esports now pretty infamous for being extremely off meta, but Gen.G, it doesn't matter who's on the roster. They kind of stick to the same formula.
Yeah, I mean, notoriously, Gen.G, historically never changed their compositions. I mean, they always stuck with the same thing time after time and just believed that they knew how to pilot it better than everybody else. So I'm very curious in this opening map of Bind. Now, we have to remember this is Global Esports pick, so whatever they have prepared has been cooking up for a long time. It's in the slow cooker. It's a slow boil. So I'm very, very excited because I think both of these teams are not immune to trying something a little bit different, and I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Like Achilleos was saying, I think this match, everything that's happening today between this first match and second match is going to determine so much, I think, about the pace of what's going to be happening through Group Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, everything always kind of comes down to that one game, that one loss. If you're falling shy of the playoffs or if you're just barely making it over the line. But it feels like this one is so pivotal because when you look at the rest of the rest of the group here in Group Alpha, you kind of have your favorites. It's easy to determine, okay, I think that they beat this team, they're able to get the upper hand over this one, they lose to this squad, etc. This is the matchup where it feels like it's the most coin flippy, where it is so close between both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to have that week one, day one match number one, so the most limited amount of prep time. It's all about who starts strong. We have the agent select coming in for Global Esports. This is a departure from the meta in a serious way, going back to double initiator with Gecko and the KO, and of course Deadlock in that sentinel role. I think on theory, Deadlock has a lot of stopping power against that Neon, but can Crystal make it work?
This is something that they've been workshopping and working on for a very long time. It's why I decided to put Crystal on my squad as the Sentinel here for today. But Gen.G, I can kind of excuse this. They're doing exactly what I said I didn't want to see them do, but because it's Bind and Karen is playing the Viper, it becomes better. It becomes okay that Foxy9 is playing control.
I can let it pass on Bind. I think the interesting thing is they're still running that Yoru. Now, I think if there's a map where Yoru will still be strong, it's Bind. I think the fast rotates, the TP trickery, I think he can still have a solid place in the meta here. But this will be our first look at that post-nerf Yoru. Can Zinx make it work today?
I think Foxy9 on a Brimstone won't be so bad. I think this is an adjustment that most players can make.
He's played some controller in the past, so it's not like he's never brought it out on stage before, but this is still a big return for him, and he needs to give it his all.
Oh, definitely. This is going to be a very exciting first map to kick off stage 1, and we're going to send it over to our casters. We have Quack, and it looks like Komodo with a beard.
Yes. Oh my goodness. You obviously can't hear at the moment, Quack, for reasons. Do you want to explain to all the viewers why your head looks like a durian right now?
Yeah, this is my Sunday best. It's like what I have in my ward. Nah.
You stink, by the way. Are you gonna have that on the whole cast?
No, of course not. I still have to do my job. Do you have a little QR code that's flashing on the screen right now? So check those out if you want to take a look at some Acer or Intel products. But apart from that, all that out of the way, yeah. Last place, Build Diff. This is the outcome. This is the result.
Look, I don't know how much it's going to help, because the thing is, I used to get tests wrong in school. I'd get whacked on the knuckles, but I was still dumb. So at the end of the day, we'll see if your Build Diff results do improve, Quack, or whether they will remain much the same. Regardless, though, we do have a big match on our hands. You can tell the crowd is getting a little bit hyped up now.
For sure. I mean, for this matchup specifically, I mean, what were your thoughts about it? I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, going into this matchup, my big thought here is that Gen.G were knocked out at the end of kickoff in the lower bracket by Global Esports, giving them maybe their worst result as an organization thus far. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a revenge match for a Gen.G that very much has underwhelmed at the start of this year. For GE, as mentioned by Patman in the hype video there, they're wanting to go one step further and try to push their way into the playoffs. And I think a win here is necessary to do that, because this group is just so tough, man.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I've got the durian off my head now.
Locking in. My man's locking in. Let's go. Foxy9 back in the server. I actually cornered this man in the bathroom and tried to ask him what role you're on today. Well, are you playing controller? And he was a bit shifty. He wouldn't tell me. But look, what we're seeing in the server is saying everything right now. Man will be on the Brimstone, and we're going to see how he goes with it. It'll be GE starting out on this attacking side here. Viper Wall is across A to try to aid in a retake, and Zink's already on the move down long.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of information, but at the same time, Texture playing hyper defensively inside a Labs. Ooh, slides over. Quickly able to get away. Not quite. The classic kill coming in instead.
Yeah, U-Haul secured now for GE. Caron is guarding the entrance with the Sheriff, and he's seen a lot of players heading past into spawn. GE very tricky right now, and there's just far too many targets for Caron to be able to calibrate. Does at least take one with him, but this is a very awkward situation now. Spike may get caught inside of Hookah, and I do not know what's going on for GE right now.
It's a bit of a trick play perhaps, but now everything's all done inside of this Hookah position. Tough to kind of play around, especially with the smokes down.
Yeah, they're going to have to bide their time here. At least you do still have the grab net available for Crystal, which could help them cut down the angles, but Gen.G are taking a bit more of an active approach here.
Yeah, marking the possible flank as well. You know, it's going to be a jump and a hop into Hookah, so that's going to give away a lot of information.
Autumn creeping up on the line here. There's the grab net, which is going to kind of slow down Gen.G. Catches two players there, but Autumn applying pressure from the flank now.
And starting to push up bit by bit. You got 30 seconds to make everything happen, but losing Crystal is just going to make that so much more untenable. Just Autumn. He's worried about the 50-50, but as soon as he gives away his position, Lakia comes in for the kill.
Yeah, nice pistol win from Gen.G, and I mean, we had some discussions about miscommunication with some of these international rosters in the prelude trailer before this game did get kicked off, and for Global, that pistol was a little bit all over the place. The wrap into spawn side, you had one player, only the Gecko, with the spike caught inside of Hookah, and Gen.G takes full advantage of it.
Like, that was the whole pivotal part of this plan, is the Gecko has to deliver the spike over, but losing that at that point, ugh.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Regardless though, Global will go straight onto a save here. Lucky in the hands of Udatan. Lakia dealing there with the Gecko Dizzy and throwing out a Prowler for good measure.
Here. Yeah, just a little bit here and there. Gen.G otherwise happy to keep their eyes trained towards the singular choke point. So far so good. You got the screen up as well.
Yeah. So you can't really make it through that toxic screen. C's ready as a little bit of a reaction, but there's Yutatan straight into elbow, and now with the plant going down thanks to Wingman, things are getting a little bit tricky for Gen.G.
Upgraded weapon as well. Yeah, I thought this was a whole thing about GE playing off meta, but you know, you gotta love how the Neon's coming in as well. At the same time though, Gen.G just keeping their distance away from GE. Just watching for it. Still need to get onto the spike though. So, waiting for some key pieces of utility to get sent across. Tap on the spike, bait some peeks across. But so far, so good. Yeah, just got to stick it all the way through now. Even inside the smokes, unfortunately, without the firepower, GE cannot break through. They tried to toss in the Dizzy, but that was it.
Yeah, the molly line up. You had the Mosh go out onto the spike, as well as the Brimstone throwing out his molly from across the map. It's a good attempt there on an eco that didn't really look like it was going particularly well for GE. They got stopped behind the Viper wall, but Yutatan finding a little bit of space to be able to get that entry into elbow. This was the kill that creates a little bit more space, and then from there able to throw out the Wingman onto the site and get yourself into a post plant, which honestly was quite winnable.
Yeah, I mean, there was a slight chance, but Gen.G still, you know, in control.
KO knife onto bathroom side.
I'll hold short first. They're dead trapping
GE.
showers. You can hold from far. Yeah, I'm holding far.
Working their way up here.
Come on, my Yoro. 88, Yoro.
There's a swing from Gen.G. Nicely navigated in the bonus already, starting off very well, getting themselves a one-man advantage. And you're not too sad to be losing the Neon there in exchange for a Gecko, as well as the opposing Neon. That is the solo entry that GE do have offer to them. So it is going to slow them down a lot in this round. They're going to have to look for some dry contact and some aim duels.
Yeah, Frost's not going to be happy about that. This is now bonus on the cards for Gen.G.
Drop spot from Foxy9. There's an orb for Crystal. It's better than nothing. Prowler clears out the middle of the map though for Gen.G, so they're feeling quite safe on this B side of the map for now.
And smoking down as well. Added pressure to GE as the timer continues to tick down.
Walking out onto the A site. It's a perfect timing for Zinx to go 1-for-1. Autumn is by himself though, so going to drop the Sky Smoke just to be able to create a little bit more space to try to get into an after plant.
So far, so good. But the barrier, did it just block Crystal from hiding back into showers? Now, Gen.G tries to close in the distance, but it's not quite there. So unfortunately, weapon's not working out. GE able to hold up around the little points, up around the positions on this site.
I mean, you cooked here as Lakia. Not much he can do. Trying to break through a brick wall, despite the fact that Autumn is very low here. I think that GE have been able to secure themselves around. It was a nice start, honestly, for Gen.G. Lakia wrapping back around. He wants to try to keep this one expensive. I don't think he's even got time to defuse the spike, though.
Probably not. Oh, no, but taking down Crystal. That makes things a little bit more doable. Still, though, time is going to be the biggest factor. There we go.
Yeah, nicely done from Autumn. 3k from him on the brim will secure himself an orbital and save GE from a bit of a nightmare scenario. I thought they were about to get bonus there. Honestly, that's almost as bad though. They've lost almost every single weapon. Autumn's got no armor coming out of that round, so it really couldn't have got much more expensive in a round that you won.
But at the end of the day, I mean, just kind of keeping things tight. It'll kind of allow them to continue forward, especially with how they've been trying to play around these
let's go.
sites.
Let's go.
Looks like a quicker one this time from GE. Gravnet may be comboed on in here with the orbital if it does connect. Lakia, does he get sat down by the Gravnet that flies up in towards Garden? No, but the KO knife will confirm his presence, and Yutatan securing control of Garden for now.
Gen.G though. Quite prepared for whatever hit might come. You've got Zinx closer up towards A short as well.
They're waiting with the key pieces of utility, ready to react off of anything that GE throws at them. And that's why you see that singular flash with the disengage from GE. They're trying to bait out and trade down utility. Zinx punished for the peek onto short, though. That's a big pick for GE.
And you can already see the rotations coming across as well. Meanwhile, Gen.G still potentially worried. And you got Crystal on the lurk as well. This might be a tough round coming ahead unless Foxy9 is able to do as he used to. Of course, on different roles now.
Got to do something special here. Vandal in hand, which is going to really kind of hamper his ability to be able to spam through the smokes. There's the aggression over on Hookah side. Karen may get caught by Crystal here, and that's another nice pick for GE as they secured a spike plant courtesy of the Wingman yet again. That will give the thrash over to Patman.
And obviously now it's just a lot more control of the situation for GE. They're giving themselves all the space they want on the site, setting down the barrier as well. Just another obstacle for Gen.G in the retake.
It's so hard to retake into deadlock. They
For
might just
sure,
save.
man.
Yeah, they can't go for this. I mean, you've got an orbital and a thrash. There is absolutely no way you're getting in there, even if GE is missing their money lineups.
Hey, they got the grav net in. Not to mention, if Crystal does get a kill, it's also up to his ult.
Yeah. So Gen.G opting to just fall away for now. Look to try to play their way into round number 5 here. And GE was a very strugglesome round, you have to say, in round number 3. And then round 4, it really couldn't have gone better, quite honestly. They have recovered their economy in a big way, and they haven't had to burn through any of these big ults as they continue into this half. So this attack is looking scarier and scarier for them.
Despite the rocky start. So all things considered, I mean, this is what the whole thing was about. You know, you come in off the slight break from kickoff. You cooked up this, you know, what Morgan was saying on the desk, like slow cooking this composition. This has been in the works for quite some time.
Yeah, Frost is stirring away. Along with, by the way, 4 total coaches for GE. So, look, if you can't come up with new comps, someone's probably not doing very much work over there, to be fair. Out comes the Thrash straight through the TP, or actually straight from outside of Hookah. This could be a quicker one here for GE.
Easier. Oh! At the same time, Texture's just prepared for it. Straight on skewered through. Still, though, considering that some of the players are on to Sheriffs, this is not just done yet. Crystal still fighting alongside the rest of GE. Ult's coming in.
Yeah, Annihilation doesn't connect on anybody. GE have to slow this one down. Wall goes up, Sky Smoke's invested. Lots of Gen.G players ready to be able to defend this B site. Pivot through the TP does come out from GE, but Zinx is lying in wait.
Off angle. He's got the gate crash prepped up as well, but no, he's just farming the orbs.
It's playing Farming Simulator, man.
Okay,
Crystal's
okay.
in his tractor. He's picked up multiple orbs here, moving his way towards a next Annihilation. The first one completely whiffed, but big hopes for the next one.
Yeah, let's see if these seeds will yield them any fruit. No smokes on the site, though. It's going to be a bit worrisome, but Zinx is, well, giving his best go. Pat's going to get a trade as well. Now, Autumn on to site. Terrence just ever so carefully up around the corners. If he can actually take a shot, but nah, it doesn't have line of sight.
Yeah, safe plant onto Wingman. Gen.G now organizing themselves for the retake. Remember, there is still an orbital in play here for Autumn.
So useful in the post-plant situation, but he's also kind of stuck into sights. Oh, unfortunately, he's going to get taken out real quick, and it's all just down to Pat. Doesn't have much to work with. Just the shots, but that might be enough.
Not
3 so far, and he's got to push up front. Karen looking for the wide swing, but Pat is still in the driver's seat.
That is fantastic for a man who only had 1 kill going into that round. Big play for GE. He was making so many big plays over in kickoff. Another heroic performance from Patman. Back on the initiator role, one which he wasn't really able to play too much. That is a huge opener for Texture. But another round where Gen.G, they start out with a man advantage, or they find the opening duel that they were looking for, and then they can't close it.
Just makes things so a little bit awkward for their upcoming buys as well. I mean, so far still able to come up with another one for this round, but clearly you can start to see why G has picked this composition too.
Outlaw could be deadly here. 4 sets of light armor on Gen.G. It's looking a little bit worrisome. Very much a default approach though. GE are not in a rush to be going anywhere too quickly here. Just want to work the map. They've got plenty of utility to be able to do so. This composition allows you to be so flexible, right? Taking map control.
Isn't that the thing about the double initiators?
Of course, yeah. I mean, there's a knife. Although there is a longer cooldown now, you can't throw all these pieces of util out every couple of seconds. But if you can pick yourself up a Dizzy, that's going to help you kind of work Garden. The thing is, like, you've seen these kind of agents on this map for a long time. Although this is a creative comp for this current meta, we've seen Deadlock on this map. We've seen KO Gecko on this map back in the day. Good pick from Lakia. Does shut down the Outlaw early on there. Over on the other side of the map, though, Crystal's done very well to punish Texture. It's going to put a little bit more pressure on Gen.G's rotations here.
Yeah, quick through the teleporter. And that's why he was up in this position this whole time. And I think we just saw a similar thing happening in the previous round. Now it's Foxy9 alone on this site. He's going to get burnt to, okay, not quite a crisp just yet. Still alive, able to play. But the Barra Mash just makes it so tough. That's the thing about the Deadlock again. And then you got Autumn watching the flank. able to kind of hold things off even as the flash comes through. There's no hope for Gen.G in this coming round anymore.
It's just another retake they haven't been able to convert, unfortunately, and some of that has been down to deadlock utility, but some of that has been down to, I mean, not necessarily being able to clean up Patman in a 3v1. Lakia does get a consolation frag, will gift him the Nightfall, but that's where the good news ends for Gen.G. This defense has been a disaster.
Yeah, constantly just trying to play around for information, up around B long, but GE just have so many options.
Yep. Gen.G need to figure it out. Wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout. Feels like this overdrive is just rotting on texture. Will have to be burnt coming into this round. It will be one of these rounds where it should be a half buy. And overdrive is a very, very big ult to be able to win you some of those kind of rounds.
I mean, as long as Crystal's still alive, and he's still good, hasn't used his utility that much. I mean, into the post plants,
I mean,
he just can't overdrive.
He had his grab net, you know? He still had his grab net at the end of that round. They're not even needing a lot of this utility. He was on that deep bathrooms lurk. Like, he wasn't even really playing an active role in that default. He was the lurker in a bit of a, 3-1-1 where the active side of the map was B guarded, and he was just, silently walking up bathrooms and finding a gap in the rotations.
Chill guy.
Yeah. Cold as. I mean, it's pretty cold in Russia, so makes sense.
He's comfortable with it.
Time for Gen.G to come up with something, because honestly,
Yeah.
this has been a bit of a woeful defense after the first 2 rounds. Been a couple of rounds where you thought that they would have been able to come back into the retake and convert it. Big momentum stopper, that Patman clutch, and it hasn't really felt like they've had much of an answer in this game so far.
You have to imagine it's just kind of weighing in the back of their minds as well. The previous kickoff performance, coming into this one, you're starting off this way. The rest of the group as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the group of death, but I mean, you heard it from Texture in the interview. They get knocked out of kickoff very early. That gives you a lot of time to prep and come into this particular stage. If you don't do well, especially with a 6-man roster and mixing Foxy9 into a little bit of a different role, then it's going to be pretty cursed at this point. The knife out towards U-Haul. Crystal once again on the line, well aware that there'll be light armor on offer. Yuditan ready to pick up the pace into U-Haul now.
The whole team's here to play. At the same time, just keeping an eye on that deadlock as well. Texture going to give it an attempt, but quickly shut down.
That's the overdrive burnt. Sees connects on a lot of players though, and the shotgun's starting to get to work, but GE holding the 9 nicely. Just all posted on that U-Haul entrance, and it feels like fish in a barrel trying to force their way through that choke point. Gen.G just get absolutely denied entry. And GE, I mean, it's just a very patient approach from them. They haven't even forced the spike plant yet. They're just waiting for Gen.G to overheat, and time again, Gen.G are overheating.
It's just so uncomfortable. You never know when that needle's going to drop. You see players starting to post up around the site. The deadlock utilities coming out, and you feel like you need to go. You hear the taps coming in, but
spike planted.
There's just no chance.
Yeah, Foxy9 gonna be a very long save for this man. He'd love a kill. If you get a kill and die, that's your orbital on offer. And with a lot of ults in play on the other side, you don't really care if the other team's getting a few for themselves. Crystal spotting him out. Grabnet will connect, but are you just beckoning him into the arms of the shotgun here? It seems like Crystal is well aware. He is not interested in what Foxy9 is selling.
They're going together, though. That can still work out.
Very nicely done. Molly lands on his head. Autumn a little bit better with the on-the-fly mollies than the molly lineup so far. That's maybe what happens when you put a primary duelist onto Brimstone. That's just rough, though. I mean, that's the overdrive that was sitting there for 2 or 3 rounds. He runs into U-Haul, gets his head blown off. That was the end of that.
Yeah, we're just going to write this one off. I mean, half buy coming in. It is what it is. But now you look to the next round where hopefully that timeout has done some work for Gen.G.
I'm hoping so, because, I mean, even from the player comms, GE are laughing like a couple of schoolgirls right now. It is going a little bit too easy for them on this game of Bind. Quicker pace in towards bathrooms here. Flash being prepped by Xavi.
Oh, and they're just going to poke right through. You got the Nightfall and quick response, but Annihilation out from Crystals. While not connecting, you got the shots in at the very end. Then the rest of the team just trying to pick up the pace or rescue their teammates. They're walking into crosshairs. Lakia is laughing away with the rest of the team arriving soon enough.
There's the res. Seize and Relay Bolt giving some problems for GE, and they've been crunched by Caron from the other side. Great team play for Gen.G. First time you've seen much of an active approach into GE, and you get the bathrooms crunch in response there from Gen.G. Works out a treat.
If not for that nightfall, if not for Gen.G maybe taking some control over B Long, wouldn't have allowed them to respond that quickly.
They do quite nicely. A lot of pressure on Zinx. Trades Foxy9 quite well, and even though he eats the Annihilation, there's more than enough players in response from Gen.G to close that round out. Utility well used there to put the press on. Finally, GE with a round that causes them a little bit more trouble this time. They're not going to opt for another pace change. Haunt will secure the bathrooms line here for Texture, though.
You would think as GE, you're somewhat wise to it, so trying to avoid some of these potential op lines for now.
Gen.G have got some great ults in play here, though. I mean, the Dimensional Drift into something like an Orbital could be fantastic for a retake. Prowler did come out on long there, and Lakia not spotting out any players, but I do believe it's going to be a Thrash play straight through Hookah into a B execute.
Just up around the corner. Prowler back in again, so it's additional information for Gen.G, but so far so good. The Orbital comes in to hold things off, but at the same time, Uniton just pushes up, overdrive ready, and burning everyone else down. Gen.G now for the retake.
Foxy, unfortunately, not able to hold much in tandem. Karen creeping up on the line should have a little bit of space here on elbow, but outside of that, that's where the good news really ends for Gen.G. This is going to be an impossible retake.
You just hope for kill or two before you start to go.
She's still gunning for.
Oh, and the second Thrash gets sent in as well. Texture walking away with some kills at the same time, and then it's Karen up from behind. Oh, Gen.G make it work.
He gets given a freebie there coming out of elbow. And then some massive shots connected from a player who's been pretty quiet thus far in this game. Really big step up from Caron. In the clutch, it's two of Gen.G's most veteran players. Players that have lifted trophies together. Able to put the pieces together at the last minute. And honestly, I was a little critical of Gen.G throwing away a massive advantage in a retake there. I mean, that is a post plant that you should not be having any issues closing. Tell that's got them very fired up, and you get an immediate timeout. This is where you're getting a slap on the wrist from Coach Frost, I'd imagine. Yep, there it is. We're 4 on 2, guys.
I mean, still, yeah, pretty much, it's okay. You don't have to get too critical about it, but...
Alrighty. Let's see if Gen.G have been able to forge themselves a little bit of momentum. That's 2 rounds in a row that they have been able to convert. Do you have the Dimensional Drift still ready to go? Not a tool that they've had to use. Pit is still on offer for Caron. Can mix them. You have Harvey's family in the audience today. They'd love him to get a W.
Not to mention Crystal's birthday as well.
Oh, it's Crystal's birthday. That's true. Love to get a win for the birthday boy. I believe that's... I mean, Seth said something about expecting Crystal to pick Sentinel for his Build Diff team, but I'm pretty sure it's just a birthday buff. What's the reasoning behind that?
Take elbow. Can we take elbow? Give it a spike up. Are you flashing this? Yeah, flashes. We net with the flash.
It's going to be a quicker play towards B here. Get the grab net straight up in towards
Garden.
Garden.
That's just going to give them a lot of control. Launching pad into the site. Gen.G, though, just trying to set up the crossfires needed.
You have the pit there for Caron if he wants to use it reactively.
Oh, he's going to kind of slink back towards the site, luring GE in, but oh no, that's where unfortunately everyone starts to get shot down. The Caterpillar smokes on the site actually working out.
Yeah, not doing too badly. Zeke's trying to fight his way out of it, wriggle out of a bad situation, but Patman denying it. Overheat a little bit there from Unitan in towards elbow. But when you're up 5 on 2, confirming that the 2 players are coming in from spawn side on the retake, it's really not going to matter too much. Another successful execute pulled off by GE. After losing a round, they'd probably rather forget. They immediately reply with a really nice B take.
The whole party, you got the barrier down for the post plant as well. And just practicing some lineups. You actually got that one.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, no better time, right? To practice than in the official. right? Not like this is maybe the most important game of the group for you. Because last time around, I mean, this was the lower break, make or break game in kickoff, and it took all 24 rounds of regulation on every single map. It couldn't have been closer, and something tells me we might be in for exactly the same today.
It's a real good chance because of the upcoming maps as well, but for this one, you would expect GE to have their way with things.
Lovely counter spam there. Onto Caron inside of the site after denying the wingman plant. He loses his life for it. Now prepping, once again, a bit of a faster A execute. Texture with the operator is the one to keep your eye on, and he will be right up in the face of this play.
I'm out of here.
Okay, just getting hit by everything.
Not going to go off in time, though, but does give G so much space back in again. But oh, Foxy9 off the classic, and now GE starting to lose their grip. Just Pat left on the site. Gen.G have him completely surrounded.
Well, see if he's able to put together another 4K 1vx. Getting smoked off. They're really not giving him any options. Taking him a little bit more seriously this time around. Gen.G. He's earned his respect at this point.
Of course, just trying to keep things tactical as well. But Pat, he's hoping for just a bit of vision. Always paranoid about the back, of course. At some point, you might just want to toss out the Dizzy or Wingman, but now he's got a little bit of something.
They're just going to swing him together. Not even needed. There's Texture. A big round from him on the Neon. It's been an agent that he picked up a while ago, and he's really gone strength to strength. Once upon a time, a little bit critical of his agent pool as a duelist, but Neon has become a staple for this man. You saw it on Haven all the time for Gen.G, causing havoc on it over in Toronto. So his op kills in combination with some chip-ins from the rest of the boys. Nice right click from Foxy9. Zinx using his only flash to come out of the teleporter. Something that they highlighted on the analyst desk. Yoru might be nerfed, but the TPs aren't.
That's why this whole map kind of works out for Gen.G's composition as well. But now, GE back into it.
Nice securing Bathroom's control. A bit of a jump spot from Yutatan, just trying to tell what the setup is, using the Neon movement to gain free information. Does at least bait out a Molotov in response from Gen.G.
Make things a little bit more workable. At the same time, though, Zinx
burned through both of his gate crashes. That's his second one. Remember that the duration of those is greatly reduced, so he has to choose whether he wants to stick around on this angle or bail out right now. And it does seem like he's going to back himself. Nice tag from Texture to start things off.
It hurt Crystal quite a bit, but he still hangs back, takes him down instead. Then it's go time for Gen.G onto this A site. Foxy9 trying to post up front, but Patman makes it a trade. Orbital Strike comes in just to clear out Labs as well. Hopefully this spike will get planted soon enough, but it's just to bait out the positions of where Gen.G would be.
Got good patience from Caron there. You thought he was on for another one of his vintage multi-frags. Knife has confirmed the position of Lakia. Up goes the one-way, so this is a very low percentage retake.
Otherwise, not much else. Kind of already know where he is.
Just throwing the kitchen sink at him. Can't even get out of the one-way.
Okay. Oh, we'll give Lakia his flowers a little bit. You know, he is the Lakia
of VALORANT.
Still getting spotted though, and Pat pretty much in control. Lakia still not backing down. Hang on a second. Nah. Autumn out from behind, and with this, at least G does secure a bit of a lead going into the second half.
Yeah, they've done very well on the attacking side there. I mean, given the fact that Gen.G has taken the pistol, you had a big string of rounds in there from Global, courtesy of a very nicely tailored game plan with this double initiator. It's a combo that we've seen in the past, usually played with Viper. You often see back in the day when Gecko was very strong, the Viper wall go up and then you'd have Dizzy and KO flashes over the top, or you'd be playing a Sky with a Gecko, for example. Double init did used to be very popular on this map in that meta. We've seen Deadlock as well, so I think that this GE comp is a bit of an amalgamation of some older ideas, some older metas being tried to put into place now that, you know, you are seeing double duelists kind of fall to the wayside a little bit more.
Yeah, it's kind of like taking a piece of everything. I mean, you do have the Deadlock, as you mentioned, but don't forget the Brim as well. There's so much that they can play around in those post plants. I would have liked to see, you know, a stronger finish from this first half, though.
Yeah, I think, look, GE, they got a lot of value out of those prepared executes. You see the Gen.G fans in the crowd though. Autumn's done quite well on the Brimstone there. It was definitely an effort by committee though, by GE. I think everybody kind of stepping up and having their moments. Gen.G, it felt like a bit of a shakier first half from them, honestly. I think you saw a couple of whiff shots, a couple of angels that you would have expected some of these players to win that were a little bit shaky, quite honestly. So I think maybe first game nerves after a bit of a dismayed finish in kickoff might be a thing for them.
Everyone's just kind of getting used to being back here for Pacific after quite a bit off. But at the same time, I think after the little timeout, Texture back on the op, things came back in a little bit.
Yeah. Now he's on the attacking side, so he's going to be running it down hand in hand with Zinx. See how that does go for Gen.G. Going to be a bit of a fight over short A early on here. Very centralized setup for GE. Ready to crunch to the middle of the map through the TP if needed. But Gen.G are walking their way towards bathrooms for now. It is a very default approach, just trying to catch any aggression early on.
Similarly, both sides. Second smoke down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very standoff approach. GE well aware that there could be a short setup behind this smoke. They have to respect it for the time being. Now Gen.G going to organize themselves to retake short. They do invest the Yoru Flash to burst through this smoke. They're not going to have one for the later part of the round. And in fact, they're just going to wait for it to elapse and try a contact approach instead.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Feels like an all-in or nothing where G might be a little bit more prepared and they're still trying to poke and prod, take what they can find. A little bit of a flash getting sent across in now. And you start to see players push out a hookah.
Can't force your way through that one as Gen.G. You still have the relay bolt in play. GE have taken the middle of the map in the meantime. So if you get the pivot back to B here from Gen.G, it's going to be very hard to make that work. But they seem singularly focused on taking this A site one way or another.
And sometimes watching the flank a little bit as well. It's out to 20 seconds, Pilsky. I'm getting nervous. Pat's starting to creep up front. Autumn's done a pretty good job at holding the off angle, and now Pat comes in for the flank. You got 10 seconds left, and you're still trying to get the spike down. It's not happening, guys. Javi has gone away with the triple kill at the end.
Yeah, Gen.G just getting stalled out by Brimsmokes for the majority of that round. It felt like they gave a lot of respect to that. And I think that comes down to what the comp is at this point. Back in the day, if you had multiple blindsides, you could try to burst your way through smokes a little easier. To be fair, he probably wouldn't have had two on the pistol anyway. But with this kind of comp, what you want to see in response to those smokes is just prowler or blindside your way through the smoke, burst out with the neon and take things a little bit quicker. But it was very tentative for Gen.G, and maybe that's respect to the double E util, or maybe that's respect to the deadlock.
Just kind of feeling things out as always, the initial opening rounds, but for this one, you're not expecting these lineups that Javi has, now fully equipped, pushing on through. The rest of the team straight through with the teleporter crunch.
Yeah, it looks really nice for GE, doesn't it? Fighting all together in response to the bathrooms take from Gen.G. I think early on, though, for Gen.G, that's going to be something that they can keep in mind. I think you'd rather get bathrooms crunched and destroyed on an anti-eco than you would in an important gun round later on in the game. Can be well aware that GE may be playing some garden setups towards B and that they're going to be playing around the TPs. And I think you probably would have seen something similar in the pistol if the approach had been up through the middle of the map up on A, because you had GE take that short control, and that's going to allow them to actually pivot TP towards that A side of the map if the hookah take comes out. So very clear to me early on at least that GE wants to be aggressive. They want to play on the front foot. And once again, you're seeing them very close up on short here. I love this on the bonus.
As long as it still keeps working. Try to take things away from Gen.G, but now fully blinded. Not quite able to play around it as well. Still got the smoke to back into, though. And that's going to be Autumn now going down.
Very chaotic. Great reactive utility from Gen.G there. The C's, the relay bolt. They're really responding to all of GE's aggression in kind. Now you get the pivot back through bathroom side. Patman trying to find a little bit of a timing here. The B site is fully enforced with deadlock util for now. But Patman's definitely the player to keep your eye on.
Yeah. I mean, if this doesn't work out for him, it's going to weaken the positioning on the front, but still, he walks away with 3! Dizzy out, and he's looking for the quad as well. Oh, but Karen just doesn't mind, pays no heed to it. 1v2 now.
And Crystal getting active in the middle of the map now over on market side. Xavi very low on HP. Gravnet is still in play. Could be the piece of utility that secures this round, but Karon's reading this quite well for now.
Or is he? Crystal.
I mean, this is a crazy off angle. There's no way.
Oh, you just wouldn't think that he would have gone all the way that far back.
Nah, he's done very well. And again, this is what I was saying. Like, GE are just very active in the front part of the map. They are not sitting back on the sides. They're not trusting, okay, I have a deadlock. Like, you just can't attack this site. They're being active through the TPs. They're pushing up short on the bonus, hyper aggressive in the crunch, which, to be fair, doesn't work out. It's really another hero multi-frag from Patman that keeps them in a round like that.
That's what you gotta love to see as well. I mean, we do have a little bit of an extra tidbit information that this KO, that some of the lineups that we're seeing with Javi, comes in due to a new sort of pseudo coach that they have.
They've got a fifth coach.
A fifth coach, not Gen.G, but for GE.
Yeah, okay, who's that? Oh, Komodo. I don't think that's a good thing, to be honest. I've played ranked with Komodo on KO, and I've never been team flash more in my life. So
I know
so far the flashes have been good from Xavi. Look, we'll see if that continues. There's plenty more that we haven't seen from a KO. I mean, you could still get the flashes over B long or over the top of Hookah.
Cross map, you know, 0 points here and there as well.
There's a lot of cheeky things you could do with the KO on this map, and if you haven't played against it recently, those are the kind of things that could definitely catch you off guard as a Gen.G trying to make this attacking side work, which so far it hasn't. Outside of a pistol and maybe 1 or 2 pretty big rounds from Gen.G, it just feels like they've been mere passengers in this game of Bind.
That's the thing. I mean, G has the ability to play a little bit further up front on the defense. They still have options towards the latter half of the rounds because of the double initiator and everything else. And the players now having that much more synergy to come in with it as well. You see another flashback in for Showers control.
Yeah, it does get Crystal on that deep line with the Outlaw. 5 sets of light armor. It's a Stinger light armor buy for Gen.G. Orb does go up trying to obscure the information over on this B side of the map, but even if the A take does come in, I do think you're going to see a quick flank through the TP. Giving up the site now.
Lead Crystal to his own devices, the Outlaw that is.
I think they're just looking for some Outlaw picks, but they're not able to really get too much value out of the Outlaw. All the stuns on the site. Plant will go down for Foxy9. How does GE approach this retake? I thought that they were going to crunch through the TP, but they're actually going to opt to go 5-man through spawn. This could be problematic.
And you got 3 players from Gen.G inside of Lamps as well. Not gonna lie, it definitely is. Pat's gonna have to clear quite a bit out. Dizzy, now the smoke's coming through. Gen.G are trying to maintain control, maintain close distance up around the spike. Texture still holding on to Lamps. Zinx taking down another player, but getting down for a trade from Yudotan as well. Now Texture up with the Bulldog, but slowly, bit by bit, as they all continue to hunt down for these trades, GE are going down to Lakia.
Just gave Gen.G way too much space. I thought they were actually in a decent position. Like earlier, you saw their setup. They had 2 backside. You had the Outlaw posted up from Heaven, I believe it was, and then 2 outside of the TP. I thought they were just going to TP crunch and maybe smoke the side of Triple and just hold on to Bathrooms control. But they give Gen.G the entire site and basically tighten themselves out of a retake. I can't believe they played it like that. That was a nice combo, to be fair. You have the grab net in combo with the Mosh, gets a free kill onto Caron, but 1 free kill with this many Stingers in annoying positions is still not good enough to be able to complete a retake. And that's a big boon for Gen.G. They much needed that round.
Keeps them alive. Now you got the full buys coming in as well, but let's not forget Autumn does have the orbital strike now.
Yeah. Get the progression smoke from Gen.G up the top of B long. Zinx sent forward with the gate crash behind. Just trying to bait out some kind of trap play, but it is aggression on Hookah side instead here from GE.
Slowly starting to peek their heads across. They're going to find 3 players on the other end, though. Ooh! Lakia slowly trying to push up front now, but at the same time, Karen's still lurking towards the back of A.
Such a tentative standoff between both of these teams. Gen.G still undecided where they want to be going in this round. GE were looking to try to isolate a lurk, and they go 1 for 1. Both of the Neons dead now. Take a lot of the pace out of a round like this. Zinx could still gate crash through the TP. If he gets this pick, though, he'll be able to get Dimensional Drift online.
Feels like G has a good inkling, though. Yeah, they're not going to let him walk away with it.
A site given over to Gen.G now. Nightfall is in play, but with the Thrash online for GE, that's really going to streamline this retake. You can blow up U-Haul with the Orbital as well, so a lot of good tools to secure GE this gun round.
Just to find a bit more spacing first. Feels like Gen.G are somewhat aware of the situation as well now. Keeping eyes trained towards Market. I say that, they're starting to turn away. They're actually trying to sneak her back behind. Not sure if G might have heard it though, but it's a great position to send out the Nightfall either way. Now holding the angle, Crystal walks away with a kill. It's just left the rest of the players up towards Showers, onto site. They're getting tagged out by Utility, but the spray control, what is that? Just Foxy9, and someone has the molly. Still though, Javier for the trade and sticks it down to the end after the spike has been halved.
Oh, 0.5 in it. I thought the wingman got that defuse off, but the snakebite molly combo destroyed it. Takes everything away from GE to be able to complete that retake, but they've still got it done. Right down to the wire after a very awkward exchange in the middle of the map here. I cannot believe that only went 1-for-1. Really nice util usage to be able to clear out the active lurk of Zinx. And I love how Gen.G played quite nicely around the Thrash there. Gave themselves a great shot to be able to win the round, but just couldn't quite pull it off.
Always feels like it comes down to the wire with this team, but either way now, potential last buy for Gen.G.
This is crazy from GE, by the way. They've got 5 on B. They've just given up the entire A site. Gen.G burns the Dimensional Drift getting in and throws up the deep smoke, so they're kicked up their feet on the coffee table. They are well set up inside of this A site. I wonder if they're going to flip the map here. They could catch Crystal by himself.
It's very possible. Still though, initial point of entry is going to be from the back of A short, and that's where most of the attention goes to. If Crystal finds his timing just nice, this might still be quite a good retake for GE. Viper's Pit, though, will be the main obstacle.
Yeah, I do have the KO in play as well. They've got to break their way through this pit, and this is a very annoying positioning for Gen.G. Texture going down in U-Haul, but traded well.
And then you got Javi as well. Crystal still trying to pick his timing. Sneak in through the back. Wingman taken out, reveals some positioning, but it's a Bucky in the hands of Zinx after all. So still, as you hop in and on around, you take down Karen. The pit's gone. Zinx is dumping his body onto the spike, but Crystal trying to get it down to at least half. Burns away from the molly, and that will be enough. Foxy9 walks away with robbery.
Gets himself an orbital at the end of that one. To add insult to injury, Gen.G given full control of that A site multiple times in this half. They got it done with the Stingers, and once again, unsuccessful retake for a GE who tried to run a very cheeky set play straight down B. Sent it down B long. But just so much position given over to Gen.G, who set themselves up nicely inside of the pit. And then the post plants are enough to secure the round from there. It's a good clutch from Foxy after a bit of a rough start to this game. His first half was not particularly awe-inspiring, let's be honest.
He's trying to be that team player now. He's going to need so much more to close out this map, especially with GE's scoreline.
Overdrive is in play here for Yuditan. Only pistols on offer with a hero rifle on Autumn, saved over from that last round. But they're quick on the flank here.
Whoa. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Gen.G do seem quite aware.
They're just 5-manning. It's a wolf pack of players. Straight up B long. Deadlock wall has been deployed, but they can break through that with 5 pretty quickly. How fast do they expect to flank from GE, though?
That's the whole thing. This all comes down to the very minute timing. You relinquish control for most of the map, so you are aware down to it, but you're getting caught by utility as well. Orbital comes through. Overdrive out from behind. Yudotan is just fishing out in the deep waters, but Gen.G are just hopping all around, avoiding that beam of death. Watching out for the back as well. As that's where the only players are left. Not to mention just the fact that this is an eco as well. I mean, they're feeling a little bit more confident now.
Oh. Let's not forget what Batman did in the round previous. In this exact same position, there's no way they complete this retake, right?
Surely not. It's a Sheriff. There's no freaking way. There we go.
Big crossfire. Gen.G righting their wrongs from earlier. They'd rather not relive that bad memory. And that's an 8 up on the board from them. Back and forth exchange in the last couple of rounds, but it feels like slowly but surely Gen.G are working their way through this attacking side. Getting in touching distance of double digits now. For GE, it has to be said, a lot of cheeky setups on this defense, though. They've had some quick plays down B long. They've left the A site completely open. At some point, if you're playing a bit more of a gambly style, you've got to win some as well as lose some. They've been pretty out of position a lot of times, but at what point do you run into the stack here as Gen.G?
That's why it just kind of feels like a slight guessing game here and there as well. G should be better informed though. 0 point coming out.
Prowler up in towards Hookah. Confirms that there's no one in there for now for Gen.G, but they've got to go and re-clear that space. Deadlock set up on this B side of the map, well supported by both the Gecko and the KO. There's a lot of flash plays that you could be making. With the Deadlock wall down inside a B long, it's going to take a while to work through it.
Just trying to thwart the timings of it as well. You peek off of the wall.
Caron dealt with. Just trying to chip away at the wall. He's been punished quite heavily for that. And Gen.G are creeping their way up into Hookah, but with the Deadlock util underneath, it's going to be very hard to bust into this site.
Unless you can walk away unscathed in this round, it feels like this might be where the death bell gets rung somewhat. GE pretty much in control, especially with all the utility across the site. Annihilation completes as well, so GE now finishing up to map point.
Yeah, very nice setup, and that's kind of what I was saying. At some point, you've got to run into the strong side, and when you lost your Viper right off the rip, all of that passive pressure on the other side of the map goes away. You're not so much worried about a bathroom's lurk as the defense. You're not so much worried about the wall or the orb going up to create that doubt in your mind that there could be a play on the other side of the map, and that's where this singular focus can come on in. Overdrive gets ripped, immediately picked up by the Annihilation, and once you lose the Neon on the entry there, things get a lot more difficult.
Now just trying to rinse and repeat the same things again. Of course, the weaker site now would be A site. Gen.G trying to recognize that.
Autumn being left on his lonesome over there this time. Not throwing a stim for the boys, creeping up in towards bathroom side.
Ooh. Trying to delay as much as possible, but it's Texture with an op, of course.
Now you got no smokes for the retake. That's going to make things difficult. Yudo has crept his way into U-Hall. Oh, I cannot believe he's got away with two there.
Weird timings because of the sprint, and now he's going off for more. Got Javi chiming in as well, and at this point, it's Texture, low HP, no spike to gain 50 seconds to play out the round. GE are just gonna hop around and close out the map in fashion. 13-8. I would say this is a pretty swimming start for GE.
100%. Gen.G started with the first pistol, but you get a big streak of rounds on attack there for GE. They get themselves a very nicely started attacking side and are able to make it work on defense as well. A lot of cheeky, gambly setups from them.
Very intentional as well. I mean, you love to see how they're kind of starting to cook all of this up. But for now, we're tossed to the coach interview on the stage.
Mine going GE's way now. We're having coaches interview for stage 1. Platoon, thank you for joining me. So congratulations on the map win on the Bind, which was your map pick. Just wanted to ask you about this comp you're running. Was this your way of countering the current meta that's super duelist focused?
A little bit of that, and a little bit just like I feel like our players found a new identity after kickoff, and we're kind of experimenting with different roles and what we thought was really good for us then. I think we've grown from that altogether, and a little bit of the comp stuff, but I think it's just what we're really comfortable with our own game. Yeah.
All right, speaking of identity, back in kickoff, Vito was definitely GE's thing. Is he out of the picture now, or what should we expect?
That's still to be seen, I'm going to say, but we still like Vito. We still think Vito is a great agent. Just, this is what we're playing for now.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'm going to let you get back to your team. Thank you.
A great start for Global Esports for the very first match of Stage 1 here. And really nice to hear from Platoon, who's been with this team since the beginning of this year.
Yeah, I mean, full respect to them. They said, hey, we're trying to find a new identity. The players are figuring stuff out. We're figuring roles out. And they came into Bind swinging. They're not playing the way everybody else is. We're seeing Gecko. We're seeing KO. Very, very different approaches to the current meta. But they made it look very smooth there in map 1.
Yeah, really good start for them. And this is exactly the kind of win that you want to see, a concise one overall here from Global Esports to come out. You know, drop that opening pistol. Looked like Gen.G maybe about to get a bonus conversion, but they started to really shut them down from there.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job. I feel like they understood the strengths of this composition very well, and also they stepped up individually. I didn't see anyone lighting up, particularly on the side of Gen.G. We didn't see anyone get hot, really start to take over the game, which is exactly how Global Esports want to keep it. We know they're good individuals. Now it's just about bringing that forward into map 2, because that's your own pick. Now you got to play your opponents.
Yeah, that's right. And Platoon was mentioning for this particular map of Bind, they let the players, I don't know, but the plan was to let the players play something they were more comfortable on. I mean, this team is pretty notorious for having multiple agent comps per map. So when you just have your players who are very good individually play agents that they're comfortable with, this is the kind of result that, you know, comes out of it. And I think they looked very, again, comfortable going against Gen.G.
Yeah, and on some things that I would not have expected players to be comfortable on so quickly. I mean, Autumn coming out playing the Brimstone, that was something that I didn't really anticipate at all. But in the end, it ended up looking very strong from him. He put up one hell of a performance.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job. I mean, I think we've seen Julius play that Brimstone in the past. You know, something's done it. So many other players have done it, and I think that's a very sort of, it's a nice pipeline. I think the Julius players quite like it because they just drop those smokes and then they're able to go. So I think Autumn did a great job, really managed to capitalize on that change there. So I think big respect to this global team. I think this is exactly the map one that we wanted to see from them.
Yeah, definitely. But on the other side of Gen.G, not so much a performance that we wanted here. I know you put Foxy9 on your Build Diff roster big time.
Both of your, two of your players down at the bottom.
Hello?
Foxy and
Can we play Foxy? Yeah, but I mean, I think a little bit of a slow start for everyone on this Gen.G team. Lakia there at the top of the scoreboard for them, and I think that's not something you ever want to see if you're a Gen.G fan. Lakia's place is not at the top of the scoreboard in what should be a high fragging team.
It's like when we were seeing Stax be the one leading the charge, Master Santiago, and all the matches that T1 is kind of getting bodied in. It's not really what you want to be seeing. Like you said, you want texture, you want Zinx when he's on this Yoru to really be the tip of the spear. And they opt to go for this, and I didn't really feel like we ever got to see the reason why.
Yeah.
There was never that much trickery thrown in here. We weren't seeing Gen.G going for crazy teleport plays. So I think this might just be something that has to get workshopped and moved away from.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I do think Bind is a map where Yoru can work, but they didn't show us anything really to do with the Yoru. Zinx was just standing there and fighting half the time, and he can do that on any agent. So I do think that we might be seeing changes down the line, but that is their opponent's map pick. Maybe they were surprised in the veto. Maybe this is a map that they put a lot less time in compared to some of the others in the pool.
Perhaps. But I do want to go back to Global Esports. There was a guy that we had our eyes on since kickoff, and that was Patman. Bit of a slow start, but things really picked up.
I mean, I think this is exactly what you want to see from him. We know he can make big plays, and these are 2 rounds, 2 separate 3Ks, one of them being a 1v3 where he takes over the round, wins it entirely on his own basically, and keeps the momentum in their favor. If he's not able to light up in those moments, I think things could have got a lot worse for Global Esports very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's continuing to show his versatility. He's continuing to show that he is a player that can, you know, hit these incredible strides, hit these incredible peaks. I mean, the 517 ACS, we were talking about it earlier. This obviously isn't that level of a performance, but it's still such a rock solid one from him.
Yeah, and also back on the Initiator, where he made his name, so it's no surprise that he's comfortable there, and he's able to immediately start off strong.
Yeah, and, you know, he was on the Gecko, and we did see a couple of wingman plans. We were really impressed with Global Esports plans.
Look, I mean, this is why this little guy is in the roster.
Turn away, Sliggy, turn away.
Yeah, I mean, Sliggy doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at this guy. He's putting in so much work, and I think it's so important that teams aren't really prepared for it. They see he's actually in front of the molly. They miss the spam. This little guy actually puts in work so consistently and even starts to get the diffusers in that second half. I mean, I think the big thing for Global Esports is this composition. When they're attacking, it's all about those strong post plants. Wingman is a part of that, but KO has a molly, Brim has a molly, Gecko has a molly, and they have so much util to put together traps like this. I mean, Texture manages to live and somehow gets a kill. That's the caveat to this, where if teams are still able to shoot you in the face, you might struggle. So I am curious if they bring this composition out again if they play Bind. Because I think once is a surprise, second, every time, everyone's going to be a little bit more prepared. But I do think it was well worked, well put together, and I liked it.
Yeah, I think so, and I think they liked it too. It definitely paid off there. And as we go into Split, now Split is going to be very interesting. Like Jen asked, Platoon on the stage there. Are we going to see the Vito come back on Split? You know, they played more than one agent comp there, but Vito was so memorable for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, he says it's still within their wheelhouse, so it's something they could bring out. But if they're not going to lean the Veto, I think that going into something like the Chamber as well could be really, really strong here. My biggest question is Gen.G. Okay, you're picking this map. Texture, we know he can play that Neon, but are you still going to be running the Yoru? I mean, what is your take on this big time? Because it feels like Split in the past, an absolute playground for Yoru, but given the changes, and you can't transition across the map as quickly and as reliably, I think that this is one that you don't really want to lean into him.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it a lot less on Split after the nerfs. Now, I think on Bind, I can forgive it. You can see how it would make sense. But I think if Gen.G decide to play Yoru 2 maps in a row, it starts to ask the question of, oh, do they not think like this nerf is impactful at all? Are we going to be seeing even more Yoru from them? And then I would start to be a little bit worried. It's not very cutting edge. It's not very modern if they're stuck in the patch of last month. So very, very curious. That is a very big question on the side of Gen.G now.
Definitely. In fact, Jen had a word with Coach Solo over on stage.
Never mind.
Not yet.
She's about to have a word with Coach Solo on the stage.
I think she is about to. I think it's, you know, these are big questions for Solo right now. When you have so much expectation for Gen.G, you know, since that Masters Trophy win, it's been sort of like ups and downs here. And now with Foxy9,
down.
Yeah, and lots of downs now. And with Foxy9 back on the roster, we are honestly having better expectations. We did predict Gen.G in the end. And you know what? We're just going to have to hear from the man himself, Coach Solo, over with Jen.
Jen here with Gen.G Solo. Now, Solo, tough luck on map 1, which was Bind, but we saw Foxy9 on Brimstone. So what was the vision here? Talk to us about the implementation of Foxy9 into the team. 감독님 먼저 1세트 아쉽게 내주고 말았는데요. 폭시9 선수의 포지션이 굉장히 궁금했었는데 바인드에서는 브림스톤을 했더라고요. 좀 어떤 과정이 있었고 어떤 계획이었는지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
일단은 저희가 이제 빈 자리가 테스트도 많이 해보고 했을 때 연막이 빈자리가 되어가지고 재성 선수가 또 스크림 때도 잘 해줬고 그래서 기용하게 됐습니다.
Well, yeah, it was more of a plug and play because we tested a lot of different comps, but it seemed like Foxy9 was really good on the smokes role, so we thought it might be a good replacement for the empty spot that we had. Now, one more thing, Yoru. We thought the nerf had killed him, but we saw him from your team. So do you feel like he's still kind of viable on some maps? 그리고 이제 너프 이후에 요루가 아예 사용되지 않을 줄 알았는데 바인드에서 기용을 하셨거든요. 이제 아직도 몇몇 맵에서는 좀 충분히 기용할 수 있다는 마음이셨을까요?
그렇게 생각하고 있기도 하고 물론 너프긴 하지만 그리고 저희가 또 너프 전에 또 많이 준비를 해놨어요. 이 조합으로. 근데 이제 너프를 당했는데 그러고 나서도 좀 해볼 만한 것 같다라고 판단을 해서 기용을 했습니다.
Well, yeah, I somewhat think that he is still kind of viable, but the thing is, we prepped a lot of different strats before the nerf kicked in, so we couldn't just throw it out the window, and I actually do think it's very doable to run the Yoru in this meta, so yeah, we just gave it a try. Thank you very much, Solo, and good luck in the next map.
감사합니다.
Now, Coach Solo, Gen.G, they are pretty notorious at this point for largely keeping things the same and then refining it and perfecting it and making it better each and every time. But now, I'm happy to see that he's been trying new things out, but it still seems he's gonna use the Euro anyway, and Foxy9 remains on controller.
Not here. This is actually, I think, one of the... We might have to look back on this, but this might be one of the only maps where we really are going to get solo duelists on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Foxy9 being on that Omen, it is still a question mark when you have Caron in your team, that is, of course, something we have to talk about. On the side of Global, they're keeping things relatively simple. They're bringing back that veto, but it's Autumn who's playing it and Yudatan on that raise. So a little bit of differences there, but ultimately the same style as Kickoff.
I mean, much more active controller with this Omen for Foxy9.
Yes.
A lot more micro that you have to be, just keeping tabs on timings, where you're placing your smokes, the paranoia usage, etc.
Yeah.
This is going to be a bigger test than the Brim was.
Oh, 100%. All right, we are going to send it over to our casters for map 2. We're going to see if Gen.G can bring it to a map 3. Korean casters are having a lot of fun over on the stage here. But we have our own casters here in the form of Pilsky and Quack.
I totally forgot about that, but yeah, we're definitely feeling the vibes out in the arena.
Hi, Vic.
At the end of it, I mean, it still is going to be, Gen.G up backed against the wall. It feels as though G has come in with the roaring start that they wanted, baby roar.
Yeah,
on Split.
Look, Gen.G hasn't necessarily looked fantastic so far in this series, and I think in a group like this where you've got TRX, PaperX, and Nongshim, the 2 Masters finalists, you can't really afford to lose this series when only 4 teams go through, so I think they're going to have to wake up, and they're going to have to wake up fast. I'm looking at the Raze playing into something like a Cypher much better than a Neon would, and I think that the Cypher is maybe positioned to deal with the Neon a bit more in this meta. Zinx solo over towards this B side of the map with the Viper Wall for a little bit of assistance, and look at this big trap set up here for GE. He needs to make sure he doesn't walk into that.
Well, you would assume that he's just going to stick around to lurk. G's not going to sit still, though.
Yeah, they've thrown out the paint shells and the C's to be able to take B main control. You see the pivot straight through the middle of the map here for Gen.G. They take ropes control. They're going to head over in Patman's direction.
He's already in position as well. Just going to transfer all that information to his team. Find the right timing. Sneak back across. Current lurking back around, just trying to catch him off guard, but he's going to eat a lot of bullets instead.
Yeah, full heaven control here. Lakia playing a little bit more pressure. Which direction does GE take this retake? Straight through screen side into texture. He's been able to do quite well with a 1-for-1 there. Paranoia holding them at bay for now.
That's going to do quite a bit as well. Maybe a forward current, a little bit more timing on the peaks. Oh, and then you got Foxy9 just looking for the right clicks. He sends out the smoke. Makes it a little bit more difficult, but still, GE will trudge through. Now straight from inside the smokes, Pat's going to walk away with a couple more kills. And that makes it all that you need. GE walks away with a pistol.
Yeah, Gen.G very much poised for maybe a retake through ramp side and get caught a little bit by the pace that was set on screens from GE. Nightmare start to this attacking side of Split. This was their map pick, and let's not forget how successful GE was on this map last Split. They did quite well with the veto in the past. So I think they're going to be quite at home on a map like this, and for a team like Gen.G to pick it into them, you got to be quite bold, you got to be quite confident that this is going to work out for them.
Might actually even be a little bit better now that you've got, Yudotan back on the Raze as well.
I mean, he was monstrous on the Raze. In fact, when he was brought into this roster, I remember it was Patrick who wasn't quite able to get into the server in time. They had to put Yudotan on the Raze, and it turned out he's pretty sick at the Asian.
He is.
He's already been battle-tested with it. Deceptor in position. Autumn, a player who's now on the Senti role and feeling right at home. Let's not forget, this man has played plenty of this role. He is not just a duelist player.
For sure. I would say some of the mechanical skill transfers over to the role. He's just locking down this site, making things difficult for Gen.G. You look towards Zinx, who, oh, okay.
Handed Crystal a free haircut on his birthday. That's pretty nice of him. Sees dodge quite nicely. Zinx has made it quite deep on out here, but the Prowler confirms his position, and Zavi will pick him up.
Nice haircut. Much appreciated.
Free haircut on your birthday. I'll take it. I mean, I was liking your durian cut earlier, but now you're back to your usual style. I think it suits you a little better.
It's more of a comfort durian now, as I kind of hope that Gen.G gives us a better map. Okay, I like that one. Texture slides on through, but Yudotan onto the Guardian.
Yeah, patience. Yudo and Crystal both earning themselves 2 old dwarves each in that anti-eco. Closer to an evolution and a showstopper as they head through into their bonus. Gen.G now prepping themselves for their first gun round. Foxy9 not looking too comfortable on the Brimstone in that opening map. Feels, again, like Gen.G is trying to plug the role question in their team, which has been opened up by Caron playing Sentinel. They could have just put Caron back on the controller, but that still hasn't happened. So that kind of begs the question, why?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's just so weird. I don't know, but I guess we'll just have to kind of cross our fingers and hope and see. Now it's going to be full swing out from G, of course, as proactive as ever, but they're going to be punished for it.
It was a nice try. You know, the set play, haunt up over the top, double satchel into the progression smoke there on the dark cover, looking for a pick. Gen.G all over it. Now the contact walk back up onto the line. It's just Crystal here with a Bulldog pushed away by the Prowler.
Very uncomfortable. Tosses out the sneeze, but...
The sneeze?
Seize. Oh my god, what did I say?
I thought it was Frost that was feeling under the weather. It's spreading through the team now.
A little bit. He's right under us. But still, coaching booth. Either way, just trying to hold down to this choke point to the best of his ability. Gen.G back up towards the top of heaven.
It's a nice high-low through the gap in the Viper wall that gives a pick over to Gen.G, but the pivot, Zinx very active on the lurk. He is the consolation, the second plan B here for Gen.G that allows them to break on into the B side. Autumn has repositioned, activating his interceptor now and looking for a pick with the Outlaw.
If he goes unchecked, it could be good, but at the end of the day, it's still an Outlaw. Everyone from Gen.G pretty much up to full shields.
It's a good pick for Crystal, and now you're going to be able to run a bit of a bait setup inside a B main. If Autumn goes down here, I'm not sure they're going to be ready for Patman on the flank.
So a little bit of that fake, but Pat, he's whiffing shots. Now it makes things really awkward. They're going to swing him together. Gen.G just looking to protect the spike with their lives. Crystal, of course, trying to make his own moves as well, but it's way too exposed. So just down to Pat.
It's a round that could have gone very poorly for Gen.G, and they've walked away with it. Foxy9 and Lakia barely clinging to life. Patman scrambling back into the site. Will lose his Vandal here, but he's really just trying to cause any damage, and Gen.G are giving him nothing to work with.
Pretty much. So we're just going to hang back as well. They can get, some alt points here as well. They might as well go for it. Lakia's close to Nightfall now.
He's been quite good this series. That's 3 from him in the opening gun round. He was actually the standout over on Bind. Question in this meta is, what init are you going to run on various maps? And I know a lot of teams are trusting the Sky because with the nerf of Yoru, it creates this question in your composition. Where did the flashes come from? And do you even use any? And you've seen in various other regions, both CN as well as over in EMEA, Phoenix being picked up in the secondary duelist, or they're playing a little bit of Sky to be able to answer kind of the flash problem, as it were. In this case, though, no flashes on either team except for the Paranoia, really.
Maybe more of the Nightfall in this case. But for now, it's just going to be Texture all the way up front. Catches up someone on a slight timing. Yudo time to trade.
Yeah, Haunts exchange back and forth. Oh, swinging through the Viper Orb. I thought Patman was on for 2 there, but Foxy9 shuts him down nicely.
Oh, now I gotta get caught by Javi though. So just constantly getting doors shut in their faces. Gen.G now find themselves with the only option, the A site.
Oh, Yudo though, he could be on for a big multi-frag here, but caught off guard by Lakia, who continues to deliver. Nightfall is in play. Prowler will clear out all of the close angles, so A site, look, is definitely an option, but not when you get caught on the cross by Crystal.
Continuing to jiggle peek as well. Karen just has one mission in his mind. Get the spike planter. Okay, trying to bait some of them out.
And Caron is always so clutch in these kind of positions. You have to give him a lot of respect as GE. They're just going to trust the numbers here.
He's still tapping the spike.
Yeah.
Walks up towards elbow. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's just looking for a 1v1, trying to bait out a bit of a mistake from GE. But former Rookie of the Year demanding a lot of respect in that 1-on-2, despite not having a particularly great finish. These players in Gen.G still have so much veteran savvy and so much aura. So much respect over here in Pacific. I think this was the key kill. I think if Foxy picks up Savvy there on B, this round's done and dusted. Great positioning, start to finish from these players on GE. Has to be said. Very scrappy round, which came down to mere milliseconds in certain duels, but Gen.G have had their money broken. Big round for GE to win.
The wind in their sails, as it were. Just continuing to gain proactive control. I mean, look at that outside garage.
Yeah. A bit of an exchange inside a middle. Texture is one off of his overdrive. And especially with something like the Nightfall, you could take a lot of HP away from these players on GE, and that's where something like a Bucky, a Sheriff, a Guardian can very much clean up some of these decayed players.
Well, you always just going to want to watch out for positions where Texture could suddenly pop through.
I mean, Foxy has already made his intentions clear. He's already fired a Bucky shot into Mail. So GE are well aware of what's on the cards in a round like this.
Very defensive positions. Vito in towards elbow.
It's a lot of space being given. They're just trusting the angles, trusting the retake. Trying to, again, kind of chip down Gen.G before they're actually able to get into a successful post plant. Prowler goes forward on A main here. Gen.G taking more and more space. Autumn digging his heels into the site to play off Crystal's util.
You say digging, but I really do love how he's got the TP set up and gives him so many more options to play around it. He's going to eat the Nightfall 4 now. As he hangs in tight. Crystal walks away with the kills through the smoke. And Autumn is just unscathed by it, unbothered. A counter Nightfall comes in, and it's pretty much just GE to flood back in Lakia. What do you have? Nothing much. It's G up to 4.
Crystal's positioning has been pixel perfect so far this game. Caught multiple players on the cross out of A main. Another successful haunt before Gen.G is able to actually get into a comfortable A site post plant. They're just losing players coming out of the chokes. Great spam, great use of the Phantoms. 5 Phantoms in play there. Very intentional for GE that they just want to play a spam-heavy game and punish Gen.G on the entry into site.
Working out well with the macro as well. I mean, you really, once again, hope to see more from Gen.G. Some signs of life, a bit of breathing, perhaps.
Yeah, Cage for the cross sets up Texture for a little bit of control of A-Ramp. Chokehold is in place up there. See Gen.G just trying to bait out some kind of reaction from GE on A main. Very tentative of how far they should push the issue. Autumn caught there on the cross though, and that's an open A site for Gen.G.
Huge as soon as the curtains fall. Now it's pat down in the ground.
Finally, they found a decent timing. Shotgun sings for Zavi though. Karen caught on the flank, but it's still the same situation for GE. A very difficult retake on the cards.
Unless Zurotan somehow finds a little bit more, but he'll have his choice as he streams in towards Elbow. The rest of the team now beginning to make some moves. They found Zinx.
He's dead.
Foxy still taking his time though, and that's where I do get a little bit worried, but Lakia pretty much has things under his grasp. Yudotan beginning to make his assertions. 3 kills. And down to the 1v1. Foxy still has the full kit, so gonna toss out the paranoia. Blinds Yudotan absolutely.
Yeah, key round for Foxy to win. Yudotan on a bit of a heater there, picks up the showstopper at the end of the round, and that got very expensive for Gen.G in a round where they don't really have the money to replace those weapons. Started off so well for them. That was at one point a 5-on-3. Karen gets picked on the flank, and it feels like Gen.G are really struggling through a lot of rounds that they should be able to close out more cleanly. Another 3K from Lakia. He has been gold today. In theory, Lakia should be the weakest fragger on your team, but he is just delivering time and time again.
Living up to the moniker, but back to another go. It's the pit online now. Flushes Gen.G over.
Off angle from Zavi. He is by himself here, and it is a triple peek on the cards. Spams away. It's given a little bit of space. There's a counter spam back through the wood wall, and he does get picked. Yeah. It's a nice opener for Gen.G. A lot of pressure on this B site now.
Very open position. Because of that, now Crystal getting a little bit itchy.
Yeah, Yudotan bringing the showstopper over to the other side of the map. They're expecting a flood back into B. Autumn making a nice mid-round push here. Could give them the information that they need. Crystal dealing with the trip and sinks to boot.
Prowler in towards the back of sewer as well. Pat is just tucked neatly into this corner.
Yeah, Stinger, though, brings a little bit of punching power away from him. Rotation back from Crystal. He has not put a foot wrong this entire game thus far, and he's got a 1v4 on his hands.
Now Pat's beginning to make his moves as well. Suddenly you see that everything's clear. You start to hear some footsteps. You call the team across. Yudotan gets it just nice. Showstopper will be huge. Set play coming in. Either way, Gen.G just trying to kick down these doors. Or get the spike in quick, but the showstopper has already arrived. Party brought over to you. How do you like that? Pat out from behind. Still gonna toss in Nightfall though. Gen.G are not backing down from the fight.
Yeah, getting the retake in through from a ramp side. That's a cheeky position from Lakia on the off angle.
Very possible. Just down for the count, but not out. Still, weapons will reign supreme. Low HP, there's not much you can do unless you had those well-placed shots.
It's another round where you get a bit of an entry into A, but unfortunately can't close out the post plan. It feels like GE is constantly given so much space in these retakes. They're able to successfully get flanks off. They're able to retake through ramp side. love the fast flood approach from GE. They had the Veto TP in A Heaven with Autumn on that B side of the map. So they're able to just very flexibly rotate and stack. That's a big kill again from Crystal. The Fades are having so much impact from both teams. But the setup from GE is what's so impressive. Even with Zappy over on that B side of the map, he had the From the Shadows. So in theory, the Veto and the Omen on that B side of the map could stack A so quickly. We talked about the previous meta where Yoru's with the gate crash allowed you to be able to fast flood and stack the correct sites. But similarly for GE actually, with the Omen and the Veto on that B side of the map, being able to TP A Heaven and From the Shadows across the map, that is such an easy fast flood kind of stacky approach. And on top of that, you throw the rocket. I mean, it's hard to actually convert an A site after plant, really, as Gen.G.
That's why we'll have another relatively early timeout halfway through in the first half for Gen.G. But other than that, yeah, GE just feels like they have so many options, and it doesn't help when all of their players are starting to perform to this level as well. I mean, Crystal continuing to push here and there. I was not expecting to get that kill against Ziggs.
Gen.G, it just feels like pound for pound inside of the server are not stepping up to the level that's required. Firepower-wise, GE are kind of all over them in this series. Ziggs has not had any impact on this Cypher. Another rough game from Caron. Felt like they were not super online, not super active in Bind, and I'm not getting the sense that much has changed coming into Split here. Lakia is once again top fragging on the Fade. This is bad news bears for Gen.G.
Gonna walk into the next round slightly naked.
Yeah, not a lot on offer. Couple of Sheriffs. You've got the Outlaw waiting in the wings. Crystal is licking his lips at the prospect of a couple of freebies. Shotgun up on A Heaven. There's no way you're making your way up there.
A lot of possibilities to delay as well, the positioning of it. Javi with the judge.
Gen.G have just been given the middle of the map yet again. GE are quite happy to give it up. Play around that. If you could get a good timing though when a pick onto either Patman or Crystal here, they could be on for one, but Patman covering B main nicely, and that's where the Outlaw gets involved.
I find so much more as well. The C's.
Whoa, where's he going?
We're going bungee jumping.
I saw that in Harry Potter. He's floating into the air.
Casted stupefy. Oh, unfortunate.
Man, that's rough. Caron's literally been force choked into the air by a nicely placed C's.
Do it. Do it.
He did do it to him, to be fair. The Outlaw against the Eco. It is disgusting. It's too easy for GE this game, isn't it?
But this is so awkward because Gen.G were the ones who, walking away from kickoffs, didn't play Split that much. Pick this against GE, who had it 4 times played.
Yeah. Next shot. Looking to try to pick up the pace, but it's a C's nade combo. Will end him on the spot. Gorgeous utility from GE.
You had a timeout coming into this round. This was not meant to happen, but unfortunately it did. And now GE just lie in wait. You don't have much else. You don't have options towards the back of other sites, other portions of the map.
We're going to contact into Zabi. He's got a shotgun. You've got the utility. We can't even throw a C's as Lakia. This is falling apart, Quack.
Are we for real? Yudotan's gone off peeking. Get hit by the paranoia as well. Autumn's starting to make a move, and they're just trying to pick their timings into these fights. Gen.G want to be dig deep and fight their way out of it, but it's not happening. Yudotan to finish with the Predator ace.
I mean, he's farming on the Raze again. What do you even say at this point? 13-4. Patman's had multi-frags on multi-frags. Crystal hasn't put a foot wrong. And this Veto is looking a little bit silly, a little bit foolish at this point from Gen.G. Like you said, coming out of a timeout, they try to force their way out A main straight into a util combo. What a nicely constructed site hold from GE.
No. I was not expecting that from Yudotan. Of course, we go again, Gen.G.
Paranoia onto Autumn. He's under not much pressure here, feeling quite safe behind the Viper Wall. TP into the cage from Foxy9. Where's he off to?
So open. And now the corner unchecked. Autumn is just going to lap it all up. The Stinger still pushing through, though, and Texture already into the back of screen.
This could be a big round from Texture. One off the overdrive here. Still does have the fast lane in play to try to cut up some of the angles. Sees is there for Lakia, but I'm looking at Yudotan. The man has got a rocket in his pocket.
Even just tapping the button is going to force Gen.G to scramble somewhat. Oh, there goes the paranoia. There goes the showstopper. Gen.G, how do you hold? Pat's gone nuclear against Lakia. Now you're just sending off to it. Texture has to come up huge, but it's not going to happen. The peach shells even at the end.
Unreal. Yeah. 8-2 for GE. Just when you thought Gen.G was going to catch a little bit of a break, you were going to get a little bit of that texture magic. Just instantly smacked away with another nice flank on the retake. GE has just been so active in these rounds, taking map control. See the flank down the middle of the map there from Patman. Udatan joining up with him. It's not something that Gen.G was able to tackle. To be fair, they didn't bring much into that round, but they need every single round that they can get because this attacking side has been a non-starter.
Just going to leave everything defense. That's not too good. You got 4 ults online now. Come on, Gen.G.
Another B trap here. Zinx didn't fall for it in the pistol. There's the trip to be able to secure control of B main that will be taken back at some point. It's only a question of when from GE as the Prowler clears all of that out. And for Gen.G, I mean, they didn't pivot back towards that B site. They're once again working a little bit more slowly, a little bit more tentatively, because let's be honest, when they picked up the pace, they have been punished heavily. At least they've got ramp control this time. Smoke goes to Mail, trying to obscure their intentions, but GE are rotating correctly nonetheless.
Very carefully as ever. Operator as well. Now you kind of know exactly what's going to happen. Early Nightfall, though, just trying to thwart Gen.G's advances. You toss everything into the site, and you walk away with glory. The kills getting picked up as Gen.G begin to crumble and fall apart. Once again, just Texture left. Zinx is somewhere else, trying to get himself transferred over up through vents.
Just a beautiful contact setup being constructed here. Crystal was the first point of contact, and maybe that's all that's needed. Zinx finally coming alive here. He's had a quiet map thus far, but only 20 seconds to pick up the spike and complete a 1-on-2. I don't know if that's coming together.
No shot. Way too low. Autumn doesn't even really need to use the op here.
10 seconds left.
He's going to use it either way. They're supposed to score it out to 9-2.
I mean, this is a stomp from GE on their opponent's map pick. The last time these two teams played, you needed every single round to be able to separate them, but I don't know what's happened in the off-season. You know, we heard it in the content piece that Gen.G has been putting in the work, but I'm not seeing it in the server right now. I'm scratching my head at Foxy9 on controller and Ash going out of the roster. Some of these comps as well, either looking a little bit outdated or a little bit flat. And whereas GE, I mean, they've just gone from strength to strength. Everybody is performing across the board, and it feels like the setups are beautiful. Up back out once again for Autumn. Wasn't really needed in that last round, and with another contact play towards A main, it could be freebies for him.
Just trained into the position. He's going to eat a bit of damage, though. Oh, it's still good. Site open, Nightfall through, doesn't connect onto anyone. Pretty much just a quick reactions from GE. Look at the rotations. Crystal getting the shot spammed across.
I mean, I don't think Texture has ripped a successful overdrive this entire series. Immediately slapped away. Reactive paranoia for Foxy9 to try to slow down the retake a little more.
You got the Boombot now coming in as well. Not to mention, Pat out from above. Karen, does he have this read? Not quite. Just the rest of Gen.G onto the sites now, but they're all getting choked out. Lights out in the final round of the first half. We actually get a 10-2.
I mean, this is just dominance from GE. Caron even had a pit in that post plant, and he just never used it. He never got into a good enough position to be able to make that work for himself. Double digits for GE in the first half alone. It's got to be back to the drawing board for Gen.G, and I think if they get stomped this hard by a team that you'd say might be their closest competition in a group like this, especially after the kickoff result, surely they're going out bottom 2, because it doesn't get easier from here. We've got both of the Masters Santiago grand finalists in this group as well, yet to be played by Gen.G. I don't know, bro. I just don't see it. I'm not seeing it come together, and we're only one game into the season, not even.
Talk about it, not use pit in that round. Now, after those words, Billy, I've got a pit in my stomach. Oof.
I don't know, man. Caron usually just perfect positioning from him. You can trust him in every post play. You can trust him to lock down the sides. Haven't seen it today. Haven't seen any of that brilliance that you got in kickoff from Zinx, and in the off season, he's been silent today.
It's like, this is not the time to have teething issues. You know, starting opening day of stage 1, a group like this, yeah.
I mean, usually I would say, guys, don't worry. It's game 1 of the group stage. It's okay to have a bad day, because there's plenty of games to be able to recover. The problem is when the best teams in the world are in your group and you haven't played them yet, that doesn't really apply, unfortunately.
Well, we do have this second half. I think let's just try and smile through the pain.
Yeah.
As it goes down to this pistol, you lose this one, G might just close it out early.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of Gen.G fans in the audience. They are also smiling through the pain. At least half of them are on their phones right now, I'm not going to lie. There's not a lot of watching going on. They're trying to just distract themselves from the scoreline. I'm not going to lie. Patman is lurking towards A main this round. Bit of active pressure on B main, and smoke into middle. GE trying to mask their intentions here. Double trip on B. This is a heavily fortified site.
That's the thing. Yudodan's got the paint shells as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I said the Raze plays much better into the Cypher than the Neon. Info cam from Zinx. I'm sure Patman can hear that, and he's itching to deal with it at some point, but he needs to take his time. Scared that he'll get caught by a trap on A ramp. And you can see both the Omen
there it goes.
Yeah, and the Neon were ready to pounce on anybody dealing with that cam.
Fishing around. You hear one sheriff shot, so it's not enough. You might not think the full force of G is here, but lo and behold, G's just gaming this so nicely. Foxy9's position now triangulated. The whole team marching across. Texture alone.
I thought Texture was going to help him out, but Bro's dipped into the site. Foxy9 going 1-for-1 there, not too bad. Pivot straight through ropes though. Up in towards B Heaven. Let's not forget, there's 2 trips here and 3 players for Gen.G. They could definitely hold this.
Very workable. Got Lakia finding all that information for the team as well. He's been good so far, but he's going to get taken out. Just Karon trying to do his best. Tucked into the corner. He pushes into the cage, gets taken out mid-fight.
I mean, if you're not holding that, then it's not coming together as Gen.G today. Another heroic player being required of Texture. Does have a slide to work with that could help him try to win one of these aim duels, but GE just working together in tandem. It's a high-low on the right side of the site. Nah, too easy. 18-5 for Yudotan, 11 for GE. Just stacking up all the numbers in every category. Easy as you'd like.
Well, Javi, jokes. I mean, 11-2. Now you're pretty much walking in towards map series point. You know, call it what it is. Just not seeing too much from Gen.G in a lot of these moments.
I mean, they're just, I don't feel like they're playing off of each other very well. Like, you had Foxy isolated at Heaven by himself when initially at the start of the round, you were probably banking on a Relay Bolt Paranoia combo. And then a 3-player site with double trip not being able to be held when you had a singular, like, pivot through Heaven. Like, old Gen.G, you'd put your house on them winning that pistol.
Well, I don't know how you feel about your predictions, but either way, this is now Gen.G forced into the bye, literally.
Yeah. Stingers, Bucky. Autumn is waiting for his opportunity. There's 3 sets of light armor here, and he'd love to get a little bit of a click on with the Outlaw. Chokehold thrown in towards Vent is going to break things up a little bit, or at least confirm that Lucky is waiting.
Texture and Karon, they're going to have to do something, anything. They feel pressured for it, so just dumping utility out now.
They just bait out the trap so easily. Like, they threw a chokehold, and then Yudotan shot a bullet, and they were like, yep, that was a trap. Thank you. Let's go B main.
Anxiety for Gen.G is through the roof.
They're just burning through all of their utility. Like, that's the Paranoia used. They've used the Relay Bolt. They've still got the C's, but that's about it.
And now lethal range. GE sees the kill. They're going in for it. Texture, though. Hold on. The sheriff shots are ringing across the site. Bucky out in hand. And Patman trying to save the round. Out with a ghost into the corner. Might have to spike. 10 seconds. He makes a go. But unbeknownst to him, it sinks around the corner. Gen.G survived just a little bit.
Yep. Third kill of the map there for Zinx. You're definitely going to need your Cypher to come online on the defense. The Viper and the Cypher, some of the most important agents to have yourself fragging, which is funny because I feel like old Gen.G, if you saw like the Sentinel controller combo of like Munchkin Caron, you'd be like, okay, this site is held. It doesn't matter if there's a full execute. These guys are going to multi-frag, but like in this game, the contrast is so huge. That's a round that will keep them alive on the defense here, but I'm not sure how much more confidence you have at Gen.G turning this series around at this point. It's going to take a lot more work than that.
Undoubtedly. Even now, just getting forced all the way back.
GE up into vents. It is a save round from them. Playing around on the ropes. Caron lies in wait with the judge. Could be on for a multi-frag here.
I dare say he has to. Oh, but he's going to get taken out. Surely not.
It's rough. Foxy9 alone on the site now. Pressured by a lot of utility. It's a decent paranoia to try to buy himself some space as the rest of Gen.G trying to rotate in, but he can't even pick up one.
Hold on, we got Zinx around the corner still. He was good in the previous round, has to come up with more goods, but he's getting smoked off. At the same time, it's Pat pushing up further front. Zinx makes it a trade, but then you got the hopping judge in play. All of a sudden, the tables have turned around. It's just Lakia, and he's out by Heaven. Position noted. Just trying to peek across, but Yudotan right underneath his nose. We're up to series point, people.
This is a stomp, man. Yeah, the force buy won by Gen.G, and GE reply with a full eco win. The judge gets nothing, not even one. Immediate entry from Pat.
The foot!
Yep, spotted out the foot, head taken off. Foxy9 the next up to bat with a decent paranoia. Still can't even bring one frag to the table. In the back of the site there. You need your Omen Viper to be able to multi-frag on these site holds. The frustration is evident for Gen.G. It's been a very rough series from them.
Rough day. Opening day. Again, just not what you want to have, but alas, here we are.
Watcher expired.
Autumn, once again, looking for openers with the Outlaw, walking up mid, trying to bait the trap. All goes up.
Waiting for it to drop. Doesn't see anyone out towards mail or anything.
Boombot dealt with. Did hear the stinger, so they're well aware that this is a 1-3-1.
Ooh. Foxy9.
Yeah, he's walked into B main. You got to cut some corners. Glass Cannon Vandal as well. You can tell that the man is feeling confident. Pivot back to A though. There are multiple trips here. Paint Shells hasn't been used just yet.
Still very doable for GE. Of course, Gen.G will have this written in the cards, though they're trying to get a good read of the situation.
There's the Paint Shells to break the trips.
One tree not broken, and that will be enough for Texture to kind of line things up. The rest of the team coming in off that effort as well. Now the spike on the ground. Surely this is where G starts to resurge.
Paranoia into Hellside though. I thought Patman was on for a multi-frag, but Texture from screen side, very dialed in on his screen this round. Xavi looking for damage. Only 10 seconds, just going to fall away and save a successful hold from Gen.G. Courtesy of a nice multi-frag from Texture.
Thanks to the information from Foxy9 as well. I mean, you gotta love starting to get a little bit more proactive. Shut some doors in G's face.
I mean, yeah, it's a...
Got a ways to go.
It's a good round, but many more needed. 8 more in a row from Gen.G. I'm not sure how that's going to be coming together. Showstopper's out from Yudo as well. It's a nice hold. Good setup with Zinx in the back of the site. Spam through from Texture, reactive pawn over on Heaven's side. I mean, you can hear it in the comms of Gen.G. You know, Gen.G known when they're pumped up for their, you know, patented Gen.G Raw. That is a whisper, mate.
Hopefully at least not going out with a whimper. Just trying to fight back tooth and nail. Texture out towards the top of Heaven. Gain some control.
Takes the rocket out of the round as well. Patman over in Heaven's side though does pick up Caron, so a lot of pressure on Foxy9 to try to hold this site. Texture has made it to the party in time though. Paranoia and Relay Bolt could be huge here. It catches a decent timing and it's a nice crunch on Heaven from Gen.G, but how does it get that messy?
Autumn is how, oh my god, turns things down to the 2v1. This was never meant to be G's full round. They had a half buy coming into this. Now Evolution's popped, you got the Nightfall confirms, no one else nearby. There's so much initiative that G can seize just by sheer positioning.
One kill from Zinx, couldn't get it himself, the neural theft, and read the position of the last player from GE.
He's gonna have to at this point. Spots out, the player out towards garage, but still paranoid, as there may be more players up in different corners. He's gonna walk up front, bank everything down to the garage plate, sets down the cage just to try to obfuscate things, but ultimately the C's reveals all. Autumn for the finishing kill. This was utterly, every step of the way, GE's game.
Yeah, they dominate the team that gave them a lot of trouble in the lower bracket of kickoff. GE off to a great start in this group. Definitely a must-win game, given how many dangerous teams are waiting in the wings. They start off well with some momentum, and we asked the question in kickoff, are GE good enough to make it international this early on? Well, I think with a start like that, they've got a little bit of a chance in this group.
Hell yeah. I mean, it does come a bit close on that first map, but off to this split, you know, just every step, every compositional pick, every player just finding all their little moments here and there. Safe to say, GE, this is a fully new, reinvigorated roster out for stage 1, but for Gen.G, I cannot say the same thing.
No, definitely not. They've had more than enough time to work on things in the offseason after an early exit in kickoff, but it was a very flat performance, even from the big names of Gen.G today. Having Foxy9 step into the controller role after Ash did decently last stage. I mean, it is a 6-man roster. I'm wondering if we're going to stick with the same roles. Are we going to stick with the same players for Gen.G after a bit of a nightmarish start here in the group?
We still have those question marks in there, but for now at least, winning for GE. We're going to toss it down to the stage with Jen for the winning interview.
A lot to celebrate for GE this nice 2-0 win, and also happy birthday, Crystal. Now I'm gonna grab Autumn over here and talk about today's game. Thank you, Autumn, for joining me. Your spot is over here. 네, 오늘 2대0으로 승리를 거둔 글로벌 e스포츠의 어텀 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 오늘 좀 경기에서 처음으로 브림스톤과 비토를 보여주게 됐습니다. 지휘에서 요루를 담당하다가 이제 조금 다른 요원들을 플레이하게 됐는데 이 부분에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 여쭤보도록 할게요. Now, congratulations, Autumn, on this win. You were the designated Yoru player on your team, but now you're playing Brimstone, and now you're playing Vito, and you have a 100% win rate.
Yeah.
On both of them because it was your first time playing them in an official. But how are you handling this major change?
I think it's okay because before when I played in VCT CN, I played more of a flex role there. So I'm quite accustomed to it already. So it's fine for me.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun?
It's more fun playing different agents,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Alright. 먼저 아무래도 그 중국 지역에서 CN 지역에서 경기를 할 때 플렉스로를 담당했다 보니까 워낙 다른 요원들을 다루는 거 크게 힘든 일은 아니었고 또 프림스톤 비토 재밌는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그래도 이 요루 너프에 대해서 어떤 생각인지 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 아쉬울 것 같기도 하고 이제 요루 당분간은 못 본다고 생각을 해도 될까요? But seriously though, I really wanted to ask you about the Yoru nerf. Do you feel like the nerf kind of killed him? He's not going to make his way back? Or do you feel like he is kind of viable on some maps?
Yeah, so I think the patch is kind of killed him, I think. But like the way people were playing him before, it kind of killed that playstyle. But I think on bind actually is quite good. And yeah, like they played it on bind today. So yeah, I think on bind is good.
먼저 아무래도 이번 패치에서 너프를 좀 세게 맞았기 때문에 옛날처럼 요루를 활용하기에는 많이 힘든 것 같고 좀 많이는 못 볼 것 같지만 그래도 바인드 같은 맵에서는 아무래도 젠지가 보여줬다시피 요루가 아직까지는 쓸만한 것 같다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 아무래도 플래툰 코치가 이번 킥오프 동안 좀 팀의 아이덴티티나 방향성을 많이 알 수 있었고 그 경험을 바탕으로 바인드 조합을 구성해서 오늘 보여줬다라고 얘기를 해줬는데요. 좀 어떤 방향성을 잡았는지 어떤 것들을 팀에 대해서 그리고 팀원들에 대해서 발견할 수 있었는지 물어보고 싶네요. So I'm gonna go back to what Coach Platoon said after map 1. He said you guys were able to discover your identity and kind of build off of that coming into stage 1, and thus on Bind you're playing Gecko, Deadlock, and KO. So what were you guys able to discover about yourselves, and how did that lead to playing this unique comp?
I think we kind of discovered how flexible all the players are in our team. Like Pat and Harvey play a lot of agents. Same with Sava actually, and also Yudo. Like all 5 of us can play a lot of different agents, and we just thought for the current meta that comp would work on that map. So yeah.
All right, was it more about countering the double duelist or aggressive style, or it was more of, hey, let's see what we can do and this suits us the best?
I think it's both, but definitely against like teams that keep playing Waylay and Neon right now, it's so, I don't know, I hate it.
Okay. Well, you dealt with it, so that's good. 일단 킥오프를 하는 동안 좀 G 선수들에 대해서 스스로 발견할 수 있었던 부분은 팀에 있는 5명의 선수 모두가 굉장히 플렉스롤을 담당할 수 있고 다양한 요원들을 할 수 있는 요원 폭이 있었기 때문에 그 부분을 최대한 이용하는 게 중요하겠다라는 점을 배웠다고 얘기를 했고요. 그렇기 때문에 오늘 바인드에서 이렇게 좀 개코, KO 그리고 데드락 같은 조합을 보여줄 수 있었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 굉장히 재밌는 시간을 보내고 있었고 이번 바인드 조합이 아무래도 이번 메타를 카운터 치는 것도 있고 아무래도 네온 레일레이가 너무 싫다 보니까 이런 조합을 더 열심히 하게 되는 것 같다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 어텀 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you very much, Autumn, and hope you guys celebrate Crystal's birthday together.
We will. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic match by Global Esports to start off stage 1 of VCT Pacific. And yes, they are going to celebrate Crystal's birthday, but not so soon because we are going to interview him here at this desk very shortly. But some of the highlights from Split, they did end up keeping that veto, but veto was far from the only highlight that this team had.
I mean, this map wasn't even close.
Yeah.
There's no two ways around it. Absolute domination from Global Esports. Gen.G never finding a foot in the server, looking uncomfortable at every step and consistently outfragged.
Yeah, like any qualms you could have after the first map, you say, okay, well, it's fine, Gen.G, and they pick up 8 rounds on fine, but it's not their map pick. They should have much stronger game plan coming into this. Nope, not at all. Absolutely absent.
I mean, I'm surprised they picked this map. This is a map that Global Esports looked good on in kickoff, and then they bring out a Cypher. It just doesn't feel cohesive. I think alarm bells are ringing in the Gen.G camp right now. This game was really important for them if they want to make it out the group. They have big opponents waiting for them there, so I think this road gets quite difficult for the once storied Korean squad.
After seeing this, I don't think it gets any easier. Legitimately. And some people will be like, oh, 2 secrets of that. No, I do not think that this road gets any easier for Gen.G. If they're going to play like this, they will lose to everyone in Group Alpha. This was shocking, to say the least.
Yes, I think, yeah, shocking is really the only word. I don't think any of us expected this level of gameplay.
Can't throw a C's! Like everything is going wrong here!
Yeah, I mean, I think it just all feels very, very disjointed from Gen.G on this map. I mean, I think they can go back to the drawing board. They will have more chances, but like you say, it's a tough group. It's stacked opponents. We need to see step-ups in terms of macro and in terms of individual level, because Global just put them to shame today.
Oh, absolutely. And that's not to take away from Global Esports' amazing performance. They looked very good. In fact, in a past interview with Coach Solo here at our desk, he said, you know, it's really important to have flex players who play like Forsaken. And he said it would be great to have 5 Forsakens. But at this rate, it looks like Global Esports is that team. They have a team full of super flex players, and they're all playing very well.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it. They have so many options for roles. Now, Autumn picking up that veto, Yudatan staying on that raise that we have seen from him before, but they have so many options to swap these back and forth. We've seen Double Initiator. We saw Crystal play Deadlock in Bind. It seems like their strat book is never ending when compared to Gen.G's. It's barely a pamphlet.
Yeah, just the clutch as well. I mean, you saw the 9 first kills for Gen.G, and this was something that we were seeing on Bind as well.
Yeah.
A lot of those rounds that they were dropping, they're getting early advantages, but they're just unable to transition that into a win. How many times have we seen them get into a situation where they have a plan, it's, you know, a 4v3, etc., or a 5v4, and then GE is able to just pick them apart one by one.
Oh, that's exactly what it looked like there. And you did mention the Cypher. Zinx didn't look comfortable on the Cypher.
Yeah.
I have question marks why they even included Cypher in this comp in the first place. I think we have a lot of questions about Gen.G.
We really do. And while this was a very brutal loss, I wanted to take a look back at some of the things that did go well for Gen.G, because I think that is worth highlighting and reinforcing. So if we can roll the clip, I think that it's just one of those things that needs to be expounded upon. So, you know, it was looking good from the outset for Gen.G. They had like a solid, cohesive walk onto the stage, and then it all fell apart.
Gen.G's best moments.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to come out here and be mean. I thought that this team was going to be looking so much better, was going to be making so many improvements, but there is still a munchkin-sized hole in this squad because they continue to flip things around, and we're not seeing them work out.
Yeah.
It was a really good walkout, though.
It was a good walkout.
It was a fantastic.
Solid.
Now, I do want to talk about the match MVP. Again, amazing performances across the board from Global Esports, but our pick is gonna be Crystal, and it is also his birthday today, and this is really great to see. I think we saw a lot of outstanding performances from a lot of the players from Global Esport over in Kickoff.
Yeah.
But Crystal, I think, you know, I even heard from Frost at some point, especially after that first match, Crystal ended up having to buy everyone dinner because of his performance then. So to see this kind of improvement over here in stage 1, I think is a great start for the team and for Crystal, whom we do have here on the desk with us. You're looking fresh, Crystal. Happy birthday. Now, a while ago, your whole team said that they didn't have a lot of time to prep for kickoff. Right? Your team members came in very late. It got put together at the nth hour. Now that you've had a lot more time, what are some of the things you worked on during that Santiago break?
I mean, it was kind of, we work about our team chemistry, like our flexibility, how many comp we can play, how many agent everyone can play. So we working about this more than other things.
You worked on even more comps.
Yeah.
You already had a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, in our team, at least everyone can play at least like 2-3 different roles, so it's kind of help us.
Yeah.
So we have like good flexibility. So yeah.
But your performance looks even better today, starting at stage 1. Did you work on anything?
I mean, I work with my aim coach right now, so yeah, it's kind of helped me a lot. I work about my movement, so yeah.
So to follow on for that about the roles, of course, today you were on Deadlock. This is a different look for you from what we saw in Kickoff. How do you find playing the Deadlock, especially in this meta, when Neon is so fast? And do you think Deadlock is a good answer to stop the pace that a lot of the teams have here?
Yeah, I mean, like in practice we have a lot of team who play like VLA Neon, and Deadlock it's kind of not perfect, but kind of good versus this. So yeah, it helped me a lot to stop it.
When you guys are making these changes, because, you know, again, you guys have a lot of comps. How much of it would you say is you guys as the players going to Frost and the coaching staff and saying, hey, we think that this could be good, and how much is it Frost, you know, coming to you guys and saying, I want you to try this out?
I mean, firstly, we want to try our comp, but if we play Scream and someone beat us hardly, and we're just thinking how we can beat this. So after this, we start thinking, okay, what can be better, what can be worse, so yeah.
Was the bind comp, you know, you guys, or was that Frost? Today's bind comp?
I think probably it's like about Frost, because he liked Deadlock so much. If like his previous team Talon play a lot with Deadlock, so yeah. I feel
that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, how are you feeling about stage 1? Are you feeling really confident?
I mean, yeah, I was excited to play, and we show good result today. I feel very confident after this win, so yeah.
Well, you're in Group Alpha, so you're still feeling good about it anyway.
Yeah, I feel like it's good for us, like, play versus this team in group stage, so we cannot see them in playoff, like, first round, so it's kind of good for us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, excellent first match of today, and birthday buff. Happy birthday, Crystal.
Happy birthday.
We're not going to sing the song, but... We do want you to have a very happy birthday.
How are you going to celebrate tonight? What do you want your boys to do for your teammates?
I mean, we go just take dinner together and maybe do some stuff, I don't know.
They're not going to make you pay for dinner again, are they?
I mean, everything can happen.
Oh, I definitely don't think they should. Well,
In Korea, the oldest one usually pays, so have Frost do it.
Yeah.
yeah, he's oldest by like
Yeah.
5 times, so he's got it covered. Well, happy birthday. I don't want to keep you here. I want you to
Go
go
celebrate.
and celebrate
Go forth.
everything. So thank you so much, Crystal. And we'll see you around next week, real
Sure.
soon for next
Yeah.
week's match. All right.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, he's
good.
going to leave the headset here. So I think, again, really promising to see this from Global Esports. We saw a great performance from them during kickoff, but I think this is just so much better now. This is so much more reassuring. This is not just Global Esports, you know, with the right pieces. And I think it's going to be really interesting as we move through Group Alpha. But this is going to be, you know, the end of match 1. We got another match. We got another Masters winning team, T1, playing today against Varel. So T1, okay, Santiago aside.
Can we put it aside, though?
Okay, we will touch on that. Let's talk about the good things. During kickoff, T1 ended it on a very strong note. Second place,
Yep.
but very, very promising.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason so many people had T1 down to win Santiago after their kickoff performance. It felt like they started a little bit slow, then they heated up, went from strength to strength, ended up beating RRQ to qualify, and they looked amazing doing it. Everybody was high on this team. You know, super team on paper. They know how to win Masters, all this stuff. But then, Seth, I mean, you were there.
I
Like,
was there.
You saw it live.
I was there. I was casting them. I predicted them to win the whole thing, and boy, was I wrong. This has been like 2 garbage back-to-back predictions from me regarding Korean teams. T1 into Gen.G winning today. I've not really been hitting in that regard, but this is still a team that I have a lot more faith in. There is still such a solid foundation, so while they did not do nearly as well as I thought that they were going to at Master Santiago, I think that there is still promise for them to develop and grow here in Stage 1.
Oh, definitely. Now, you did say for Gen.G there was a Munchkin-sized hole. This is where Munchkin is now. But really, the player I want to look at is Izu, because during Stage 1, kickoff especially, it was Izu who was really, frankly, carrying a lot of those wins.
I mean, even when you look at the stats from Santiago, you can see that in the wins, he looks good, and in the losses, he looks about the same. He's the only one actually finding some consistency on this T1 roster, and that's my problem, is you see these big ups from the players, they look like world beaters, then the next game they crumble into the shell of themselves, and they can't find consistent footing, they can't put good games back to back.
Yeah, I mean, when you go back, you look at that Liquid series again, Stack's the one who was stepping up, get that round 2 ace to tie up 1-1, but the rest of the team was faltering and wasn't really showing up. Then suddenly you get into another really big game after EDG, everyone, you know, showing up respectively. And then Stacks kind of vanishes. And it's that consistency of that inconsistency, I should say, where they don't have every single player at least operating at like 80 to 90% of their usual selves that ends up costing them dearly.
Now, you did at least get to watch one other Korean team ascend through Masters. It was their Ascension team. But we have another one, and it's in the form of Varel.
Yeah.
But Varel, I think, left a lot to be desired over in kickoff. And I think what we were most curious about is why they weren't playing like they were during Ascension. That really high energy, high spark team during Ascension was completely not there during kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like a father during kickoff. I wasn't angry, I was just disappointed with this Varel roster because I know how good they can be. I was there in Ascension, I watched them play live and I was blown away. I felt like these guys could be the next big deal. I thought they could come in and make a massive impact, but kickoff, they fell short, and that's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I think near the end there, you could see that, you know, they started to make some improvements, but even then, it wasn't quite enough. And I think, you know, we did see that happen with, you know, with the other Ascension team, Nongshim, also eventually step it up even after. I hope they don't need to be relegated to get to that point, first of all. But you could see a huge difference here. Now, this is T1, which is one of the most decorated teams individually in the league versus Varel, who has a quarter amount of days played in officials.
Yeah, a lot of these players brand new pretty much. Like they are just coming in. I mean, it's the first time obviously in Tier 1 for them after ascending. But this is one of those moments for VALORANT, who are going up against, you know, a T1. This is a rematch. They played against each other in the during the SVL, during the off-season. T1 was able to find their footing, kind of get a read, and pick them apart and got a 2-0 win. But this is one of those moments for VALORANT where they need to accept, like, yes, we are young players. Across the stage, they're you know, very decorated, but they kind of need to just forget about that. Forget about the accolades that the opponents have and just play your own game. Show us that confidence. Show us that fieriness that they had in their run to make it to this point.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I feel like they have so much more left to give, but we need to see more individually out of these players.
Okay, so now we have 2 stats for 2 IGLs from VALORANT.
I forgot I pitched this.
And the 2 IGLs were MLP and Cinder. So guess which side is... I mean, the hint is probably in the agents.
Yeah, who's the one who's IGLing in this scenario? Is it the controller player with the lower ACS? Or is it the guy who's playing controller, Yoru, and Parber? It's LP. LP is the one he is calling from the front lines. And this is, you know, we talk about consistency for T1.
Yeah.
Cinder has kind of been the target for VALORANT during their shortcomings in kickoff of needing to find his own consistency. We saw him have a couple of games, a couple of maps where he was popping off, but he also had some stinkers.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we talk a lot about the idea of the vibes guy, the emotional leader, and, you know, this VALORANT team will say Cinder is that for them.
Yeah.
He is that little bit older, he's that little bit more experienced, and he is that glue point. And while all that is very important, you can't forget about it, you have to, you know, there's a sort of, you have to be so tall to ride the ride that is Pacific. You have to be able to hang so much in the server, or you start to become a liability.
Well, you know what?
I wear lifts in the shoes and they're all okay. It's good.
In the coaches' content that we saw we had Chobra and Judge Paperthin there, they did do a vote. How important is it to have a veteran on your team? And it was actually completely split 3-3 between the coaches there. And I can see why VALORANT did want a veteran on their team to kind of be that guiding light and all the, you know, grand things that Morgan was saying over there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He just has to be able to step up on his own as well. You can't, I think you can have a veteran, you can have a glue guy, a vibes guy, but they can't only be that.
Right? Okay, but...
You want a glue guy. Right? And the current discourse. How about a duct tape guy? You want a duct tape guy?
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Now, interestingly, T1 put Stax as their skirmish guy.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. He lost the skirmish. I don't know why they would throw Stax. I mean, look, Stax can shoot. Like, I'm not trying to say that Stax is a bad player or anything like that.
But
he showed it on Santiago. But yeah, when you've got Buzz, Meteor, etc., Izu on this roster,
it's a strange choice.
Send one of them if you really want to win the veto. They don't, but they're going to be Team A, and so they got to pick Haven first, and now they're going to be forced to play Pearl.
I mean, honestly, I quite like this kind of map draft, and we might get to see Lotus if it goes to map 3. It's back
nice.
in the pool with those little tweaks and changes, so that's something I really want to see. T1 choosing that Haven. I mean, you know, Munchkin has played this map probably longer than I've been alive, and he loves it so much, so no surprises to see T1 go in there.
Yeah, in fact, when we were talking about Gen.G earlier and missing Munchkin, this was, I think, also the peak of the Gen.G Haven as well, was when Munchkin was still around.
I'm curious what they end up going for. It is what it is, the predictions. But I'm curious about the compositions because, I mean, Haven has kind of been this playground through Master Santiago, maybe a little bit as well before that, where the Phoenix was coming out.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing a ton of Phoenix over at EMEA.
Yeah.
So do both teams end up leaning in towards that is something that I wonder, or is it still going to be, you know, Neon, you know, Waylay even potentially on this map? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I'm curious. I mean, I love Phoenix on this map. I always have. I feel like it simplifies your game plan so much. You just want to default for those orbs, really get that ult snowballing, and a lot of players find it quite easy to play. You know, Phoenix, you just have to figure out those flashes, and it's quite simple. So in the brief time that they've had to adapt to this Yoru change, you can still run double duelist. You still have the same amount of flashes that you did. So I think this is a change we'll be seeing a lot of teams rely on in this transitional period.
Definitely. And T1, we have seen great moments from T1, whether they're winning Masters trophies over here in Pacific, even just earlier during kickoff. But this, we really want to see VALORANT step up. We want to see the VALORANT we saw from Ascension. We want to see them show that sparkle on stage that we saw there. And, you know, they were talking a big game. So let's see if they're going to be bringing that game to the stage for day 1 of stage 1 of VCT Pacific.
VCT キックオフで VCT デビューだったんですけど、緊張もしたけど、やっぱそれ以上にもう観客に囲まれてやる毎試合っていうのが楽しくて、楽しいデビュー戦だったなと思います。
そうですね、自分たちの強みだったりうまい部分を、出せてる試合もラウンドもあって、ただやっぱり出せてない時もあったので、その部分はすごい課題として残ってるかなと思います。
많은 분들이 이제 DFM이 이제 일본 대표다라고 생각은 하시는데, 세계 대회에서 좋은 성적 내는 팀이 일본 대표팀이라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 이번 마스터즈 런던을 가게 된다면 제타 3위 한번 뚫어보도록 하겠습니다.
前は TFM がチャレンジャーだったけど、今回は俺らがチャレンジャーとして挑みます。
志賀さん、こんにちは。いや今まで日本のバラのシーンめっちゃ頑張って盛り上げてくれたと思うけど、これからは俺らの番だから大丈夫だよ。
ありがとうございます。頑張ってください。
옛날에 이제 DFM은 이제 1승이 간절한 팀이었는데, 이번 스테이지 1에서는 우승이 간절한 팀, 트로피가 간절한 팀으로 좋은 결과 보여드리겠습니다.
ステージ1はキックオフでたくさん学んだ良かった部分だったり悪かった部分を生かしつつ、チームとして今たくさん準備をしていて、とても今自信を持ってています。特に DFM 戦は絶対勝ちたい試合なので、全てを出し切って全力で頑張ります。
What's up, guys? I'm back. Cruz from Full Sense. As a team, I think we agree that we are lacking leadership. So I think I just had to step back in and guide them until they're actually really ready.
처음 올라왔다 보니까 기대가 엄청 많았는데 무대가 너무 막 멋있고 이렇게 사람들도 너무 많이 오셔가지고 그거에 대한 저희가 살짝 부담감 때문에 조금 아쉬운 경기력을 좀 보여드렸던 것 같아서 좀 죄송스럽긴 합니다. 풀센스는 그냥 프리미 원맨 팀이었습니다. 프리미가 안 터지는 날에는 경기가 질 정도로 너무 프리미한테 의존도가 너무 높았던 것 같습니다.
I mean, at least we have Primi.
스테이지 1 준비하는 시간이 생각보다 널널했기 때문에 풀센스 전에 저희의 색깔로 크루즈 형님을 밟아보겠습니다.
Coming back as a player, I'll definitely make the team stronger. I'll try to be as humble as I can to keep on improving the team and myself.
승리 하나를 따내고 차곡차곡 모아서 우승까지 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
조금 주춤했지만 그래도 이제 저희 색깔을 찾아서 2위를 할 수 있게 돼서 조금 만족스러웠던 경기였던 것 같아요.
I think after the T1 game, it's just like we all feel a bit angry because like that's not how we play, and we know we could have done way better.
자기들이 못하는 거 인정하고 있는 게 일단은 맞는 것 같고요. 그건 이제 모든 사람들이 다 알기 때문에.
So in stage 1, we wash it away in our revenge match.
저희는 그런 거에 신경 쓰지 않고 저희 갈 길을 가기 때문에 별로 신경 쓰이지 않습니다.
We will bring back the London trophy, and meanwhile, you guys need to try to get the Pacific trophy.
요즘에는 솔직하게 퍼시픽이 국제대회보다 더 높은 퀄리티를 보여준다고 생각을 해서 그걸 가지고 있는 거는 부럽긴 하네요. 비록 산티아고에서는 조금 부진한 모습을 보여드렸지만 그것 또한 저희의 과정이라고 생각을 하고 끝까지 저희 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
The finals will be hosted in Vietnam. This time around, I will try to lift the trophy with my teammate in Ho Chi Minh City.
Today's matchup. T1.
Welcome to stage 1 of VCT Pacific, and you heard it from Stax himself that Pacific is more competitive and exciting than International, so welcome to Pacific. Now T1 is one of the most experienced and decorated individuals, not just here in Korea, but globally. And our T1 predictions are across the board for good reason.
Not that I disagree for the most part with Stax, but after an All-Pacific Grand Finals, it was a little bit of a snooze fest. It is a little bit harder to back that up, but T1 backing up their performances from kickoff is exactly what they're looking to do here today. To go from a performance like they had in Master Santiago, only be able to best EDG, and then lose to Team Liquid as well as G2 and make an early exit from the tournament, to lose to VALORANT on top of that would be a damning sign for this squad.
Absolutely. That's because VALORANT is the youngest team besides Nongshim here in Pacific. They're the newest team. A lot of the players are also brand new to the stage, brand new to VALORANT and VCT.
It's a young squad. They're hungry. I think half of them are younger than the Nintendo Wii, for God's sake. I mean, I think there's so much potential in this roster. There's so much. I saw it in first person, and it was amazing to see, but they've not hit that height. They haven't captured that magic here on the Pacific stage. Now is the time for them to step up. It's a tough opponent in front of them, but they have to forget the names, forget that you've looked up to these players. And wow!
They are, if nothing else, jazzed the hell up today. Starting things off with a little dance into the walkout, now just manically shaking on stage. So, if nothing else, they're bringing the energy.
I think that's a good sign. You know what? I mean, LP said the pressure got the best of them.
Sure.
And, you know, they're literally shaking it off right now.
And then that was a thing that I had concerns about when they did Ascent, was that they're going to come into here, they're going to get themselves into Tier 1, and then they might just get checked at the door.
Yes.
You know, you're going to go up against these squads that have so much more experience, and that proved to be the case for VALORANT, but now it's that growth point. It's time to break past this. It's time to start trending upwards. So while I do think that T1, again, this is a big must-win game for them to save face after Master Santiago, I would still love to see this go the distance, go to Lotus, and potentially even to see VALORANT win, because I want to see the team that was promised.
Yeah, I mean, for VALORANT, I can let them off for kickoff. You can sort of give them a mulligan. It was their first chance here at Tier 1.
An inverse boom.
Yeah. But if you look like that in stage 1 as well, then we start to really have to ask some tough questions of this young squad. So I know that they can put a stronger foot forward. It's just about delivering on the day for this team.
Now, there were 2 teams from Ascension that have compared themselves to Paper X as they entered and ascended into Pacific, and one was Nongshim, the winning team of Masters just a month ago. Can VALORANT be that other team? And I'm really happy to see Zexy back on that jet.
Yeah, he's on the jet, which, I mean, here on Haven, it's been few and further in between, but Zexy's one of those players where maybe he can make it work. So Jet Neon, a very bizarre double duelist comp, not something that we're used to seeing at all, but T1 are actually the team that's leaning in towards that Phoenix, and it's going to be in the hands of Meteor.
Yeah, I mean, I like this T1 comp a lot. We saw Phoenix over in EMEA playing very similar comps, but we are seeing them run that Sky. Now it's buffed back in Pacific, and Izu on the Chamber. I think he could go electric in this position.
Well, we have seen Ascension teams do the unthinkable. Can VALORANT do that today, especially starting here on Haven against a T1 that did show a lot of cracks over in Santiago?
Yeah.
I just want to see a bloodbath. I want to see these teams run at each other. I want to see a bloody mess left on the stage.
I like it. I like violence. I choose violence today too, as we send it over to our casters, Pilsky and Quack.
Okay, with that image in my mind, yeah, let's get this going.
I'm glad I'm on another floor, honestly. I think Big Time's in for a rough time of things, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm looking forward to this match, though. VALORANT winless in kickoff, already have been beaten up by some of the other Korean big brothers, and now it's their turn to take on T1.
I think that's the main thing. You just want to see the fact that this has to be, you know, a bit more of a performance. We want to see a bit more coming out from guys like VALORANT, not just, you know, a one-sided affair.
Yeah, totally. I mean, VALORANT, they had so much potential in Ascension. They didn't realize it on the Pacific stage last time around they got to play. They played a slower style than they did in Ascension. I am already excited seeing this comp. Klaus, first time he's ever played the Neon here to start things off. Zexy back on his signature jet. And you're going to get Meteor also playing the Phoenix for the second time ever, so I'm going to clap for that one.
Yeah, let's have some claps for it. I'm trying to do my best Boomquake impression, but otherwise, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you do have a lot of these different things coming out, especially for Clouds and Neon. T1, I mean, what do you really think? You got all the flashes coming into this.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's interesting that Varel picks attack here because this is T1's map pick and they're being allowed to start out on defense, which you've seen. I mean, T1 on a 5-match win streak in Pacific, having taken the 2nd spot over there into Santiago. Maybe they didn't necessarily have Santiago go the way that they would have wanted, but here in Pacific, things have been going swell. I mean, they had a shaky start. They looked like they would have lost to Gen.G, but after they made their way through that mess of a series, they went on a run, man.
This whole thing, certainly hope to see a lot more of that, especially now that we are in stage 1. Group Omega, of course, starting things off on the attacking side. We do have Varel in a 4-1 lean.
Yeah, Izu to take first contact here. Doesn't manage to find his target as he's pushed off the line. Minus 50 HP from him. Meteor ready to back him if the cease hit does speed up.
Not to sweat. Got hot hands, got curveballs and everything to toss in as well, but just a smoke, and that's Izu getting taken down.
Very careful. I mean, he had the tracers that were being fired through that smoke on low HP. It's a risk that ends up not paying off for Izu. LP active inside a grass with the cam for a little bit of support. Stacks with a bandit in hand has got a nice off angle here, but there's no plan B for him. He has to connect his shots, and when you hit nothing but the body, the bandit is not so great.
You got to scratch plan B, plan C. It's all thrown out the window. Now it's Varel's turn as they pivot back over onto C thanks to the space that LP has gained.
I mean, this is the beauty of having your mid-rounder and your IGL as the lurker, because when he just walks through the middle of the map, it's pretty easy for him to make the call. Hey guys, let's pivot back to C. Varel are running T1 around the map, and if I'm honest, making them look a little bit silly in this pistol.
Very. Those shots through the smoke. Now off to the end of it with Suna on Sheriffs. Is definitely not the situation we want to be in for.
I mean, Zuna was one of the standouts in Ascension, right on there with Zexy. Munchkin looking for any damage he can possibly find, and LP caught in the side, but cleaned up by Zexy. That's exactly how you would have wanted that to go for Varel, to be honest. Multi-frag from Zuna on the Sova, gets himself very close to a Hunter's Fury, and Zexy already closer to his Blade Storm, picks up the Marshal for the anti-eco here.
Yeah, of course, though, this is just the pistol round, so we'll kind of keep things in check. But at the same time, I mean, just it keeps you inspired for how things could go. Yeah, a little jump check, cross over onto Stacks.
I mean, in this group for Varel, they have Zeta, who I think they could be pretty confident they could get a win over, although Zeta did show some improvements last season as well. Varel and Zeta were two of the lower performing teams in Pacific. So I think if they could get a win over any of these teams, T1 included, it would be huge for them.
Just needing to put your best foot forward as always, of course, but when it's soon on to this Guardian, hello.
This is the confidence that Varel need early on in the game. Anti-eco has gone great. Pistol, they really haven't missed a beat. Izu, very cute inside of the smoke, but there wasn't much for him to do. A flawless anti-eco for Varel to start off this game of Haven.
Just write that off. Just write that off. You go into the next one, shake everything off. You actually, no, we were talking about Varel needing to shake things off. They have.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start from them. Already you have the Hunter's Fury here on Zuna. He had a multi-frag on the Sheriff on the pistol. Continues to go strength to strength. That was 4 players stacked up on A long there, and he just starts shooting away on the Guardian. Wallbangs to boot. Last kill gets him the Hunter's Fury. They are feeling very pumped up.
Just exactly what you need. T1, though, off the back foot, now trying to gain some control back in. A little check with Flash, but Meteor now taking a lot of heat.
Yeah, pushing into the back of the side, though. Zexy already up inside of A Link. T1 need to be careful about how they approach this.
Yeah, especially around the Link corners. Zexy still a threat, getting taken out, but either way, now it's a spike planted.
Got a Bucky in both of the Links, man. No matter where you go, you're running into a shotgun, but now you're seeing Varel forfeit control of the site and play for the afterplant with the Hunter's Fury.
Suna, all the way out from window. He's got the Guardian, of course, as well, which will just allow him to puncture through walls even. T1 need to fight for this space, not just hop into the spike. They're going to try to bait out the utility first and foremost. Also noting the positions now as the Bucky continues to fire through. Spams awarded. And now it's all the following utility dumped in. As they push on out alongside a fast lane, though, it's Varel out in corners! the bonus to succession. 3-0. What a start for this team.
Munchkin was so close to getting that defuse off, but not quite able to get it done. And that is a huge bonus win for Varel. 7-0 start for Zuna. One of the standouts of Ascension Bangkok. And T1, a little bit slow to start. I don't know if some of the Santiago form is starting to bite them a little bit. They had their big highs in that tournament. Some close OTs against G2. A stomp against EDG, but they still weren't able to make it out of the group. So, unfortunately, the first Masters of the year not going as smoothly as last year for T1.
This one not going their way either. Varel feeling pulled by all of these now.
I'm literally like feeling the facepalm right now because I was so close to sending the Varel prediction for this series, but I had no facts or logic behind it. It was just all a vibe-based prediction, but I'm feeling the vibes here of the Varel upset early on in Haven. Let's reiterate that this is T1's map pick, and they've been allowed to start on the defensive side with an Astra Chamber Phoenix comp.
I think that's all fair. We don't have that much data off of Varel, especially from their kickoff performance. But
I mean, the data is they're not good. That's the data, especially against Korean teams. They're having a tough time.
Still, though, I mean, you expect a lot more from a squad like T1.
Having a slow start. They had a slow start to kick off, let's not forget. Before they went on that 5-match streak, they weren't necessarily looking great. And even at the start of that 5-match streak, they beat a Gen.G with 2 players sub 100 ACS to win that series.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Otherwise, still kind of in control of things. Getting a good read, just trying to sneak off some kills here and there, play around the timer. But as Munchkin goes down into the ground, you kind of think this round is done.
I mean, that was so close to going very wrong for Varel. But they've avoided a pretty serious snag on their run through this trail. Plant from LP, Stacks last man alive.
At what point do we kind of consider, like, T1 are done kind of testing this? Like, this is truly the epitome of veteran versus rookie. And you can kind of run off the first few rounds, but at what point does it become like, okay, Varel are actually surpassing this test? They're doing so much more than just, checking corners,
as far as
being aware
I'm
of
concerned,
things.
we're kind of already getting there. Like, this is an insane economy on the attacking side. None of these rounds have been particularly competitive. Even if T1, let's say T1 did pull off that defuse from Munchkin, he probably would have died anyway. They would have come out of the first gun round with no guns. So, this has not been a particularly close game. And LP, that's a freebie onto Stacks. It just feels like Varel is blessed right now.
Everything lining up. Of course, we'll keep an eye on things up for the next round. T1 will be able to buy back up.
Yeah, they do have the run it back. That's a very nice tool. Want to try to string as many of those together as you can. I mean, looking at the comp that T1 is running with, they have a lot of these agents that can snowball pretty hard. If your Chamber or your Phoenix gets going, you start getting 2 of the forces, run it backs. That's where the rounds can get a lot more tricky as Varel. But this opening half for T1 has been a non-starter, so they're really going to have to go back to the drawing board here and try to figure things out on the fly.
Okay, we do see an op being brought out. If Izu does punch one through, it would be huge. Has a lot of good vision, and there he goes.
Yeah, Klaus down early. Off angle from Izu is going to be tested by Zexy, and the re-peek as well.
Damn.
Feeling very bold today is Zexy. I'm surprised he's gotten away with that.
Still in with Phantom Spams as well. Izu almost getting caught down, but thanks to Sky being in the game now, he's going to get topped off.
Yeah.
Varel need to hang back, reset.
LP's made it into sewers, but he's very low. In fact, if the Skydog headed in his direction, that might have been the end of him. Pivoting back to spawn now for Varel. LP still on that active lurk inside of sewers, going to join up with the rest of the team. Buzz on an off angle inside of garage here. Judge in hand could be problematic if Varel heads in that direction, but they're just going to re-hit A and leave LP on the lurk.
Yeah, why not? Might as well dump in with flashes. Zexy still able to dive through, but you don't want that happening. Out towards B. Izu now locks down the front. Just hoping for the best as Varel pushes through. Cinder able to walk away one. TP's on towards the top of heaven, but abandoned Suna completely. The guy has the spike, and he cannot make it out of the choke point.
He's getting fluxed.
No, he's sandwiched. Okay, we're just trying to do what we can, but still Buzz out from behind pretty much seals the deal.
I mean, there wasn't much for him to do there. That's a very clean round from T1 though. As soon as the operator comes out from Izu, it gets immediate impact. The run it back is securing the round there for T1. That is how the comp is intended to function. Took a while for them to get going, But once the big ults and the operator are in play, things get a little bit easier for them.
You just needed to go max your way. Lose 4 rounds just to get the investment in for the operator.
Oh, right, yeah. We were talking about
That's
looks
the strat.
maxing, now we're eco maxing. We're lost bonus maxing as T1.
All right, done with that though now.
Off angle from Meteor inside a garage on the other side of the map. Izu once again set up by a teammate, this time Buzz on the rotation over. In the meantime, you had the drone up C long from Varel just to be able to put LP on the line. He's got an attacking side operator on the Cypher. Cage goes up. He's looking to maybe try to get his neural theft here from the orb, but how do they re-clear Izu when the drone's already been used?
That's the thing. I mean, perhaps you look towards someone like Klaus, but it's Izu, of course. You just kind of push him back for now.
Yeah, nice little circle jump to be able to push him off of the line. Just good movement being showcased by Varel, who still has this C-long info line, courtesy of the op on LP. Now they're starting to clear grass, but you're getting a bit of a mobilization in the middle of the map from T1. Meteor under pressure, able to walk away scot-free.
Continuing to clear out the back of B as well. Now you just kind of cement where the hits are coming across, and Meteor is pretty much prepared. Sends out more flashes. It's a full blender as Vera unfortunately walks towards their doom. Just Cinder. He does survive for the time being, but goes down either way at the end.
Yeah, nicely done. T1 starting to pick up more and more momentum as we head deeper into this attacking side. It felt like Varel was reading them very well, running them around the map, never really had bad rotations, but now the operator is starting to give them some more problems, and it's a little bit harder to get into these sites.
Lack of some flash utility. I mean, the only way is if you somehow are able to clear out Izu, but that's not simple.
I mean, just look at the rotations, though. There's 4 on that site for T1 before they even really try to get that site here kicked off, so feels like if Varel don't get the right reads, the right rotations, pulled from the other side, things can be very difficult. Tack up over onto long there. The Phoenix spotted out on the A site is a change in setup from T1.
You don't see Izu anywhere nearby, so you kind of think that you still might be able to get your way into sight, but it's a full retake setup from T1.
Yeah, given the site for free here is Varel. Lots of flashes to get back on in, and a Cosmic Divide from T1. Zuna getting the plant down here.
Spike planted.
It's all going to come down to the choke points, though, and with everything smoked off, it's not that simple for T1 to break through. Just a little Sky Flash tossed out for the time being. And with a trip not being broken towards the back, Varel just needs to focus towards the front, but still, T1, water falling out from the top of heaven. They find 4, 5, all down at the hands of Meteor and Gang.
He didn't even throw a single curveball, by the way. That was Stacks doing a superhero maneuver. He guiding lights into hell and jumps out by himself, and nobody kills him. And from there, the rest of T1 just flood out easily. Like, that retake was way too easy. Look at this.
Shot.
This guy's Superman.
Oh no, a singular flash and everyone from Varel starts to...
Dude, Meteor didn't even use his
around.
wall or his flashes to get back in there. That was so easy for T1. I think Meteor expected there to be a little bit more pushback. He's like, okay, they're going to go out heaven. There's going to be a couple of trades, and then I'm going to have to start throwing some curveballs. He's like, oh, there's no one alive. Izu's just hit 2 blinders there. Back on into the site, and that's 3 in a row for T1. And I'm feeling much less worried for them now. It was a very poor start. But indeed, you were correct, Quack. They have lost bonus maxed their way into 3 rounds on defense.
I can't believe that's actually true. But this timeout, of course, does make sense for Varel. You definitely need some more post-plant protocols because this currently isn't working out.
Well, the problem is their comp. If you don't get into a fully retaken site without saving your relay bolt or the paranoia, you burn that on the execute, you actually don't have any utility to be able to hold the site. Maybe a trip or something like that, but that's where you need to play on the front foot, actually up in the face of T1. The problem is that's quite difficult against a comp with this many flashes. You've got both the Sky and the curveballs coming at you with potentially a Neon fast lane to cut up the site. It's actually a pretty annoying retake to play aggressively against.
Just all that conditioned into the rounds, and Varel need to find a way forward either way. For this one, just the pistols upgraded.
Yeah. I mean, this is dangerous if Varel is feeling like they're in their Ascension form. They were a great team with the pistols. Zexy is feeling very bold. Man has walked straight through the middle of the map. Klaus outside garage. Cinder applying a little bit of pressure.
And it doesn't feel like T1 are shaken by it whatsoever. Everyone's still holding down to the same position. Just a little check here and there. Stacks. Doesn't see too much. Buzz. Okay, still able to walk away with a dink. But suddenly it's Klaus into Garage.
He has the hero rifle and he's feeling quite heroic at this point. Overdrive is online. He can potentially juggle that rifle to a teammate if he wants to continue up the pace with the ultimate. Out comes the neural theft. Zexi's got a timing, but he's made a meal of that Sheriff.
Oh, and now it's out for T1 to try to pick things up. Slight fumble. And instantly, still pushing forward. Cinder finding a frag, but now ultimately it's the spike that's irretrievable.
It's still winnable here.
What?
For Cinder, especially if he's starting to pick up the pace. Very low on HP, should be cleaned up by Stacks, but where's the trade? Easy enough for LP to pick up the spikes. Trip goes down inside a garage, going to simplify the post plant. In fact, he's got 2 trips, one on spawn side as well. Izu just got to complete this retake with an operator.
Spike planted.
Not going to be an easy task. Hops across, still has the op trained into a singular spot, but a little bit too wide. LP completes the thrifty for Varel.
I mean, that is very confident from LP, given that his teammate is in another postcode.
And low HP.
Just opts to swing out and simplify that round. Great opener from Klaus there. And look, that's what I was saying. Varel quite dangerous with these Sheriffs. That's a good round from Cinder. Look, make no mistake about it, Cinder had probably one of the worst Tier 1 debuts in kickoff. So, given the fact that they've kept him on the roster, you're going to have to see a pretty big step up from this man in Stage 1.
Pretty good so far. Now a quicker paced round, straight on execute into the seaside. Munchkin drags the crosshair across, and it's just not enough. Buzz won't be able to find one back into it, but still, all the post-plant utility is online.
Yeah, you do have to run it back as well. The Meteor's going to send it straight out of Garage. You get the Paranoia in response, and Zexi's going to deal with the ultimate at least.
So far, so good. Still have Hunter's Fury and everything now tossed into it. T1 start to scramble, but they still want to push through. Klaus locks it down towards the back of Link, and then it's just Meteor. Will be able to heal up for the time being, but that's all you can really bet on. Just the shots outside of Garage. It's too tough of a choke point. No angles, no vision.
Pushed away, and run it back doesn't have as much impact as it had in the previous round. As I said, holding the Paranoia and Relay Bolt, some of the reactive utility makes such a big difference in the post plant. That Paranoia straight through Garage to be able to deal with the run it back really helps Varel to be able to secure that round on the C site. And after a bit of a dry spell, Varel with a half buy and a very nice follow-up gun round have once again put T1 under pressure.
Just the recovery. We do have Izu back on the op though, but you can clearly see, even though in theory this comp does work out well for retakes, T1 of course, if Varel pick up the pace, it makes things that much more difficult.
I mean, Munchkin is probably spewing that he's not on the Viper right now. I'm not going to lie. He's been put on Astra on his signature map. That is, yeah, that is not probably where he wanted to be. Just quietly, by the way, Cinder is 10-4. This is maybe his best game in Pacific thus far.
Okay, calm down.
I'm being serious. He's pushed away under a lot of pressure and picked off after a cheeky TP up onto the top box there.
Damn.
Zexy inside of the smoke could be a big problem here.
Just continuing to play around these chokes. Don't allow for T1 to set up. Don't let them go through with their flashes. He walks up behind them, and there they go. T1, even though they've made it kind of past choke point, it's still not going to be enough, but Zexy unfortunately will get caught. Buzz trying to gain some footing for T1 now in the retake.
Yeah, Munchkin throwing down a star onto the site. It's a nice open plant, and he's got an Odin LP. That is brutal on the spam. You are not defusing the spike. Half doesn't even come through, and Munchkin cleaned up as well. That's 3 in a row for Varel.
Done and dusted. As far as we're concerned, Varel secured a lead in this first half. You got 2 more rounds to go.
They brought an Odin and a shotgun into a buy round there. Zexy with the Blade Storm active. I think, like, honestly, T1 did very well to clear that smoke out. I like their approach to the execute, well aware that there might be a disruptive kind of post-plant on offer from Varel, who have already kind of not been able to deal with the flashes. You see Zexy dive up inside of the spawn smoke. Meteor throws down the hot hands and then tries to create an opening for them to come out spawn side. But just beautiful timing there from Zexy. Undoes all of that hard work.
just not enough delay. It's all down to the retakes, and if retakes go south, then that's pretty much that.
I mean, the flash on front B hasn't worked once for Meteor. They've played around it very nicely. In fact, he's popped another shock dart there. LP's been watching the Brock VODs, I think. Just wants to be a menace on the Odin here. Spamming away through Garage, breaking the doors.
If you're T1, you're going to be a little bit more worried about pushing out.
I mean, they have to stay on the front foot here, though. They don't have a hard sentinel on this map. It is just the chamber. Once again, you do see left on his own on one side of the map, Izu. Well, Meteor has taken mid, so it's very obvious it's going to be an A finish, but can they proactively deal with the post plant when you have, once again, both the relay bolt and the paranoia online for Varel?
Doesn't feel like it's going to happen. It's all down to this choke again, and I don't think they're going to be able to waterfall the same exact way. Varel wise to it this time. All the crossfire set up towards the front. You got Sexy with a shorty out in hand. Flashes all tossed out towards T1. Does buy some time off the clock, but now it's the Outlaw. Zuna up to the top of heaven, and as T1 tries to step through, Buzz falls to his doom! Munchkin, Izu still trying to fire through, but all of this as the timer ticks and ticks. It's Cinder off to the classic, left clicks away, Varel up to 8!
Just great adaptations from Varel. You see them holding the paranoia, holding the relay bolt, and playing so aggressively in the post plant. They are not letting T1 out of the choke points. You saw how easy it was when Stax is able to get out of heaven for free, but when you see, look at these positions for Varel. Zexy's in their spawn. You have a player Graffiti, a player in Hell. They are just playing up on the front foot and never giving T1 any breathing room at all.
They've got the read. The download is complete. All that's left is this first half. So just sliding across for now. T1 trying to hold true to their positions.
Spam is quite connect on Buzz. Stax looking for information there. Guiding Light will confirm there's somebody outside of A, so he's not going to feel bold enough to go for the push, and LP will do, though.
Yeah. This is where things might start to unravel. LP, Lone Lurk, finds the kill and Neural Theft. He still survives almost by a hair. Meteor will take him out, but unfortunately, this is where everything goes wrong. The rotations a little bit too early. They've abandoned their positions. Allows for Varel to push up front, but still good recovery as Izu snaps their top Buzz onto the Judge. More kills, more rounds, and T1 still might have a say on this map.
Lovely recovery there after getting bit by the A-Lurk from LP. T1 not quite getting run around the map as heavily as Varel was doing earlier on in that half. Able to hold down on C. When they had the rotations in the right position, they were doing very, very well, but Varel did a really, really good job of being quite tricky with the active lurks. Izu gets a lot of space out backside there, never even has to TP, and Buzz having some good impact there on the Judge. So only 4 in the opening half there, but I feel like looking at T1's comp, it's going to get much scarier on the defense, actually.
You're right. All the flashes.
Yeah, double flashes and a chamber with a neon to boot. I mean, it's not going to be particularly easy to defend against. They do have the Cypher at least, though, and I think that that's going to be pretty big for Varel, have to say. No Sova on the opposing side. Nothing to really easily break the trips for T1. So I think it's going to be quite difficult. Zuna, I mean, fantastic first half from him. He gets the first half MVP, 300 ACS on the Sova. And he started beautifully, but I am by far and away much more impressed by Cinder. Like, Cinder in kickoff was just a non-factor. And this game, he is frying them.
Every single, so far. And that's why I do think, even though we're talking about everything with T1 swapping over onto the attack with the composition that they have, you cannot write Varel out just yet. It's not just the scoreline, it's also their comp, the players coming in. They still have their options. They can still play retake just because of what they have in store. T1, on the other hand, I mean, if the flashes go south, it feels like everything goes along with it.
We'll see how T1 does approach this one. Big setup on the C side of the map with only LP with a shorty in hand here on this A side. Does have a Cypher trip across B, and he's just going to opt to play in short. You didn't get any kind of action on the C side of the map, so instant rotations there for Varel. They've left Cinder inside a garage, but it's a very slow round here for T1. Izu just looking for information, does have the TP for safety if he needs it.
T1 quite comfortable to just kind of go poking around bit by bit. What is this, like triple high-low on the A site? Camera still checking around, but T1 are actually hovering around B.
Izu well out of the radius of his TP here, so if he gets some pressure, it's going to be pretty annoying for him. Buzz has put a lot of pressure onto front B here, really looking for some kind of a reaction out of Varel. He's broken the trip.
Varel thinking about it. Still not going to budge, though. They feel like something's right around the corners, and they are right. The Trailblazer will confirm, but LP has to hold on to his position. He unfortunately gets flushed out of the corners, and now T1 beginning to make their move. 30 seconds. Do they go to C?
Maybe. Izu forced away, and you are going to see the pivot back towards the C side of the map. Cinder still has the paranoia in hand, but he's all on his lonesome. Heals coming on as T1 do pivot their way through the map. Will Varel beat them to the punch? Only 20 seconds on the clock, so they're definitely going to flood here.
They actually might. And if you time this paranoia just right, it could work out even better. He's holding on to it, listening for the tap. Zexi's already in line, and he gets a shot off. Cinder up around the corner. Unfortunately, position revealed. He still managed to get the kill. You just need one more. Tuna! What is that flick? The Red Bull clutch up to 9!
Spot a Sheriff in both pistols, and you can see exactly why. This man is incredibly sharp. His first bullet accuracy over in Bangkok was something to behold. And that's a multi-frag in the Sheriff, on the Sheriff rather, in both pistols for Zuna to start things off well for Varel.
All he needed was the kill under the spike planter, but he got both.
Yeah, all 3 shots connecting. It's just about how many heads he was hitting.
Hell of a game. Can't say the same for T1.
They lost both pistols. I've had a decent string of rounds in that first half to look at after the first war from Varel, but that's where the good news ends. This is one of these punchier kind of executes. You're going to see LP just playing inside of his cages. He's a little gremlin with the judge.
And Neons can't do too much against that. Klaus has brought his own judge in as well, but okay, Meteor flashes out, Bandits in.
At what point do you start to get a little bit worried? Drone goes forward for Varel. You still have the Headhunter in play for Izu. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, this is the point. I'm worried now.
They've got 2 shotguns in Spawn Quack.
Exactly. You might be able to flash them, but you can still left-click away with the shotguns. Safe to say, this round has gone horribly wrong, but still, Cinder will try. Does have the Spectre, but ultimately his HP is way too low.
Yeah, he's cooked here. Izu and Munchkin just playing the spike. You can see that start. It will be an immediately grab well onto the tap. Cinder playing outside of it. Does pick up Izu. Munchkin now looking for the right click to clean things up. And you can see Cinder was expecting the flank from Garage there. He didn't expect 2 towards C long. And T1 eco them right after the pistol.
And watch how it happens again. I mean, it was all around these little cages and smokes where maybe the shotguns got a little bit too overheated.
Yeah, that is a play from LP. That is a play you're allowed to make in Valorant. I don't know if it's going to pay off against T1. That's the kind of thing that I feel like in Ascension, he probably would have killed the whole team.
Fair.
Yeah, this level of play, yeah, that's not going to cut it.
Wish I knew what they said. But either way, moving forward now, it's the buys up for T1, trying to close in on this gap, all hovering across a lobby.
Buzz on the judge. Aggression front B there from Cinder, just trying to bait them into the shotgun of Zexy.
Emphasis on the word try.
I mean, Meteor is never really in a rush to go anywhere.
That's
he
the
just
thing.
likes to take his time, even on the Phoenix.
Even on the, yes.
And actually, he has been left on the active lurk. It's not the Astra on the lurk, it is the Phoenix. Just sitting front B. You know, you can take Meteor off of a Sentinel, but you're not going to stop him playing like one.
Should not. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 will just continue to make sure every avenue is in their control. Now Spike plant soon enough. Meteor still a pesky thorn in the side for Varel.
I mean, he's already got his run it back, so as far as he's concerned, job done. I said a 1 putt from Buzz to finish off Klaus, and it's all down to LP, who's really only looking for damage at this point. Doesn't want to really feed a Cosmic Divide over to Munchkin if he can avoid it, but money hasn't built up yet for T1, so every pick that he gets with the Sheriff, it's going to be worth it this early in the half.
That's where problems could start to arise. I mean, same could be said somewhat for Varel. I'm still waiting to see if heavy investment is going to come in one of the upcoming rounds. But for now, I mean, T1, if they have their way with things, they're taking things this slow, it's going to expose some gaps here and there.
It's interesting that the stars, really, of Varel haven't got rolling. It's usually Klaus and Zexy on the double duelist. You used to see them play the Waylay over in Ascension on things like Abyss. They were quite comfortable with those kind of comps. Sometimes you'd see LP on something like a Yoru, but those were usually the heavy hitters for Varel. It's interesting to see Cinder at the top of the scoreboard. Zuna's usually quite solid. I'm wondering if the duelists are going to start getting rolling on defense here, though. For Varel, T1 wrestle control of a lobby here. Have been scanned by the Sova of Zuna. Over on the other side of the map, Zexy making an info push, but LP is set up with the judge here yet again. This time on the A side of the map.
Be good for at least 1 or 2, but he's going to hang back instead, set up for retakes?
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to retake into this, I'll tell you what. You have the drone and the paranoia. Klaus is going to have to make some space there. You see the pivot there of the death camp on the run it back. Meteor cleans out all of Spawn, but Munchkin with that plant does get the Cosmic, and that's going to make this retake a lot harder.
Might even want to start to consider a save rather early on. You hear the judge, all the Seekers all being sent out. I mean, it's a lot of heavy investment for T1 on this round.
They're not getting back in, Varel. I don't think there's any way.
Still gonna try though, but no, you're just falling to your doom.
Yeah, they literally just
why
jumped into the blender.
But
to
why?
be honest,
questionable decision.
At the end of the day, a lot of guns donated over there to T1. LP walks away with his life, and that's about where the good news ends. To be fair, T1 do invest a run it back and a Cosmic as well as Seekers in winning that gun round. But when you're going to bankrupt the enemy team, that's well worth it.
For sure, especially when the scoreline is like this. You bring yourself closer to a tied up number.
Yeah, I mean, T1 is well and truly in it now.
I mean, the thing that I do want to see, like you mentioned from before, get those duelists running on the side of Varel. If Zexy, Klaus start to take more proactive space, you know, like kind of what Zexy was thinking about down C, it might help.
Yeah. I mean, in that round, the C long push didn't really help them too much, because when they find themselves out of position with this comp, it's quite hard to be able to get back in. And we talked about the question of, in these comps, now that Yoru has been nerfed, where did the flashes come from? Well, I can tell you, without flashes, that A retake is very cursed.
Yeah.
You basically have to be able to fast lane your way in, find a good paranoia timing. Your Neon has to get the right entry back into the site, or it's not happening.
That's pretty much it. So, for the upcoming rounds, after Coach TK9's timeout here, I mean,
they had a nice adjustment on the attacking side, I will say. After the timeout, they saved a lot more utility in the post plants. Paranoia and relay bolt, things like that. We were talking about that in the first half. So what's the adaptation going to be on the defense? I mean, I really think they need to either get the Neon or the Jet active onto a deep info line and stack the other site. The Cypher hasn't had much impact yet. It's mostly just been LP on a shotgun, either kind of donating himself or running out of the site because there's a run it back running at him.
Yeah. Well, Zexy is saving in this round, apart from LP on the Hero Vandal, possibly to bring out an op on the upcoming.
100% that's an op in round 18.
Just to hold those info lines maybe up around A long. But for now, T1, back into it. You've got Izu on the outlaw as well. I mean, he's going to try to farm up close to the Tour de Force.
Yep, that's a freebie onto Cinder. No smokes on the retake now for Varel and a free C site on the cards. You can see how tentative they are. Buzz goes in first, followed up by the Trailblazer. Very much not trying to get caught off guard by any cheeky off angles or shotguns.
Watch this from Munchkin as well.
He's not done buying guns. He's still deciding.
Shopping here and there. We're shopping for alt points now as he crouches down. Unfortunately, does get taken out. Hero Vandal still in play. Back out towards C long where Izu's going to be the one eyeing this corner. Incites the rest of T1 to continue pushing up and ooh, Buzz, chill. He's a lot younger than you.
Hey, I mean, it's the big brother treatment. You get the tag out for Izu, as you said, getting closer and closer to a tour de force. And Zuna not quite stunned up there by Buzz, who was a little scared to be peeking it with aim like that. That's exactly why you won't want to be. And the last two players definitely going down to the spike one way or another. Uzuna does very well on the exits there, earns himself a Hunter's Fury and takes every gun away from T1.
Oh my god. Despite the scoreline, I'm still fired up for Uzuna.
I mean, Zuna's crazy. Great to see his potential fully showcased. He didn't have that many moments in kickoff. I mean, to be fair, Barrel didn't.
Yeah. He was the, I think biggest stat performer for the team then. So still is, which is nice to see. But upcoming round, this is what we want. Surely the op brought out. There we go.
Indeed. Op on the attacking side as well, though, and it's going to be back-to-back rounds where the op will be brought out on the attacking side because Easy's got the 2 of the force next round, one way or another. Meteor active in the middle of the map. Nice off angle from Klaus with a trip to back him up here. It's going to be a trailblazer into Garage.
Really breaks it. Tries to delay as much as possible, but you can't stop Buzz. Cinder will come back through, though. Just try to stop and hold. LP trying to play around the angles, but gets caught instead.
He's been trying to be so aggressive on these off angles, and time again, he's been punished by T1. Hot Hands is going to stop the scale into the smoke on spawn side here, and Meteor is up close and personal.
You can't. You got to save now.
Again, I mean, you try to retake this with an op. I just don't think it's happening. It's another round where it feels like T1 are just running a train on them.
It feels like you just got to try to read where T1 wants to end up, but they can end anywhere so fast that it makes it difficult.
Well, like, how many rounds has T1 been hitting the Cypher side of the map and had no issues? Like, that is the thing that should be the hardest thing for you to approach for T1 against this comp. You have nothing to deal with Cypher trips, really, unless you have a run it back, for example. And to be fair, one of the Cypher trips did get a kill that round in Garage. But in terms of actually holding the site, the Cypher has been terrible.
Just kill the Cypher.
Well, I feel like LP a lot of the time isn't really playing off of his setup that much. Like, traditionally, you'll have the Cypher or someone else sitting in the back of the sites. The other team attacks into you, you pop your cages, or you have a specific setup with your kill trips to play around that. Half these rounds, LP, like this round, for example, look how deep he is on an off angle. Like, he's playing in the open on the C side. That's the swing he took with the cage up on main. I don't mind that. Honestly, it's kind of Gen.G-esque. It's like what they used to do. They put the Viper orb up, and then you'd have Munchkin or like Foxy9, for example, playing on an off angle, and you swing Garage side. It can work for you. Unfortunately, he's been trying that approach by and large most of this game, and it hasn't worked.
Especially when it's, full force of T1 running against you. Now we do have the double judge, though. Curious to see how that pays off.
I mean, they had 3 rifles brought in from that last round, so I don't mind the approach of mixing a couple shotguns in full stack on this A site.
Okay.
The rest of the map is being held by some string and some tape here.
String by the tripwire.
Yeah,
I see what you mean.
Of LP. Drone goes through a lobby and sees nothing. That is going to be the biggest false sense of security here for Varel. Do they trust their stack?
Does T1 sniff anything? I think they do.
Seems sus, that's for sure.
Hear the neon, they're like, we want none of that.
It's crazy how much Varel have rotated in this round based off nothing happening. Like, this is just mind games. There's the From the Shadows just looking for some information, looking for anything.
You don't see anything. Now you start to piece it together. Could they be around C Long? Could they be around grass, perhaps, even?
I mean, again, this is LP by himself with nothing on the site, really.
Well, he does have a judge.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that movie before.
He's up against Neon. He's trying to call it to the team, but he only hears one guy, so that should help out. The rest of the team still hovering around A site, and they're trying to slow it down as much as possible. Look up to the top of the screen. There's only 15 seconds left, and it just might have worked out. Meteor, though, stacks. They've managed to cross safely. The op shot's not connecting, but Zexy will dip back in. Let's go. On towards it still, though. Meteor will continue to plant his feet down, but as soon as the timer goes down, he kind of knows it's all done and dusted. Just down to it, trying to take those guns away, but Klaus manages to hop away scot-free.
I mean, Varel does very well to hold their nerve there. Big flake being sold. Buzz, honestly, I felt like he was an excellent salesman. I was buying into it. Varel was not buying, though. Still 3 players on the A site, despite the fact that Buzz is on C, making as much noise as possible. Smoke's thrown in that direction as well. LP cleans him up, and I think the Neural Theft does a very good job to confirm Varel's suspicions, but still, the balls to just sit 3 on A there, with all of the map pressure.
I have to imagine that's a bit of LP's work as well.
I saw a similar round to that in challenges recently, actually.
Yeah,
it was a
SCA.
motive round where they worked the whole map on this map, I believe. They took like garage control, they pressured like one side of the map, and the other team just didn't rotate. And that's what that round felt like. It's like, oh, I'm coming garage, I've taken C side, please rotate, man. And the other team's just like, huh?
Is it here? Is
Oh,
it there?
what?
That's the game sometimes, but either way now, with a scoreline this close, T1 smell a possibility and bringing it through and through. They're going to call it a timeout. Final one possible.
They have a run it back to work with. That definitely helps. Can simplify some of these attacking rounds and just give you a pretty straightforward approach.
Is that guy asleep?
Yeah.
Brother.
I think he fell asleep in the Gen.G game.
And nobody woke him up.
He woke up, he's like, hang on. This is a different Korean team.
Oh my god, no way.
It's like Munchkin, Meteor.
Somebody.
It's still Gen.G, right?
Somebody wake him up. And Ace is going to happen. He's gonna explode.
Well, oh, aggression there from Klaus. Traded by Munchkin. Meteor's gone down, so no run it back on the attacking side. You do have the 2 to force in play from Izu, though. He's itching for a pick. He'd love someone to peek him. So far, Val not really giving them much. This is a cheeky off angle. I have not seen an Omen playing up here ever. Flash off the line, though, is Cinder, and under a lot of pressure. He's taken a long time to TP.
Oh, but he still gets his gun at the ready. Dips in for a third! The Hunter's Fury chiming in as well, and all of a sudden it's just Izu alone, trying to dodge those beams. Brings back out the tour de force, but he's completely surrounded. Quite worried about the flank. Zexy's just gonna toy with him as much as possible for LP to creep up front.
Who is this guy? Is this the same guy from Kickoff?
Nah, dude.
In the offseason, Cinder has gone into the hyperbolic time chamber. The amount of aim prac that this guy has done is immense.
He's got weights on his wrist.
He's taking the gloves off this game for sure.
Yeah, and when those gloves hit the ground, it's just going to cause like a huge earthquake. That's how hard he's been training.
Well, Izu scanned up by the dart, flanked by LP. Another round for Varel. Back-to-back rounds on the defense. Post-timeout for T1. It felt like they read that round very well, to be honest. It was 1-for-1 early on, and to be honest, if they, in the timeout, had a game plan that revolved around the run it back, then I'm sure they would have had to pivot in the mid-round. But there's no way that you should be really having this much problem trading out an Omen in that position.
He's shocked. He's stunned.
Yeah.
Legit. If Cinder got taken out, this round would not have gone this way.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, the spacing looks horrible there for T1, but that's kind of just a side effect of what they're playing. The Neon is 4 steps in front of the Sky, who is setting him up with the utility, and then the Astra is holding short. They're kind of in all the positions that you would expect them to be, and they're running at an Omen who's been stunned, and he's late to TP. I mean, I think 9 times out of 10, you're probably thinking, well, T1's just rolled him and won the round. But that is just some individual brilliance from Cinder.
Not much you can do about that. Cracked Koreans. Either way, though, it's going to be back-to-back timeouts. Pilski feels as though the situation's getting more dire by the second. Izu back in with an op.
This is T1's map pick, and Varel are looking to pinch it here in a moment. Starting to run out of money on this attacking side. Still do have the run it back, so if they had some kind of plan to utilize that ultimate in a round previous, I dare say they want to get it used. It's very frustrating to be in the coaching booth and not watch your players use ultimates. That's something that T1 would never do, right?
Or
they've never done that before.
Parties. Yeah.
I've never seen T1 not use their ultimates.
Right here.
Well,
Scanning ahead.
Either way, you lose this, it's up to map point for Varel. T1 need to pull something out. And there they go.
I mean, bold from Klaus. I respect it. He's done that exact same wide peak in the last round. This time, not so good. Here's the run it back straight through the middle of the map, though. LP gives it a little bit of a jiggle. He's not interested. Stax is getting the plant down in the meanwhile, and T1 are digging their heels in. Buzz has been left on the back of the site.
Theoretically the correct play, but we go back into it. What's the retake gonna look like? You can't take out Buzz. Buzz actually slides up front. You make it a trade. Suddenly, Meteor comes back in to take the place of Buzz, and then we have a huge problem as he spins around, swiveled onto a tap headshot. Just Cinder outside of garage, and he's been pinned down. That's gonna be T1 up to 10 and 11.
Yeah, I think the coach of T1 has just called that timeout and said, guys, remember that play we didn't do in the round previous? Let's do that one, and let's not get caught by the Neon sliding out garage this time.
Well done.
Good stuff from Meteor. Punishes that aggression and then just goes crazy in the middle of the map. Optimistic swing from Buzz. It's the kind of swing that you take when the round is probably already won.
Also preventing Varel from trying to set up again as well. And that has always been kind of the issue for Varel on this half, the retakes.
Guiding light up over the top, you have the Blade Storm in play here for Zexy. T1 pushed out of lobby early on. It's a big stack over A here. Paranoia was prepped in from Suicide. T1 not making any inroads on that part of the map. Lucky not to, because if they got caught by that trap play, it could have been bloody.
But we've seen this setup from Varel again before. You mentioned, you know, sticks and tape and... Okay, at least we're moving parts around now.
Yeah, playing off the trips a little bit more. There isn't a trip on front B. Once again, Trailblazer goes forward, confirms that there is a trip inside a garage. Needs to be broken by Buzz. Klaus trying with the counter spam, but not connecting, and he's stunned himself. So, that's not ideal.
It's just LP around C. Suna's not going to move. T1 still trying to bait more out towards the C site.
Yeah, they creep back into C here. LP on his lonesome with the judge on the backside of the C site. See how proactive he's going to be. I mean, it's going to be a suicide mission from him one way or another. The only question is how successful it will be.
Feels as though T1 should be able to anticipate it. They've seen him play this position again and again. So up around the cages, they suspect something around the corner. They still hop into it though. Suicide mission complete. You walk away with one. At the same time, T1 managed to gain control over the site. Klaus trying to toy around it. Will be able to slide forward, but no one is here to follow up. Cinder actually arrives. The spike is down on the ground, and you've got 10 seconds left to try to get it planted. Meanwhile, Suna out from the back garage. Cinder just to toy around with it from the shadows onto site itself. Buzz not cracking under the pressure just yet. He will hop back in across. He completes the straight transfer! Just as easy as ever, Buzz! Still ever the veteran!
I thought I only saw that in my ranked games. Zexy whiffs every single knife on the Blade Storm and is left jumping around like a goose with the classic.
Not from Zexy, no!
Anybody but him. Usually incredibly sharp on one of his signature agents of the Jet. I mean, to be fair, he did use 2 knives to the body there, so he only had so many. There it is. That's the last knife. And then he pulls out the shorty, which doesn't do much of that range.
That's a bit of panic for sure.
And I think the second player to trade him there was LP with the judge. So that's 2 players trying to run at him with shotguns.
That's why you got the transfer. Well, it's 11-11 now. Winner might take all.
Overdrive is there from Klaus. I'm surprised he hasn't given someone else the Hero Vandal because the overdrive on the Neon is a rifle in its own right. T1, how many times have they crept into a site for free here? There's a trip in play. LP playing inside of his cage once again, does deal with the Trailblazer, but caught there by the spam, by the relay bolt. It's again another unsuccessful suicide mission from the Cypher with a shotgun, and the rest of Varel aren't doing much on the Flood either.
Yeah, this is not how you kind of want to have this round go.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, yeah, not really. Credit to T1 though. They're just simplifying, really, you know. They're taking their time, working together as a unit, sending in the Trailblazer to see what's going on. Buzz dives in on the entry, and they have Meteor to follow up if needed.
Unfortunately, sometimes that's the case, you know. Rookies, they've brought this game up this far, but up to this point, that's where you start to really feel the shakiness in the defense. They start to peak a little bit early.
Yeah.
How's the money look?
I mean,
triple judge?
Triple judge? If there was going to be any team to do it, it'd be Varel. They love their shotguns, these guys. Klaus, once again, does have the overdrive to follow up, so he's not completely bound by the judge this round. They are backing the judges, though. Run it back is in play for Meteor. You once again have the Cosmic. If T1 walk into a site for free and put the Cosmic down against a triple judge, that's going to be it. That's going to be it.
I can see they're definitely considering that fact. And then we'll start things up. You do have a deep trip though, and it's quickly dealt with. Oh no, LP.
He's just getting manhandled this game.
Come on,
isn't he?
Klaus. Surely you've got something. He pops the overdrive and he just goes in Hail Mary fully on towards Meteor's run it back. Cinder comes in with a follow-up, and that's good enough of a stop for now.
Yes, he could definitely be on for OT here. The Cosmic has kind of just turned C-Log into a bit of a shooting gallery. Drone goes forward, confirms that T1 is still hanging around here.
We playing a TDM on Drift?
Yeah, 1v1 in mid. It's literally every TDM map.
Well, not for long. Back into Garage. Varel starting to consider the fact that T1 might have rotated off elsewhere. Zexi's on an exploration mission.
He's walked down the middle of the map. Cinder once again has to stand and deliver. Klaus very close by, has the fast lane to break up the push. Whiff shot. Cinder has got to multi-frag here and he can't.
Unfortunate. It's Izu with just the headhunter, and that's possibly all it took. Now you got the trademark towards the back. Zexi's efforts have completely been thrown aside. It's just Suna, and he has to deliver. Otherwise, this is done.
Cloudburst starts getting past the trademark, though. RT1 going to be ready for the flank.
I think they're quite aware. Izu is even on the cards for an ace. Op shots, headhunter, and that's all he needed. Despite Sparrow's best efforts, it's now on to Zexi, the young duelist. Heavy responsibility, and it's a huge choke point as well. Izu trades it down, swaps to the headhunter. Zexi still trying. He's running out of time though, and that's where it ends. Munchkin up 13-11. T1 complete the entire map.
I mean, that is a sloppy game from T1, where they lost both pistols. They still won. That is the class of this team. Even if they're slow starters into some of these specific tournaments, they are still able to come away with wins. And if they warm up, they start to hit their stride. That's where Varel is really in trouble.
That's pretty much the whole game. It really feels as though you want to see a lot more. But credit where it's due. You know, you do see some of these players start to stand up. Cinder having a hell of a game. But for now, let's toss it to the stage with the coach interview on Gen.
Haven is in the back for T1. I've got Coach KDG with me to talk about what happened on that map. KDG, super close game, but you guys completed the comeback, and we got to see the individual brilliance from all of the players on T1, especially towards the end. So what was the difference between the first half and the second half? What made it difficult for you, especially on your defense? 일단은 감독님, 조합의 변화를 줬고, 그리고 이제 후반전 가서 선수들 모두 살아나는 모습을 보여줬는데요. 전반전이 좀 아쉬우신 부분도 있었을 것 같고, 좀 T1에게는 큰 고비지 않았나 싶습니다. 어떤 점이 달랐고, 또 전반전 어떤 점이 힘들었던 걸까요?
일단은 전반전 특히 수비에서는 저희가 조금 난이도가 있는 조합을 선택하기도 했지만 그럼에도 불구하고 저희가 한 명씩 약간 잘라먹으면서 리테이크하는 구도가 좀 나왔어야 되는데 사실 저희가 잘라먹으면서 리테이크가 아니라 저희가 한 명씩 죽으면서 리테이크 되는 상황이 많았어서 조금 더 힘들었던 것 같습니다.
Well, yeah, on defense with this comp, it is a bit tricky, but what made it trickier for us was our initial plan was to go one by one, gain map control bit by bit, but we ended up dying and we had one man going down from our side, so that kind of made it tricky for us to perform well on defense, but we pushed it through. Thank you very much, KDG, and good luck.
네, 감사합니다.
What a map one. Varel had a very strong start on Haven, but it must be so heartbreaking the way this script has completely flipped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm upset for the guys because they came out and they looked so good in this first half. I thought it was over and done with. The way they were playing looked great. They managed to capture that aggression. They had those moments of individual brilliance. And then the side swaps. You see T1 start to build that momentum and it all falls apart for Varel.
This felt eerily similar to me to when they squared off against each other at the SVL during the offseason, where it was a really strong early start for then SLT, now Varel, and T1 just kind of started figuring them out, started assessing like, okay, this is how you're trying to play the game, right? Okay, we can make these adjustments, we can figure it out, we can solve this puzzle, and then they did. This one considerably closer, but this is going to be a heartbreaker for Varel after taking both of those pistols, after being so far ahead, to then have this map not even go to that overtime, to have that denied away from you. Even though this is your opponent's map pick, you would really like to come away with the win here?
I mean, for me, I think their inexperience showed. Look at that. The anti-eco after that second half round switch, they win the pistol and then they buy 2 judges. This isn't something that you see a lot for a reason, because the site gets overrun. If the judges don't go crazy and multi-kill, all of a sudden you're in a horrible retake against the judges. They lose all that momentum that they just got from the pistol, and the half runs away from them. This is where I want to see them have that bit more discipline, a little bit more structure, but it didn't come out today. T1 managed to steal a map win, essentially, here.
I think that's a really good point, and I'm pretty sure that exact those moments are going to be something they'll be reviewing after this match today, win or lose. But, to that point about experience, this is something that Munchkin is especially a specialist in, is sort of reading the patterns of the opponents, and the more rounds you give them, the more time you give Munchkin to figure them out, especially on a map like Haven. But what I really like to see from Team 1 is that it's not just the Izu show. They've all done their part.
Yeah, I mean, they come out with this this double duelist, this Phoenix composition here, putting Meteor on Phoenix for the 2nd time ever in his career.
Yeah.
Which I was kind of surprised by. I thought that given how long he's been competing back in the day when Phoenix was a lot more prevalent, I thought maybe we'd be seeing him there, but no, 2nd time that he's ever brought it out, and it ended up finding its footing. It was a very rocky start for everyone on T1, but we started seeing that level up, because initially it was Izu kind of being that guiding light, saying, come on guys, catch up to me, I'm the only one who's really finding some impact here, and then they were able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to echo something that Pilski said at the end there, and it really shows the caliber of this T1 team. They played a game that was unremarkable then. We weren't blown away, but they know how to get these games across the line. When it gets messy, when their backs get against the wall, they can always turn it around, really switch on, and they get those wins on the board. That's what's important. VALORANT, not quite there yet, not having the experience to close it out when such big names are on the other side.
Yeah, that's right. And, 2 of these big names, one of them is definitely Meteor, being on that Phoenix role.
Yeah, this was, we were questioning how this was going to end up going for them. And as mentioned, Izu, very good hot starts for him. We know that when he gets that operator in hand, he can be so very deadly with it, but having that headhunter behind, in the case that he does whip, he was able to come up with some really nice headshots.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it before on this desk about how Chamber can be a great answer to double duelists because they don't have a lot of util to deal with you, but the caveat to that is you have to be able to hit the shot on the moving Neon. It's a hard thing to do, but if you're able to make it work, it is a very good answer, and Izu really started to light up. I mean, 4K on that last round should have been an ace. Like, he really has that individual capability, and I'd love to see him come back to this chamber even more as we move through stage 1.
Now, on the other side of VALORANT, we did see some great moments. Zuna was on all our Build Diff rosters for a reason, because he's shown up so well during kickoff. But Cinder, now this is a guy we wanted to see step up as the IGL, not just the vibes guy, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, I see you, Cinder. I feel like he did a good job there. I mean, this was a different guy from what we saw in kickoff. He's able to put these multi-kills together. I mean, that's what you want to see from him. Even if he is that experienced player, you want to see him come alive. Really, a very positive sign for VALORANT if he's able to get on the board, but now we need all 5 of them firing at the same time, otherwise it's just going to be more of the same.
Yeah, it's kind of, what we were talking about with T1, what they were lacking at Santiago, what we need to see from them, that big level up, everyone arriving on the same level. They ended up getting there. VALORANT now, the onus is on them to do very much the same.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you mentioned SBL. These 2 teams faced each other. The last time they played each other, they did play Pearl, and it was also a fairly close game, but was it a similar pattern back then?
At that point, T1 kind of had a decent understanding of what they were going to look to do at the beginning of the map, so T1 had a considerably stronger start compared to the first one, which I believe is bind to kick things off in that series. But so they have a decent understanding of what VALORANT probably wants to do coming into this Pearl, but obviously the meta has shifted. It's been a long time since then. That was back in December, so we're many, many months now in the future. So VALORANT could have something a bit different up their sleeve coming into this Pearl, but I think that, Neon still going to be a consideration, obviously, but I could honestly see them sticking with the composition and just keeping the Jet in as well.
Yeah, I mean, we know Jet can be so successful on Pearl. The operator is so important on that map, and we know how strong it can be on this squad of VALORANT. So I think big questions there. They did, of course, pick it as we move towards this next map. So I want to see something well prepared, well drilled, and very ready.
It was one of the few maps that they did win during kickoff as well, on that huge overtime back against Gen.G. And so I think I can see why they would want to keep it and kind of improve upon upon it. We saw the Waylay, with Zexy last time they played this map.
I mean, yeah, could just stick with that one as well. I'm just curious, do they still continue to lean in for a double duelist on this one? Do they decide, okay, we might need a little bit more util here to break some of the setups that you want to bring to the fold, especially if they're going to be keeping that chamber, which is something that they absolutely could do.
Yeah.
So maybe they do decide to pivot away from that and go for that solo duelist.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big question. I mean, for me on VALORANT, I want to see them run double duelist. This is what you won Ascension with. This was what you really, showed so much strength with. And I think if they pivot away, if they want to play util heavy, old school Korean VALORANT, that's not who you are. You're Gen.G Zoomer kids. Get in the face, man. Play fast. That's where they're the best.
Or at the very least, if you're going to go that solo duelist, match the chamber. Bring Klaus back out with that one, because he has shown that he in his own right can be a very deadly chamber player. So if you want to just fight fire with fire, I think that's also a very good approach.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And this is, Korea's next generation of talent here. VARL is a Japanese team, but the talents are Korean, like the youngest players in this squad. So I'm really curious what the coach is going to have to say about this team, how they're going to mental reset, because you're only going to get so many resets again in stage 1. So let's send it to the stage to hear from Jen.
Here with TK9 of VARL now. TK9, 11-13 was the score line. T1 came back in the second half, but from your perspective, what were you able to point out before heading into map 2? 헤이븐에서 11-13으로 끝났습니다. 흐름이 좋았는데 T1이 역전을 이뤄냈거든요. 2세트 들어가기 전에 좀 어떤 부분을 짚어주셨나요?
실수 나온 포인트나 저희가 킥오프 때 고쳐야 됐던 포인트를 고쳤다고 생각을 했는데 그게 또 그대로 나왔다고 생각을 해서 그 부분을 다시 좀 되짚었던 것 같습니다. 네.
Mistakes from the players and also some mistakes that we thought we fixed back in the kickoff. It kind of repeated itself, so those were some points that I talked about before heading into map 2. Thank you very much and good luck on Pearl.
All right, well, TK9 mentioned mistakes. Do you think those mistakes are more than just mental crumble?
I mean, I think they definitely can be. I think we saw a few structural issues there in how much space they were giving T1, how much respect they were giving T1. I didn't like some of the buys coming out from them. I do think there's things they can iron out as we move towards Pearl. Take a look at the compositions here. Okay. VARL going for that double initiator look, bringing back the KO and rocking with solo duelist Waylay. So very different to kickoff for them.
Yeah, I mean, it took us a long time in kickoff to even see our first KO. Now it seems like he's starting to crop back up a little bit, but Izu is going to be sticking with this chamber, so I do like that a lot. My biggest concern for VARL is when the mistakes that you're making are ones that you've talked about and tried to conquer in the well in the past, and they continue to rear their heads. Those are the ones that linger on your mind and really affect your mental all the more, because you're saying, no, I know how to deal with this and I'm continuing to have this problem. So I'm hoping that they can find that adjustment, that they can just shrug off that Haven.
Yeah, definitely. And they have shown they have the potential to do that. They have the potential to beat T1 and bring us to the very first Lotus of 2026. Okay, we're going to go into map 2 of Pearl as we send it back to our casters. Are they going to be dancing? Yeah.
Not quite.
Straight up no. Nice try, nice try. You're going to make me, I'm going to have to be bottom place on another build before you make me dance again. But for that, yeah, you're absolutely right. We're going back into this one, onto Pearl. I mean, any thoughts on the comp so far, Billy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a change-up for both of these teams since the last time they played, but obviously the meta has come a pretty big way since then. You see Meteor currently holding the kill record in VCT Pacific, and this is a staple for him. Killjoy on this map on the attacking side, he loves to be aggressive. He loves to walk it down the middle of the map, so I think he's going to be getting a fair few more on the tally to start out on the attacking side for T1, which was their pick, by the way. They could have picked defense to start, even with the slower comp on the solo duelist. In fact, it's only one agent different from their Haven comp, so this seems like T1's approach to the meta here.
Just kind of, sort of running it back in onto the attack now, straight in through, down B long with a flash.
Guiding light down, turret dealt with as the orb goes towards Sax, but this is anything but a hard commitment for T1. Just a little bit of pressure on that B side of the map, which has drawn out a rotation from LP and Zexy.
Ooh, and leaving Izu on an insert as well. I mean, at this point, T1 could potentially explore their options down middle.
Gonna get a regroup and a push towards B long, looking for some information. As you mentioned, T1, Izu lighting in wait. Does have his rendezvous if necessary, but only a KO knife. Oh, Izu finally finds his mark. He was lying in wait for such a long time, and Zexy overstepping a little bit. Now push down the middle of street as the alarm bot gets dealt with.
That should be clear as day, what T1 are trying to do. Feral, of course, though, kind of deep into positions. Not sure if they're going to actually be able to play around it. Nice spike plant. So far, so good, though, especially the kill foul from LP. But Meteor, there he goes again. That's the player that's always been around these corners. You're worried about him. Suna still able to deal with it, though.
Oh.
But then comes Stax. Izu back into it again. So despite all of Arrow's best efforts, unfortunately, they get taken apart.
3K from Izu, and there was a couple of little moments there where it felt like Varel was peppering them. I think Cinder, it's very hard to be done by. That's a hell of a flick from Izu. You can see crosshair placement was expecting the backhaul swing and a beautiful raw adjustment. An upwards flick is not easy to be converting there. So many Headhunter bullets purchased there by Izu. I think he went 6 in the Headhunter with a trademark.
Yeah, he was already heating up off the previous map, and now he's back at it here. Varel in for a rough ride.
I mean, they won both pistols last map and still lost, so already dropping a pistol on their map pick after T1 barely scraped a win across the line is not the start that you would have wanted. KO Knife does secure LP the orb. He's working his way towards a null command.
But at the end of the day, I mean, just gonna write that all off. You know, fresh map, fresh start. Maybe didn't go so well in the pistol, but think about what the defenses should be and what it should look like. You already know Izu tends to be this lurk for T1, maybe Meteor as well.
I think for Varel, what I want to see is them get an op-out and really try to play some like trap setups around the fact that T1 is just going to be walking around the map. Big ace stack on the cards here for Varel though. Trailblazer goes in.
Yeah, so far so good, but then again, just everyone getting kind of concussed up by the relay bolts now towards the back lines as T1 just continues to flood in, but losing numbers as the pistols will rain through. It's Munchkin now, back onto the Ghost. Just around the corner, waiting for Zuna to swing. Who's going to make the first move? It's going to be Munchkin, pushing up front off after the haunt.
The A-stack does a lot of work for Varel there, though. Has to be said, and Bulldog wasn't picked up at the end of round for Munchkin. He lost his armor, so the only thing that T1 walks away with that round is a Marshall. Not exactly the cleanest anti-eco you've ever seen. Similar kind of pacing as you see on Haven there. You get the Neon diving in first while the rest of T1 waits inside of the smoke. And then if they need kind of a second wave to the execute, that's where they pop out with the guiding light. That really seems to be their go-to at the moment.
I'm out of here.
Especially of that flavor. Farrell though. Now with the rifles, just trying to poke across. Some information outside of B for now.
Dexy's got deep info on A playing the off angle here. This is exactly how I want them to play. Do have the Killjoy kind of safeguarding the middle of the map, and you have your options open to you to be able to rotate flexibly with the Initiator, but with the Waylay on a deep info line here, does give them pretty nice ability to be able to pivot and stack B, but Zexy opting to play it safer and full off the line. Doesn't want to get isolated in a position like that, and when he doesn't have the refract active, I can imagine why. He's going to play retake from pit side. The issue is, I mean, T1 are just being given the middle of the map right now, and there really isn't any recourse for Varel other than just setting up for a retake.
Unless Zexy can kind of get an opening hit, but it's tough to do that with all the smokes and the fast lanes and everything.
Yeah, this is the same variation you've seen from T1 on the A execute before. They are able to successfully get the spike down. A little bit of spam damage onto Stax, though.
Otherwise, still good. Now you're set up into the corners with a Bucky and everything as well. Izu just prepped up. Rendezvous away. Clean as ever. Meanwhile, Varel still looking for the execute back in. They initiated with light speed. So far, so good. Still have some time to work off of it. Meteor is choosing the right timing to swing through while Munchkin is setting up a big old flank. LP, though, so far, being able to take down Meteor makes things a little bit more doable. Izu out towards the top, and oh, they managed to turn around at the right time. It's Izu now, just the only one left, and Cinder sticking it all the way through.
Very nice retake from Varel. Only 2 players survived there. T1 invest a fair bit into that round. They purchased up 3 rifles after losing all of their guns in round 2. So they threw a fair bit at that round. The spike plant and the extra money will help them put together a better buy here in round 4, and they do take 3 rifles away from Varel. So this next round going to be critically important for both teams. I do like the approach on the retake from Varel. This pairing of initiators can work quite well. I think the Fade and the KO together is a very flexible initiator pairing. You do have other initiators like Sova or Sky, for example, that, you know, they have to trailblazer in, they have to be stationary while they take that space back. But with a Fade and a KO, you can really just throw a Prowler, throw a Flash, and just very quickly be able to take map control back and bully your way through.
Relative Season 8, otherwise it's still information all across. So, lovely to see how that could potentially work out. T1 though.
A main secured. Trip does get placed down from Izu. And big rotation back to that side of the map. And this is what I was talking about. Meteor, he loves to do this. He just loves to walk through the middle of the map. He is just a man with a gun on the Killjoy. But Meteor can be a very dangerous man with a gun when he's feeling himself.
I've seen it happen way too many times. Even on a match like Split, he just walks up by himself and somehow opens up sights. Varel, just don't give that up to him. For now, just kind of rotating back and forth, trying to gain some information.
Similar to the other rounds, they give Team 1 plenty of space. This very much seems to me like Varel is confident in their retakes. They're quite happy to be able to retake a site. Different variation of the A execute this time, and Cinder's going to play forward. Oh, he's shooting the dog so well here.
That's pretty good. Undetected. Just hiding into the corner while Buzz is inside the smokes, actually, but either way, okay. Couple kills, Stacks instant reaction, and then you've got Suna back into it, out from dugout. No, Buzz! He's done the best. So far, so good as it goes back into a 2v2. Sudden Nightfall does rob the sound away. And with him DK down, it's going to be a full connection onto the wallbang kill. 5 seconds left to pick up the spike and to try to hope for a plant or to bait the peak sound, but it's not going to matter if it's a crossfire. If it's two players from Varel, makes it tough.
You can see why Varel trusts their retakes. I mean, that was very well organized. It never felt like T1 got comfortable. LP rips the null command, which he was building up since the second round. Let's not forget that he was farming those orbs inside of A main. Great opener to take Izu out of the equation. That's very consistently been the player that has been left in these post plants. I mean, look at the KO. His ult just faded half a second before that. Buzz has taken his head off at the worst possible time for Varel, but they've still found a way to win the round. To be fair as well, I think Cinder could have got more in that position. He only got one, and then Stax was able to react onto him. I thought Cinder was on for a 3K there. So I don't think I think several things in that round went wrong for Varel, and they still won. So things are looking good for them on Pearl.
For sure. Similarly for T1 as well. I mean, maybe sometimes it does go a bit rocky, but either way, right now it kind of looks neck and neck. I mean, scoreline aside. You do have an early timeout, though. I do wonder what this is for.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as T1 is concerned, they've been playing a similar style for most of this game, and in both of the opening gun rounds, it doesn't go very well. I think you see a similar kind of approach from Varel, where they give most of the map. They're not really kind of being very active. You haven't seen any kind of waylay walks with the Refract active looking for a pick or anything like that. You haven't seen any trap setups. You can run things like that off of the Killjoy turret with an underarm flash from the KO. That's something that you could definitely see from Varel. So I think T1, the timeout is really just going to have to be an adaptation to what you're seeing from Varel. They know they've been given a lot of space.
You want to play?
They just need to kind of iron out winning these post plants.
Got the tour de force out now.
Yeah, you do have the overdrive in the back pocket for Buzz. Timmy the turret does reveal that Op is on that side of the map, and Zexy takes that as an invitation. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if Izu had full armor there, to be honest, and if he did, I think the turret just got him killed to the Outlaw.
Actually, maybe. Either way, thank you very much. He's going to take that one. At the same time, the rest of the team trying to flood forward with it, but there goes Buzz. Overdrive popped, and he will pick up a weapon off of it.
They have to play on site here. The Cosmic is in play from Varel, so T1, you're going to have to see them trying to tuck themselves into back halls and play around this Cosmic retake. Varel trying to find out where they're playing. Underarm flash on the close angle, trying to deal with any pressure. And this is what I was talking about. The KO and the Prowlers working in tandem to be able to take this space back.
I mean, hell, you still have the Fragment as well. It can still clear out some of these closer positions where, you know, a Stinger or Bucky could be lying around. Instead, it's going to be the Seize that connects out to the front. The Smoke's trying to obfuscate things, but it all comes down to the quicker reaction. Stacks gets it! Oh my god, the double, and then Buzz onto the Bucky!
The overdrive was enough to get it done. They lost to tour de force right at the start of the round, but T1 plays very well around that after plant. Cosmic doesn't really have as much impact as you'd want, especially when you see a smoke on mid-site there for Munchkin. Gives just a little bit of a pocket for Stacks to play in with the Stinger. And then Buzz, who is sitting in back hall since the start of the round, pops out with the Bucky, and that's enough to get it done.
First smokes. That's a thrifty right there.
Yeah, post the timeout as well, which bankrupts Varel, because let's not forget, in both of their rounds that they won, they only had 2 rifles survive. They could not afford to lose to that eco from T1. Now, Outlaw picked up from Izu. He wants to hand out the same punishment he was given last round, and Zexi's given him the opportunity.
Not fully anymore. Smokes gonna hop away, but at the same time, T1 start to plant some boots around mid.
Yeah, I mean, they've been given the middle of the map this entire game. I'm kind of wondering when the shoe is going to drop, so to speak, and Varel are going to run like a trap or something a little bit more active in this part of the map. Klaus, under his turret, is not exactly something that you're going to write home about. Buzz not particularly impressed by that. Here's the second wave of Seekers, by the way. Stacks must be getting so many orbs and plants.
Down to round 6, but off the Seekers, they confirm that all the players are positioned around A. Let's go to B.
Yeah, I mean, they walked into the A stack last time. It's good to see some character development from T1. Nice open B site. To be fair, the majority of Haven on the attacking side, they were walking into open sites. So the mid-rounding has been great for T1. You saw it in the Pacific content. A lot of people tipping Munchkin as one of the best IGLs in the league.
Yeah, yeah.
So far, been worth his weight in gold.
What about Varel, though? I mean, all things considered, this is just slight eco. Looking for the exits, perhaps, but...
Yeah, I mean, they'd love a bit of damage here. The problem is you don't really want to feed them a Cosmic Divide or a Lockdown.
Not one bit.
And Meteor wants
might start to, yeah, push up for it, though. A little bit of a flash will kind of scare Varel for the time being as well, as they look to die to the spike, possibly. Crosshair straight in. Oh, and even with a crossfire, Buzz somehow still walks away with daylight robbery. He's hopping across now, and it's just going to be Zexy to pick up 1 point, but that's it.
Yeah, Meteor one off the lockdown now. And T1, after a little bit of a stumble in rounds 3 and 4, post-timeout, it is perfection. A really nice thrifty win on that B site, and then pivoting off the Seekers in the mid-round allowed them to avoid walking into that A stack. Really, really well worked from them.
Jesus.
It's like Buzz is on perma neon duties. Which, to be fair, I'm pretty sure he's sick of sending it in on Waylay. On attack. It's a sad job to have.
It is.
But even for a solo duelist, it hasn't really felt like he's been that pressured. I feel like in this series so far, he's been getting a lot of space. I think that's part of T1 often reading the correct sites to be going into in the mid-round.
Like you mentioned, just waiting for that shoe to drop again. Of course, possibly off of this timeout. Now you got the full buy coming in from Varel.
Yeah, I wonder what you do here as Varel, because you can change things up. You know, we haven't seen Zexy get on a deep info line at all so far. We haven't seen any trap plays in the middle of the map at all. They've just been happy to give T1 the middle of the map. I mean...
They're playing on the extremities.
Yeah, half the time they've been winning their retakes though. So I wonder as Varel, like, do you really do anything different? Because when it comes down to a fair gun round in the post plant, they're often winning.
They got converted paths now, so they actually might...
that's great in a retake. That absolutely owns the B site.
Stick to a retake setup, but...
That's a good spot.
I don't know.
There.
Now going to get more aggressive this time.
There.
Zexy going to activate the refract and get a little bit active. Trailblazer goes forward though. Oh, and lucky to be alive there, isn't he?
Quite so. Maybe give D1 Rabbit a chase. Buzz is way up front. Dodge the 0 point.
I mean, it really feels like T1 is just looking to prep themselves for the lockdown here. This convergent paths could be the responsive piece of utility from Zexy.
Gonna have to connect off of it though. Make something happen. Buzz is gonna play around with the relay, but look at Zexy, Lightspeed over at the top. And even then, the judge is still gonna answer back in kind.
It's a 1-for-1. Trade the killjoys off, and T1 is still up the creek without a paddle, stuck in B long. Izu gonna place himself down a rendezvous and wait for someone on Varel to overextend. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 Try to work back in the middle of the map. The thing is, though, that, again, this is a Varel where they don't get any info. They don't make a push anywhere. They're just sat at the back of the map. You haven't got the Astra in A main. You haven't got anyone in the middle of the map.
Kind of need it, though. I mean, you got those two initiators, and unfortunately, without the Killjoy, yeah. It's just a face check from LP. Will confirm positioning. Might be good enough. Still, though, up close and personal. He's going to have to be able to stand tall. Goes down towards Stax on the trade, which is not too bad. Now you're down to 10 seconds, but Stax continues to pummel through. Out with the haunts, in with the peaks. Zuna is going to find and collect on the 2. The Prowler out, and as he tries to look for the final one, it's not completing. Just Cinder, who's unfortunately going to be able to pick up the round off the timer, actually.
He's pacifist. Munchkin, not enough time to plant there. Zuna's done very well for backhaul. I mean, clearly the standout for Varel today. Has to be said. It's another perfect round from him. I love this reaction, though. To be honest, I thought that Varel would have got more out of that. It was the perfect convergent pass. It caught the entire team from T1. Dominated B long.
They got enough.
Oh, that's rough from Zexy. He's made a mess of that one. He's caught Stax completely saturated, sopping 200 pounds wet.
Judge.
And he still can't clean him up.
I don't know what you want to have from your star duelist. Either way, a little round, but with all the guns dropped, you're back down to the pistols. T1 just still trying to play stable.
Yeah. That's Meteor's domain. You don't set foot in the middle of the map on Pearl. On the attacking side, Killjoy, I mean, this is where this guy does his best work.
I'm going to think twice about doing that next time, which just does not bode well for the upcoming rounds towards the end of this first half.
I mean, even the rounds where Varel is winning, they're just so strugglesome. They've had to take an eco after a round win.
You feel for him, though. I mean, like, through all the growth, through all their best efforts out from the first map, just to find this outcome again. I mean, you're the rookies, but just going to have to keep digging. Keep digging. T1, on the other hand, higher expectations, but not for this round at least. It should be simple.
30 seconds left.
Cinder's trying to be a cheeky man yet again. Gives himself a little pocket to play with, but T1 all over it.
Yeah. Don't hate it, though.
Spike planted.
It's all right. Got a little fragment here and there.
Oh.
More shots peppered through. Yeah, let's find someone. There are a couple pretty low players on the other side.
You throw a lockdown at it.
Possible. Oh no, but it's the flash peek.
Oh, LP. We've all been there. 1 on 3 for Klaus, and T1's giving him nothing. Astra is not alive, but you've got multiple nanos for Meteor, and Izu just walks him down. Nicely done for T1. It's another round that could have gone horribly wrong.
Take aim, Zenfire, let's not complicate it.
It's on the attacking side. At what point is the job done already? Doing very well for themselves, especially because they only have a solo duelist. This is a very slow comp. This is 3 guys with guns, Chamber, Killjoy, and Astra, that don't really do anything in terms of scaling into the site or, you know, interacting with the round.
Just Buzz. But, you know, they still are the ones you want to have on these agents. Izu, Meteor, of course. Really makes you question, you know, what the second half could look like if Varel don't start picking up more rounds.
Izu juggled the op. This is where Varel are looking to get a little bit more active in the middle of the map. Haven't seen it so far. Will it be deja vu? A double in this position from Meteor last time.
It's 3 players. And they've got the guns now. Just Cinder trying to play around the stairs. Oh, no.
He had no head armor. The Phantom's just taking his head off so easily. Zuna next up to bat. Like, this is just players taking 1v1s in art with no real plan around that. Spike gets dropped by Zexy, but, like, what is going on for Varel?
I got Spike.
Entirely sure. I couldn't tell. You're trying to refill that space. At least Zexy's managed to walk away with 1 Meteor, relatively low.
There's so many things you could do with this comp, Quack, you know? Like, you could pop a flash over the top of double doors and go for a pick or something like that. You could have the refract active on Zexy, but that's just 2 guys trying to walk at Meteor in art. That's not going to get it done.
Starting to get too lost in the weeds, perhaps. You know, playing up against a team like T1 again, you're getting in your head, thinking about, oh, Meteor could be here. I've got to cover all my gaps. But unfortunately, that's exactly where T1 looked to exploit you. Now, defending lockdown placed in, but to no avail. Spike still planted, and everyone just dances around it. It's just sexy here. And with him being alone, you know, it feels as though it's not going to surmount to much.
I mean, Buzz has gotten away with robbery there. He's run in, gotten 2 picks inside of the lockdown, and fast-laned himself in spawn to stay alive. Oh, man.
Dips back in for more. You know, it's Buzz. He's a
greedy man. That's just the kind of greed they talked about in the Bible.
The kind that should get punished, but unfortunately it's not. It's going to be T1 doubling up the score on Varel.
I mean, that's a round that is far too easy for T1. Far too easy. And Varel is broke again. Here we go. We have to relive this. That's 2 people giving Meteor aim duels. And if there's anything Meteor loves, it's aim duels.
And 1v1s.
And then Buzz does this. He gets Klaus. He's inside of the lockdown that entire time. Runs into spawn side, fast lanes himself, and then runs back into backhaul.
Let's go!
Where's Sparky? The lockdown is meant to clear out the B site.
Yeah.
Usually.
I'm looking for my comfort durian now.
Oh, yeah.
Timeout again.
It's got to be frustrating because it feels like as Varel, like a lot of these late round situations have been going well for you, but you're not doing yourselves any favors, not getting very organized on this defense. It feels like outside of give T1 the entire map and play for a good retake, there just isn't any depth to this defense at all. You haven't seen Zexy get active. In Ascension, this guy was the most aggressive duelist in the league. You could not stop this man from running through a smoke. I have not seen him take an aim duel in the early round, except for picking stacks up at tiles when they were down 3-on-5 there. That's the first actual aim duel I've seen him take. Maybe, okay, let's give him the convergent paths at B long. That's another round.
Okay.
It's like 2 of 10, it feels like.
Yeah.
Like, where is the balls from Varel right now? We saw this in kickoff as well, playing a very slow style.
I like it.
And it didn't work for them. And again, here on Pearl, it feels like they're just kind of letting T1 do what they want. Like, this is not the Varel that I'm used to watching.
Neutered. I don't know. I mean, whether it's the stage nerves or just the thought of playing up against a Titan like T1, you got to shake all that off. They brought some of that from the first map, but right now it's a far cry from it all. Of course, it's now just the eco again.
I mean, they've given T1 A main again, and there's no activity in the middle of the map. Like, they're playing an Astra. You could at least put an Astra smoke up and then, like, refract, walk up A main and try and go for a pick. Like, try and do something. But there's just nothing. There's no activity at all.
I don't want to put too much weight on this current round, just for the fact that it's pistol.
I mean, Stax is, yeah, he's confirmed the B stack. They're just going to walk into A for free.
Yeah, they don't have the spike. T1 are not fully committing. But it's enough position to try to fake it out against Varel, turn around, get some kills. Varel starting to make a lot of noise, cutting corners, and that's a lot of information to a guy like Meteor.
He's in art again. It's his favorite spot.
30 seconds
He is
left.
an artist.
I want to see him go like somewhere else and then just die flat completely.
No, he doesn't die there. He's invincible. He owns the art gallery.
Spike planted.
No, straight up. He's running a full-on like ring.
One enemy remaining.
Messing to pieces here and there.
It's unnecessary, really. It's very unnecessary. Just LP. And T1 are feeling invincible right now. They've got all the money in the world. Stax would love himself a Seekers here, so if I'm Stax, I'm running at him.
If his team's gonna find the last guy, he's starting to make a move.
Look at Stax. He's hungry.
No. LP's like, I'm not going to give it up. I'll just die someone else. But now Meteor's close to lockdown again.
Why does it feel anyone who fights Meteor is just like, there's no hope. There's no hope at all.
It's like a regular civilian against a stormtrooper with corrected vision.
Yeah. Buzz, as a solo duelist, is 15-7. Like, I've seen other games where you're playing solo duelist on Pearl where it feels like the solo duelist on attack just gets thrown to the wolves. He's like, guys, I'm going to fast lane, try and run into the site, and I'm hoping for the best. But this just feels free for Buzz.
Yeah. You don't want to see that from Varel. Now they've got the buy. Show us something. It's sexy on an op.
They took A main. They got active. Prowler secures control. Zexy's on and on the off angle. This is what we have been asking for. Not just the guiding light. Refract active. Oh, what a shot!
There we go. All of a sudden, T1 maybe quaking in their boots.
Let's just close the 5-on-4. One off the conversion pass here. You've got a lot of nice ults for the retake here, Varel. They can close out the last 2 rounds of this half cleanly, then they're on for one. This is a good setup in A main, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Off of Cinder's contact, you're going to probably rip an underarm flash. Exactly that.
Off angles, you can play off of it as well. Maybe Izu wants some heat against Zexy, but you're going to play it safe instead. Meteor's back towards Art, but there go those flashes. LP's still good.
He's still looking for something on B. I'm not sure he's going to find it. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're very disconnected here, T1.
Just waiting for that pin to drop. T1 shuffling around, you're down to about 30 seconds, and there goes a toss. Flash in kind, and suddenly it's Munchkin out. Nova Pulse! Enough of a response to maybe hang back. Meteor starts to make a move, and suddenly it's Pharaoh who are pinned down into this elbow position. In towards A main. Suna though, he's gonna swing out. Oh, and he saves the day! 10 seconds left, the spike out of reach. Meteor just has to run through with Izu.
No time. Nicely done for Varel. I mean, sloppy stuff, but it's a round nonetheless. This is kind of what I've been begging for this entire defensive side. Like, the retakes were working initially, but finally they get the op on an info line. Zexy finds a pick, and then the A main setup is worth its weight in gold. Not particularly successful in terms of the frags, but it does time T1 out of the round. You could see what they were going for. Gorgeous flick from Zexy.
Let's get Zexy back in.
I mean, you could see how tentative the T1 were there. They saw the guiding light scan someone in A main. They saw the star on the ground. They were basically in the doorway staring at the mousetrap the entire time.
They weren't sure. We'll go back into it again. Oh, same setup.
Yeah, Zexy a bit more of a passive angle this time. He gets one pick here, will have the convergent pass, and that could be fantastic for Farrell. Activates the refract. T1 not giving him any peeks off the back of that, so he's going to have to play a little bit more passive now.
The whole team has, potential retake ults.
Get off your phone, Buzz. Come on, mate.
They're drawing up the plan. T1 have their ults as well.
Yeah, I think T1 expecting some aggression here, but not being given anything. I mean, there is big ults in play here for Varel. Finally, T1 bursting their way up B long.
Uh-oh. Yeah, especially with Buzz. It's going to be a hell of a shot if Zexy does connect onto it, but the way lockdown planted in.
Yeah, you do have the Cosmic as well picked up on B long there for Munchkin, and he's going to burn it. They're going to use 2 ults getting into the site here. Zexy is hanging around, but misses the shot onto Buzz. Okay. Lucky to light speed away.
Everyone just dumps back into it, and here we go. It's going to be retake ults soon enough. Oh,
you could tell how badly he wanted the convergent parts there.
Just banked in on it, unfortunate. Either way, now 4v5, you just got to put your best foot forward, toss in the Nightfall and everything, and the null command, but it's all stopped. Meteor up front, close and personal, but Cinder's going to come back in for his team. Picks up the kills, but suddenly busts out from behind. Oh, it's an 8-4 with T1 not allowing Varel to retake.
Yeah, nicely done. T1, they just trusted the game plan in that round. They didn't care about the entire map. They sat in B long. They waited for aggression. They made sure that they got Munchkin that Cosmic Divide. Gorgeous shot from Izu onto Heaven there. As I said, Zexy, that whole time, one off the convergent pass. All he wanted was a single operator kill to help them on the retake.
Halftime.
To be fair, I think you could have expected the Nightfall and the KO ultimate to be enough to be able to win them the retake there. But they just get shut down in some of the chokes.
Literally set down. Every time they tried to stand up, it's just Buzz, Meteor, just sit back down.
I mean, this is a clinic from Buzz. Some of the games in kickoff, like, he just was not present. But in this particular game, he is a menace. Really giving Varel the big brother treatment. And if Varel goes down in this game, that's going to be 3 out of 4 games in Pacific they played thus far against Korean teams with vets on them that are just sitting them down one at a time. All it's going to take is a loss to Nongshim, and then they're going to be...
Oh, no.
They're going to be the little bro, the Korean little bro of Pacific at that point.
Looking up to everyone. You don't want to have that. Surely at least one map They were very close on Haven. This one, though, I mean, once you swap sides, you really got to think about how their comp is going to work out against T1s. T1s, it feels as though they're just going to have so much more control of things, especially with the chamber, the killjoy. Think about the players who are operating those agents.
I mean, it's an annoying comp to attack into. You've got double Senti with potentially an op on info lines. You got good flood tools with the Neon and the Sky. You saw them be quite useful on Haven already for T1. They know how to pilot these agents. And then Munchkin on the Astra. Can be a recipe for success. KO Knife clearing all of B long there, and straight down street go Varel. There is no opposition here for T1. Meteor playing retake. Ooh. Oh, what a flash from LP.
Meteor just couldn't see anything.
Yep. Free sight for Varel. Opening pick. Nice open plant right in the middle of the site. This really couldn't be a better situation for them.
Here we go. This is where it all starts, Pilly. Now for T1, of course, you're just banking on Stacks, Buzz. Kick down those doors.
There.
If infantry action as the Frenzy gets pulled out, but Zexy has some ideas of his own. Gonna run out of ammo soon enough, though. Gonna hang back, but LP just dives into it. They're feeding up kills. No, what are you guys doing? You had everything set up for you. The spike's still ticking away, of course, but onto the Prowler. Cinder trying to hold onto it as tight as possible. Now it's just shots inside of smokes. Buzz sticking onto it. Hops off. Oh no, everyone from T1 pushing through it. Buzz managing to secure the defuse down to the end.
I mean, it feels like T1 know that Varel is going to overheat in every situation. They sat in street for so long. You had the initial Astra stun off the back of the first flash play, but look how long they're just sitting there waiting for Varel to run at them. Nice little detail inside of the smoke here. Buzz is the one who gets it to half on low HP, and after he finishes the half, they put Munchkin on it with full HP, and he runs out of the smoke, so there's less chance of a spam. That is very, very beautiful retake execution from T1.
Devil's in the details.
First play from Varel here.
And you're gonna run the same thing.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. It does look like the exact same round.
A little bit further apart, though, with Meteor getting stunned up. Surely someone kind of considers that factor. Certainly all playing out the door. It's back to Pillar. And with all that spacing and timing, Buzz has managed to slip in as well.
What's going on?
And T1 are starting to collect.
Varel went down street, back into B long, gave up the site. Zexy ran back into the site. T1 ran into back hall. Is this real?
They're sightseeing. It's you know.
Have you ever seen a round like that?
No.
I've never seen a round like that in my life.
I couldn't tell you. Maybe they thought they heard something. You know.
I think they thought that the B anchor was playing deep B long, and they went looking for him, but they were just chasing a ghost.
He was actually inside a hall. They even had the saturate connect onto him.
Yeah, he was fully saturated. What is going on, man?
And now the whole force buy is just going to fall off by the wayside.
I mean, Cinder has run into A as a one-man fake, crossing his fingers and his toes. Buzz has copped a shot from the Sheriff there. Picked him up.
Planted.
I mean, T1, they're doing the same thing again, though, here, Quack. They're just sitting in spawn. They're like, all right, they're going to overheat again. Let's just wait for them to push into us.
They are pushing, just a different spot now. Okay. No. Okay, good. Just hold on to it. T1 trying to make their move. You got the flash on sent through. But you're getting blinded up as well. Just a Bucky to try and hope for something.
I'm pretty sure he just got flashed by LP there. Like, I'd love to say that was a Skyblind, but I'm 99% sure that the KO just flashed his own teammate. So let's recap that round for Varel.
Oh no.
We've gone down street into back hall, back into B long, let T1 back into the site. Zexy's died by himself with no support from his teammate, despite being deep back hall. He's been skydogged there. Then Cinder's done this. I can't really describe it. And then they've just been 5v3 retook on.
Is this what Seth, Achilles is going to pick this round for the highlight sound? Oh my god. Well, 10-4. Now's as good a time as any to start to mount something. But you don't have the guns because you force up.
They force force. They're in force by sunken cost fallacy. At some point, the force has got to work. Zexy deep on into the site by himself yet again. Is going to refract away. So once again, Varel given full control. But what can they do with it?
Spike planted.
Start peeking. Just try to hold them off on the chokes. Considering stairs as well. Don't want to overheat too much though. That was the previous mistake. Now Meteor, Izu kind of luring them away from the spike. It's planted for stairs, but with T1 just continuing to dump flashes, push on through bit by bit, set up those smokes.
Wow.
Makes things that much more untenuous. Oh god. And Stax just gets the stick on the spike all the way through.
It is
nice
just
shot, but
it's masterful from T1. Honestly. Oh, the shots from Cinder are gorgeous.
He's
but
on
they
something
need to be
today.
delivered before the round's over. Like, look at the push and pull from T1 here. Izu just absorbs all of that aggro and he just turtles while the rest of T1 take the whole site. Like, they very much understand exactly how Varel wants to pivot and position here. They know that Varel in the afterplant is going to aggress somewhere and they just go passive in the part of the map that Varel's pushing, and then the other arm of the push gets active. It's actually gorgeous.
Truly painful for Varel, but T1 masterclass. Now next round, just quick plays, paced up all the way through Art.
Yeah, they've taken the middle of the map with force. T1 quite happy to gift it to them for the time being. Stunned from Munchkin, forces out the refract from Zexy, so he no longer has that get out of jail free card.
Hey.
Deep in A main is Izu playing off his rendezvous.
He might be sitting around, but main thing is Varel has kind of absorbed all the Killjoy utility.
I mean, this might be the last proper gun round they have access to if they don't win it. One off the Cosmic. Once again, it looks like Varel is going to try to sell a very aggressive fake towards B.
But Izu's just happy to wait and react.
You do have a flash on LP. He doesn't want to use it though. He wants to save it for the execute, and that is going to cost them.
Oh, the worst possible scenario! Meteor finding one off the back! No! No! Billy!
Tuna.
This was their last possible buy round. This is what happens.
This was their map pick. This was their
30
map pick,
seconds
Quack.
left.
I'm speechless.
25 seconds. I mean, Meteor again in the middle of the map. Like, it just feels free. It just feels free. Everyone he takes an aim duel with in the middle of the map dies. It's as simple as that.
Well,
Match point.
4-12.
I mean, I don't blame them. Like, LP has a singular flash on the rest of that round. They
want to use it to get
already
inside.
they invested a lot in the previous round, so I just don't think that they had that much in it util. Like, in theory, yeah, I've got a KO knife, I've got 2 blinds, I've got a haunt and double prowler, but when I'm on a lighter buy, I actually don't have all of that. So I have to kind of pick and choose what I'm going to use where. And when you only have no prowlers and a singular flash and you haven't hit the site yet, yeah, you actually have to dry contact. And when you're dry contacting into the op, that's very sad.
All this round. Well, you're forced up. No shield and all the riflers have no shields. You're just gonna try to dry contact right through it. T1's looking to slaughter. It's Stacks, it's Buzz, and they're all collapsed. Just the final one left, and it's Zexy.
He couldn't even see him. You can tell that Stacks wants to swing here. He's gonna start it off with the Trailblazer though. Zexy spotted out.
Oh, he's sandwiched in.
Could have thrown the lockdown at him.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Zexy can walk back, you know, maybe take out Izu or something.
Yeah. He could do... Yeah, I mean, he can have A main, that's about it.
Gonna hang around, but you hang on long enough, all of a sudden you might find 3-2 players just swinging you all at once. It's gonna go good for a singular snap though, but 30 seconds to go. T1's just like, all right, guys, let's chill. He needs the spike. We're just gonna sit on it. Wait for the egg, the proverbial egg, to hatch.
Now, Munchkin shorty in hand.
Okay.
He tried to light speed on the box, I guess.
Maybe, but there we go. Shorty, click.
Oh,
done.
man.
13-4, man.
That was brutal to watch. I thought Varel was on for something on their opponent's map pick. They actually looked pretty decent. They won both pistols. Unfortunately, didn't get across the line on their map pick. That was hard to watch. I'm not going to lie. That is Varel's 4th straight loss in VCT Pacific. To be fair, they're taking on the best team in the group right from the get-go. So hopefully that can help them start to get warmed up as they make their way through the rest of the group. But it doesn't get much easier Maybe Zeta is a bit more of a beatable opponent, but then you have DFM, Full Sense, and is it RRQ? The other team in their group? I mean, those are not going to be easy teams.
You just have to throw that out, you know? Don't think about that. Don't think about them as like all these big teams. Just play the way that you did Ascension, but either way, this was, I think, a bloodbath. Fair enough. One that supports T1 instead because everything's all painted out in red. These guys managed to turn things around from unremarkable, difficult scenarios, and they still walked away with the win. We're going to toss it back down onto the stage, I think, with a winning interview.
A great start for T1, walking away victorious against VALORANT tonight. Now, Izu, I would like to invite you on stage for the interview. Over here. 네, 오늘 승리를 거둔 T1의 이주 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Now, right off the bat, from the looks of it, looks like you guys decided to respond to the meta change by having you play more chamber. Should we see this as T1 taking more of an aggressive approach in the meta, or T1 dealing with the patch changes and the double duelists? 일단은 경기를 전체적으로 보니까 패치 업데이트 이후에 T1이 조금 더 이주 선수의 체인버를 활용하는 방향을 잡은 것 같습니다. 좀 더 공격적으로 이번 메타에 임해보자라는 결정이었을까요? 아니면 이제 이번 패치 이후에 벌어질 메타에 대응하기 위한 결정이었을까요?
일단 체인버가 요루의 역할을 전부 다 똑같이 해낼 수는 없지만 그래도 어느 정도 비슷하게 해줄 수 있는 점도 있고 이번에 요루가 너프를 먹으면서 좀 더 공격적인 더블 엔트리 조합이 많이 나올 거라고 예상을 또 해서 그거에 또 카운터를 칠 수 있는 체인버를 좀 좋다고 생각해서 기용한 것 같습니다.
I wouldn't say the chamber can be a 100% perfect replacement for the Yoru, but Yoru can offer similar values and similar things in game as the chamber can offer the same as the Yoru, so we decided to take advantage of that. And also with the recent patch updates, we predicted that maybe we're going to see a lot of aggressive double duelists. So that was our way to respond to the possible changes that might happen in after this patch. Now, I just wanted to ask you though, how does that affect the way you play? Do you feel like it suits your play style? How is it different for you? 그러면은 이제 체인버가 개인적으로는 좀 어떤지 궁금합니다. 뭔가 본인의 플레이 스타일에 어느 정도 맞는다고 생각하시는지, 그리고 뭐 힘든 점은 없는지도 궁금하네요.
일단 요르랑 다르게 좀 한정적인 공간 안에서 플레이해야 하는 요원이기도 해서 그런 점에서는 아직 좀 더 익숙해져야 할 것 같기도 하고, 이제 상대팀이 작정하고 저를 좀 밀어내려고 하면은 제가 좀 힘든 경우도 많이 있어서 그런 점에서 힘들긴 한데 총을 많이 쏠 수 있다는 점에서 좀 재밌게 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
오늘 노가 부퍼도 있고 재밌었습니다. Yeah, I would say playing the chamber, it puts you in a more limited space in the map. And when the opponents are trying to push in and kind of bully you, it did give me a little bit of tough time having to deal with it on stage, and it is definitely a different play style compared to the Yoru. I think I'm still getting used to it, but doesn't really mean that it's bad. I mean, I get to shoot more, so it's more fun. Lastly, I wanted to ask you what you guys decided to work on and how much growth you have witnessed in the team after Master Santiago getting ready for stage 1. I mean, what should the fans and what should we be expecting out of T1 in this stage? 그리고 이제 마스터즈 산티아고 이후로 스테이지 1을 준비하면서 좀 어떤 부분에 집중하셨는지, 그리고 좀 팬분들 그리고 저희가 어떤 T1을 기대해보면 좋을지 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 산티아고를 탈락했다고 해서 저희가 뭐 특별하게 무언가를 더 준비해야겠다라는 얘기를 나온 것보다 이번에 요루가 너프를 먹으면서 좀 거의 못 쓰일 정도라고 생각을 하고 저희가 얘기를 나눴기 때문에 메타가 어떻게 될지랑 또 그 상황에서 저희가 어떻게 플레이해야 할지 이런 걸 좀 중점적으로 얘기를 해서 스테이지 1을 준비한 것 같고 저희가 아직 조금 부족하게 보일 수도 있지만 아직 남은 시간은 많으니까 좀 더 연습을 하고 좀 더 저희한테 익숙해지게 해서 더 점점 더 좋은 결과를 보여드리고 스테이지 1 꼭 우승해서 마스터즈 런던에서 더 좋은 성적 보여드릴 수 있게 하겠습니다. 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Well, the conversation wasn't really around what happened in Master Santiago or getting over the grief. Being with what happened in Master Santiago, it was more about how to deal with the patch updates, with how the meta is going to change and how we're going to respond to that, planning ahead really. And I know that we don't look perfect right now, but we are slowly working towards it, and I hope that the fans can see us deliver, and hopefully we prove ourselves in stage 1 by winning it. So that is what I would like to say to the fans. Now, thank you so much, Izu, and have fun on the chamber. 네, 이렇게 이주 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
I don't know about you guys, but I like Izu on the chamber.
Yeah, quite a bit. He was looking very, I'd say comfortable. He said he was, taking some time to kind of get used to it. I think maybe we saw that a little bit at the start of Haven, but going into this Pearl, he looked right at home.
I mean, so did all of T1, really. I mean, I feel like they really looked a lot more comfortable in Pearl. Once they settled into that series, Varel really fell away. They couldn't keep pace with T1, gave them a lot of respect, a lot of space, and T1 is a team that is going to punish you if you respect them too much.
Oh, absolutely. You cannot hesitate for a moment with this team. And Buzz is someone who definitely stepped up as well. We will be having a chat with him on the desk very shortly after this. But this is what we want to see on Pearl. It looked like Varel has still quite a bit to work on, but at the very top of that list, I do think it is a bit of a mental struggle for them there. They have the potential.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about this before. When you play those really close games, you're ahead, you throw a lead, 13-11 or overtimes, those losses stick with you a lot more than those stomps, and I feel like after map 1, they just could not find that recovery. And I gotta say, I didn't love the composition they brought bringing into Pearl. I don't think that's their style. It's not really what I want to see from them. I want to see the spark I saw in Ascension. I sound like a broken record player talking about it. Man, it was amazing, and now it's just not there.
It's because, I mean, we keep saying it because we know it's in them. We've seen it before. We want to see them bring it out. And we were talking a bit about this backstage. Zexy on the way, I don't know. We love his jet, but I think there's something going on with the dynamic here that's not really working out for him. He can't really get into side, get that space, get the frags that he really needs to get for his team.
Yeah, I think that maybe they need to take a leaf out of the GE book. Talking to them, they said, okay, we just kind of wanted to go for things that are a bit more comfortable, that we're comfortable playing. Maybe that's what Varel really needs to do. Instead of trying to pivot over to these compositions, keep Zexy on that jet. He's one of the players that we have here that I am totally fine seeing basically play jet 100% of the time, get operators in that man's hands, and then put Klaus on things like the chamber where he can have that impact that we just got to see, from Izu as well. So I think that leaning into comfort rather than conforming to what the expectations are for the meta might be better for Varel in the long run, because they desperately need to get some wins here.
Absolutely. Now, on the side of T1, something that we've touched upon at the start of this match is that we needed to see the whole team step up, not just, it's kind of taking turns between Izu and Meteor or Munchkin, but to see this kind of performance of T1, I think this is really promising. This is a lot more confident T1 that we know and love. And with that, we have a special guest on the desk with us. It's Buzz. Welcome, Buzz.
Hello.
Hello. Good to have you here again. Now, I have to say, personal progress for you, stats-wise, has really improved. So, was there something that you personally or with your team that you worked on over the last 2 months?
We worked on hard, because we thought the meta is going to change into the Neon Rayleigh or something like that. No more Yoru. So we tried to play good on the Neon comp and maybe as a W list as well, and even the chamber.
Yeah, but then you're performing much better too. What helped you, look like the Buzz that we know and love?
I wasn't the Neon main player. Everyone thought, but I just wanna prove that I can play better anyone than on Neon, and I really play really hard and watching a lot of board and get advice from my teams, and that helped a lot.
Do you think you're a better Neon than Dambi?
Trying to incite. You're trying to incite.
Objection leading the witness.
I'm not gonna say who's better Neon,
Okay.
but I think we are a better team than Namjoon.
Oh,
That's good.
Wow,
Good to hear.
okay.
So one thing I wanted to ask about is we saw you play Sky across both maps instead of that kind of recon initiator. Do you think with the buffs now that Sky is going to be the predominant initiator, the main initiator?
Yeah, but I think as a main initiator, Sky is a very hard to play. So that's why I think Gen.G playing Scan initiator, not the Sky. But Stax is one of the best Sky player in the world, in my opinion. So we can play. If we want to play Scan initiator, we can play. If we want to play Sky, we can play. And I think that's one of our good things. Yeah.
Well, obviously, T1, you're all veterans. You've played the game for a very, very long time at the highest level. Veril, very much the opposite, just joining. I'm curious, what do you think are maybe the biggest shortcoming that Veril have right now that they need to develop or conquer to be able to level up their performance?
The VCT is a very long marathon. As you know, if you're looking at the champions, I think they have to make more like a lot of play and a lot of like agent, not only Jet like a Waylay or W, something like that. But they try to play like a different comp other than team. But they need to improve a lot if they want to qualify to the champs, I think.
Do you think it'd be better for them to maybe just like kind of focus in on like one comp that they can do really well on, or do you think that they need to have a lot of different things ready?
I think they have to need a lot of different things.
Okay.
And I have a kind of off-the-cuff question here, because we've been interviewing you since 2023 and even longer, and those interviews we needed a translator before, and now your English is phenomenal. Like my Korean is definitely not like your English. So, how have you been learning and your English so quickly?
I don't think my English is good, but there's a good teacher in Apex server. Fighting everyone is a very good English lesson.
Perfect.
And I do want to ask about the groups. Now everyone's rating Group Alpha as the group of death. You're obviously in Group Omega. What do you make of the groups?
Yeah, I think the Omega group our group is more easier than the Alpha group.
Okay.
But it's a stage 1 and everyone has a different comp, different strategy. So who knows? The Omega could be harder than Alpha.
Within the Omega group, who do you think your hardest opponent will be?
Is Alpha is my group? No, Alpha is
Omega.
the Omega.
In
Yeah, it's
your group.
Alpha. I think.
So who do you think is going to be the toughest thing
I
to
think
play?
still Paper X is the hardest opponent to play.
Sure, but that's Alpha groups.
Oh, in
So-
Omega
yeah,
groups.
yeah, sorry, your group.
Maybe RIQ, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I think a very safe answer.
Yeah. I mean, that's who you ended
Good
up
team.
beating to get to Master Santiago over there. Well, I am really delighted to see your team perform this way. Congratulations again, and thank you for joining us, Buzz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
All right, you can leave your headset here. Thank you. Yeah, and Buzz is our MVP. Oh, I forgot to ask him about this stylish photo. Yeah, Buzz, and yeah, he looks good. Look at him. Look at him there as MVP. It's really good to see. I think for a long time in kickoff, we saw a lot of Izu as our MVP picture. Like that came up a lot more. So I'm really glad to see that he's managed to find a way to improve himself, and he is confident about his team. I told you, my hot take.
You're right. He seemed to think he was going to be the top dog on it. I mean, we spoke a lot about this T1 team, about can they find consistency, and Buzz was incredibly consistent today across both maps, handing out a Neon Diff in that first one and taking over on Pearl. They will be right there at the top of Group Omega. GE, of course, with that win today on the top of Group Alpha. So, you know, a long way yet to go, but a strong start for both those teams.
I mean, one of the biggest things about this start is, A, you're doing it without dropping maps, and you're also setting yourselves up with very good round differential rates. So these are potentially very big snowbally wins for both of those squads today.
Yeah, and I think it's going to have a lot for Varel to be working on. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of learning lessons, and it might be good to kind of see all these flaws now, because I think we can see them. Surely they will definitely see these, and these kind of improvements will help their performance over time. But we also have to talk about another performance today that's day one of Build Diff.
I
really
don't
curious.
know how this is going to shake out, to be honest.
I think Foxy9 has killed me.
I think
He's
you're
killed
screwed
me. I
big
mean,
time.
You have that, but I did go for double Gen.G.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
That
That's bad.
second map, no one really had a silver lining.
Yeah,
So-
Unitime came alive a little bit for me on GE. Power was just, I might be okay. I'm not sure.
I feel like I'm going to be lower to middle part. Oh, my double at the bottom. There you go. Double Gen.G.
Big Time is at the top.
They did me in.
No way.
They done me dirty.
You know,
Oh, Achilles is at the bottom. You're going to be my new favorite bottom of Build Diff. And big time. I was giving you a lot of crap.
I can't believe I won that. I was.
Who's doing the math?
Don't
Is that
recount
correct?
the scores, please.
Well, I
Can't
mean,
be correct.
I'll take it. I'm happy. I'm happy with a win. It's all good. You know, you can't win them all. You can't win them all.
Well,
How do you think Achilles would look in a durian hat? A durian mix hat?
Yeah, great.
like a
Oh.
jackass.
A jackfruit.
Well, I guess we'll find out
A
tomorrow.
jackfruit. Yeah, well, that's exciting.
It's the end of the week, right? Not the end of the day. Whoever's got the lowest at the end of the week, they get the punishment.
I just want to point out the trend here. Morgan and I were previous Build Diff winners, so
We
of
were
course
indeed.
we would be at the top to start day one of week one here in stage one. So tomorrow is going to be a huge
Big
day.
day.
Of course, we're going to see the very first match between Nongshim and PaperX in Pacific. It's never happened here, so it's
Yes.
finally happening tomorrow, and we're going to see if coming back to our home turf of Pacific is going to make a difference between these two teams and maybe what they've worked on. Both teams had very little time to reset coming back.
I mean, it's a different patch as well. I
Yes.
do think this game is quite different to that grand final.
Yeah, this should lead to it being scrappier. I want more of that corrode and less of the rest of the series.
Yes.
If tomorrow ends up being similar to today with double 2-0s, it will have been a tragedy that not even Shakespeare could write.
It would be.
I will be so disappointed.
I will say, I mean, that game obviously getting the spotlight. The other game is Full Sense against DFF.
That's
Cruz
huge, too.
versus May.
Cruz is back.
Yes. And Cruz is back. I'm actually a little
I'm
bit more
excited.
excited about that one. I don't know how that's gonna shake out. And I know Clinton has the ship thing going on, but Full Sense has Cruz back on, like you said. So it's gonna be very exciting. Any early predictions before we wrap it up?
I think I've got PaperX winning and then I've got Full Sense winning. In my mind, I think PaperX win the one back. I think Cruz back in form. This Full Sense team takes off.
I have the opposite, and I have not been looking good so far, so that might be good for you.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, tomorrow is another day. And with that, we're going to wrap up day one of VCT Pacific. We'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Bye, everybody.
Peace.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Easier. At the same time, Texture's just prepared for it. Folks on the side, though, it is going to be a bit worrisome, but Zinx is giving it a show. He's also going to stuff into sights. Oh, unfortunately, he's going to get taken out real. Pat doesn't have much to work with. Just a shot, but that might be enough so far, and he's got to push up front. Karen looking for the wide swing, but Pat is still in the driver's seat.
Next shot. Looking to try to pick up the pace, but it's a seized knife combo. Will land him on the spot. This is falling apart, Quack.
The Udotan's gone off peak, and Autumn's starting to make a move, and timing is into these fights. Gen.G want to be able to dig deep and fight their way out of it, but it's not happening. Udotan to finish with the Predator 8. Feels as though T1 should be able to anticipate it. They've seen him play this position again and again. So up around the cages, they suspect something around the corner. They still hop into it though. Gain control over the site. Klaus trying to toy around it. Will be to slide forward, but no one's here. Cinder just to toy around with it. Not cracking under the pressure just yet. He will hop back in across. He completes the straight transfer. just as easy as ever, but just in there trying to play around the stairs. Oh no.
Got no head armor. Zuna next up to bat. Like, this is just players.
Mending lockdown placed in.
Robbery there. He's run in, gotten 2 picks.
Ooh, the kind that should get punished, but
Oh man.
13-4, man.
That was brutal to watch.
These guys managed to turn things around from unremarkable.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push. Red Bull gives you wings.